All right, we're back for another day of PrizePicks NA Revival Series #1. It is the final day, of course, and we're going to start out with our first semi-final match, and we'll talk about it a little bit more. Before that, I am JRT, joined by Exner Cole. How are you doing today?
Doing fantastic. As you said, we got the semifinals and of course finals a little bit later down the line. And man, what a four group of teams here that we have left standing. I'm really excited for this because it feels like, for me at least, we've got the North American teams that are still kicking around here, that are looking really good, that are looking really excited off the player break.
Yeah, I mean, off of that, let's check out the bracket and see how things shaped up yesterday and talk about those four teams that remain a little bit more, as we'll get that on screen for you guys. And yeah, so you see NRG, Nouns, Wildcard, and Elevate, all playoff teams last season in ECL. So for me, we're probably going to get some really, really interesting matches. I have a ton to say about both of them, but for your money, what do you think's best here? Which match are you most looking forward to, I should say?
I mean, for me, I think it's definitely this opening matchup for NRG. As we said, toughest test was yesterday, and they passed it with flying colors. If they can keep this up here and continue to show, how effective this new addition in Nitro has been, not only versus some of the lower caliber ECL rosters, but beating Boss and then trying to replicate that versus Nouns, it'd be really exciting. Also, the exciting head to head of like the vetoes potentially of that map. I'm super looking forward to getting into. Whereas, again, Elevate versus Wildcard. Yesterday, Wildcard just showed so much depth, and
Mm-hmm.
again, there's more like really exciting vetoes. I think that Wildcard's going to be very happy that the permaban of Elevate is Inferno.
Yeah, honestly, for me, Wildcard's the most exciting team right now. Like with the two new additions, two Swedish players, I think both Suspen and Fozy are looking quite good. The
Yeah.
ping isn't really impacting them too much. That's a team to keep an eye on. I think they're going to be the next ones to impress a lot of people. But all these teams are fantastic, like we were saying. Let's jump in to the Prize Picked Analyst segment and talk more about the individual players in the match we're about to cover, which is, of course, Nouns up against NRG. Starting, of course, with NRG.
Yeah, we can go ahead and hop on into talking about some of these players and some of these rosters. As you had mentioned here, I'm looking forward to seeing if Hex can keep up this performance.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was very impactful yesterday. I felt like he had a lot of big moments, a lot of big clutches. Same thing for Breeze here. Both of these players, absolutely performing, dropping big numbers. And I was really surprised with Breeze because sometimes I think he takes some more difficult roles and it can be more sacrificial, but he was making it look so good and still dropping big numbers. I'm really impressed with the fact that he can do that. As for Nitro here, we definitely did see that as he played up against some of the tougher competition, he was no longer dropping those monumental numbers. So it'll be interesting to see if he can, bring back this level. Because again, when you look at this, his numbers looking pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Breeze, OC, and Hext, all three of them are averaging, I think it's at or over 15 frags per map. So all of those projections seem kind of realistic to me. But in terms of the estimate on Nitro, that estimate is maybe a
Yeah.
little much because he is a good player and I think he has the potential to frag out, but the competition is really tough today. And he's also got to focus on IGLing, let's not forget. Yes, he has been a star AGL in the past. Will he find that form again? I mean, against some of the lesser competition he has, even yesterday, he was actually pretty good, but I don't know, man. That's going to be tough. I still think that Breeze is the #1 player to keep an eye on.
Yeah, yeah, especially if he replicates what he did
Yeah.
yesterday. And I guess we can hop on over to check out what the expectations are here for Nouns. I mean, out of the gates, we can talk about the AWP here in the server as well. Junior, obviously, going to be a big win condition here. This is prime territory, and he's been keeping up, really good form here on this Nouns roster. I've been super impressed. With what he has been able to do on a consistent basis here, it feels like maybe even finding a way to really stabilize his op. To add to that as well, he's got now playing alongside Rush, who has been obviously a huge key supportive element in the past for a lot of his teams. I think the amount of praise that this guy gets from his like former teammates and current teammates with how supportive, how important he is for a team, it can certainly elevate Noun's game. And for me, I think it's always interesting to see what he can do. He's also been, doing a lot better individually speaking than in teams in the past.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Rush actually, if you look at his time in the Party Astronauts, I thought he was really effective there and brought a lot of maturity and stabilization to that roster. And I think that was a big loss for PA. I still
Yeah.
don't feel like they've recovered since losing Rush. Yes, they're making strides forward. We saw them yesterday, very inconsistent, unable to really find their rhythm on in situations where they need it. And anyway, they'll get there, I think. But it was really a setback to lose Rush, and for Nouns, obviously a huge benefit to them, and
Yeah.
it's really bolstered them upwards. One player you already highlighted him, but Junior is honestly the player I would highlight here. And in terms of frag expectations, that's very possible. He often pops off. He leads the team with his AWP, and I think he averaged at 15.6 frags per map. So very much in my expectation that he's going to hit those marks and also be a really important piece up against this NRG roster. And I mean, let's talk a little bit more, maybe jump into specifically talking about NRG and their time up against Nouns. And honestly, if you kind of think about these guys, they're a team that has always been a little inconsistent. We talked about it yesterday. They haven't been able to defeat teams on a consistent basis and really come through and impress us against the top competition. And Nouns is no exception. You see, what happened for NRG three times goal, not once, not twice, but three times. They pick Inferno, they win on it, oftentimes very dominantly against Nouns, and then lose the following two maps. Three times in a row and on different maps. They went through a ton. They went through the ringer in terms of the map pool, and they just could not beat Nouns on anything but that one map. So I think that's really concerning. I don't know what's going on with them or what was going on with them. Maybe, just maybe, having Nitro there will be their answer because they haven't been able to overcome Nouns.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying this earlier, but I really do feel like Walco walked so Nitro could run with this roster, and I think that
Yeah.
kind of hurdle, if Energy were finally able to overcome it here, would be the perfect proof of that statement here. But yeah, I mean, this has been a team that they've struggled up against here in very consistent fashion, as you had mentioned in best of threes in these series, and that's been challenging for Energy. It's been a bit of the bane of their existence, and trying to replicate that success here is going to be key. I think again with the vetoes that you mentioned here, it has been very tough in the past. Watching them kind of struggle up against them on Mirage alongside it, and the fact that they have had that asset to their advantage here, it feels like Nouns just have their numbers so well, and I want to see if that replicates in the series here today.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at those other two maps that have gone to, they went to Vertigo, Anubis, Ancient, Nuke, and Mirage, and lost all of them. So, I mean, look, maybe we'll see. I don't know what we're going to get here. My imagine, though, that NRG are going to pick into Inferno. I'd be very surprised they didn't because of their success against Nouns, but it's the other two maps that they have to look towards, and maybe even Nouns will have the answer. Going to talk about Nouns now, they've actually. I mean, yes, they've been winning in ECL since the player break ended, but there have been some surprising matches, right? Like against the Holus Laser, they lost 7-13 on Mirage of
Yes.
all maps, right? That's their bread and butter. And then yesterday against Lag, went to overtime. Mirage won at 16-14, but I mean, we should be seeing Nouns beat Lag every day of the week, even though Lag have kind of gotten better, I would say, in the offseason, and I feel like they're improving since their last season of ECL. But I mean, Nouns were top four. I mean, they're the ones that we expect to come out and get these wins quite easily. So there might be a little bit of rust there or something going on the Nouns side that isn't clicking as much as they wanted to, at least out of the player break. I don't know how long it's going to last, and if maybe against the tougher competition of NRG, they'll pull out all the stops, right?
Yeah, I'm with you. It's a bit of a surprising, like, kind of struggle here that we've seen. That loss that you mentioned in ECL was definitely a big deal. In a best of one on Mirage, you don't really expect this team to struggle. I've seen this roster kind of figure out a winning formula, kind of figure out how to play that map better than a lot of teams in North America. So to see that kind of consistency is going to be a problem. And then on the other side of things, NRG have been playing a lot better on that map. So
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting to see if they keep that action into the server, and if they're willing to keep that into play, because both teams probably looking forward to playing it into that map.
Yeah, and I mean, they even before the player break, when Walco was still part of that team, they beat M80 on Inferno. Then they came back from the break, beat Limitless, and also Eholus Laser, who of course Nouns lost to. And Laser, I think they're a team that's still kind of middle of the pack. But anyway, we'll talk about the vetoes now because we've been talking a lot about maps anyway. First ban is going to be Nuke for NRG, and let's see if Inferno gets banned by Nouns. I wouldn't necessarily mind for them to do it because it would help. And there it is. That's a really smart ban because it's the only map that NRG have been able to beat you on, right?
Yeah, and it does leave them vulnerable to, obviously the Anubis, which is going to be, potentially a bit of a problem. I'm not
There
surprised
it
to
is.
see
You're absolutely
NRG
right. Yeah.
come out with that there. It makes a lot of sense. They're looking to try and punish that ban here. But it's also Nouns identifying that, hey, if we're consistently struggling on Inferno versus this team, uh, why don't we take that risk here? Because it's just a change up in the series. And I really like that vision. I think it's a good idea in terms of what Nouns can get away with here. So a little bit of risk taking maybe in the veto, but I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, and I imagine they're going to pick into Ancient here. That's my guess. Going, yeah, there we go. So, I mean, if you look at the results from NRG, it's been kind of middle of the road on Ancient 6-6, and it's been Nouns' map. It's so convincing in a lot of their wins lately. 15-5 on there. So, along with the 77, actually, win rate is 75% on that map. So, for me, both of these picks make sense. What is your guess for the leftover map?
I think it's going to be Mirage. I don't think NRG are
Okay.
going to be willing to ban it just because they have been playing so well off the back of the player break. I think they've really identified how to work these late rounds incredibly well. So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not at all surprised there. Nouns isn't going to ban Mirage there. So, leaving it to that decider. And if we do get to this certain map, it's going to be a really cool test to see if NRG can replicate that success versus such a successful team, but also if Nouns can kind of break their dry spell that they've been facing here in terms of some struggles on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I used to feel like Mirage was almost a sure thing for Nouns when they were going to, at least last season. But this
Right.
season, it hasn't started great for them. So I think it could go either way. And again, who knows if we will get to map number 3 because Inferno always felt like, oh my God, we're going to get 3 maps. Like basically, if NRG pick into it and win it. But it's off the table. Now we go to Anubis. I agree with you, a punish pick, but obviously Nouns knew it was coming. They were more prepared for Anubis than they were for Inferno. They said, you know what, let's try our luck there. And they did defeat NRG there previously 13-6. So I don't know if it's necessarily that bad.
Yeah, I also feel like what NRG have been doing really well is kind of reading into their opposition. They've come through
Yeah.
with so many just perfect calls that feel like they're well prepared for, what their opponent's doing. They understand the setups, they understand, the kind of game plan of their opposition, and NRG really aren't going to have that luxury with the lack of reps that Nouns have on Anubis, right? So that's going to be one more of those slight adjustments and advantages here potentially that Nouns have to their favor, that element of surprise that hey, NRG, if you want to look into some of our previous games, good luck with that.
Yeah, I agree. It's only their previous game that they played, honestly, as we're going to jump into the pistol round very shortly, guys. It's about to get underway. You're seeing Nitro on your screen. He has been so far, a revelation for this NRG squad. And just looking here. I think the sides are switched. Yeah, I was like, why is it saying NRG? There we go. Thank you, Ches, I think it is, for resolving that for us. But no, besides the point, I think that NRG with Nitro have been really solid. He's been an amazing addition for them, and they're going to give Nouns a lot of trouble here. I don't think we're personally, at least looking at the both teams, the stats and everything, I don't think we're going to have a bad match today, which is really good news for any Counter-Strike enjoyer.
Yeah, I mean there's no bad matches here. We did see a couple of one-sided affairs
Yes, we
yesterday.
did. Yes.
It was like a lot of one-sided maps there. We didn't have a lot of competition, right? But maybe Vertigo, that first map that we actually casted, was the closest one. But I think today it's going to be nonstop, constant back and forth here, which I'm really looking forward to, and at least hoping because as you mentioned here, I feel like these are the four of the most exciting teams in the bracket that
Yeah.
we're dealing with.
I think this is the only one where, like, yes, the numbers say it's going to be close, but you never know what you're going to get from Nouns in particular. Some
Mhm.
days they can be so explosive and so effective that they can just wipe their opponents off the board, regardless of who they're playing. So that's the only question mark in my mind. Outside of that, I feel like we're going to get some really good stuff throughout all 3, right, of the series because we have the grand finals between 2 of the 4 teams are going to be covering in just a little bit. But here we go. We're finally getting started here. Nouns up against NRG. Pistol round here on Anubis.
Look forward to it here. This one should be fun. and Scrappy here. If you're on the side of Nouns, they do start on that CT side, which, you know, not always the case here for teams. Sometimes they do like to kick off that T side here, but Nouns, again, trying to switch things up a bit, which don't hate the vision, don't hate the ideas. Breeze is looking to start things off on the side of NRG, and he will be able to try and spot some information. Actually, I do have those HUDs reversed, so it is Nouns starting on that T side, as is more common there.
Yeah, it's absolutely that. Yeah, OC is going to get the headshot. CJ comes back with 2, maybe the third. He's got the lineup. There it is. 3K for CJ. Carson planting that bomb, but it is all Nouns all the time going on towards this B site. Hexed, last one standing, coming from CT. Hoping to lock on some heads, and yeah, he might. No, I mean, the crosshair was there, just the bullets weren't. And Junior is going to get the last 1-0 in favor of Nouns.
Yeah, brilliant kickoff right there from CJ, starting it off with a little bit of fire in him. That Glock entry pathing is absolutely perfect. 3 headshots rolling through to complete that difficult B-side take. Quite a bit of resources there from NRG, ready to hold it down, but I mean, CJ, one of those players that is a big part of why Nouns can take over games if he's playing very well. I think when Nouns are hitting their peak, it does come down to, like, maybe some of the lesser expected players to really, you know, show up in a big way, and CJ with his aggression can control games pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, typically CJ isn't really going to be the primary entry fragger. Oh, it's usually Carson, and Carson, speaking of which, just takes one to the dome. He is gone. Now Junior's job is just to guard the gun. He'll probably attempt to ferry it away once he sees that the coast is clear. But he needs to be careful here. But yeah, no, what I was going to say was at the beginning of CS2, CJ was their entry. Like, he was going for all the fights on T side, and it was amazing to watch. Now he's more of a secondary, maybe even third entry. Third player they rely on for entries, but honestly, when he's feeling his game, like you were saying, he's so scary and so dangerous for his opposition. George is going to upgrade to that gun on the ground, right, George? No? He doesn't want to. I don't blame him, I guess. It's an anti-eco, so he knows that the MAC-10 is really potent up against the unarmored pistols.
Yeah, and still trying to remain anonymous here, as they're contacting and taking a lot of space as well. I mean, the worst idea, as long as CJ can still stay alive, and he will. That's an important fight. And if he went down, this round becomes a lot more awkward, a lot more chaotic. I think they should be able to avoid that. That's exactly what we're seeing here. Hex and Breeze with USPs, looking to box him in. Really good damage being done, but only a single casualty here for the side of Nouns. It really did come down to CJ winning that 1 kill. If he went down in that fight, man, that 3v5 and a little bit of a crunch could have taken place.
Absolutely. It's an important one, and he gets down to 35 HP, but survives, of course, and he's still at the top of the scoreboard alongside Junior, who's been doing work already. Breeze recovered the Galil, though, and that's why I know you're right? You're playing contact, so you don't want to give away your position. You don't want to drop the grenades and make some noise, but that means that you're giving your opposition a free rifle if they manage to recover it, and they do. So Breeze hangs on to that. Nouns still have the 2-0 lead and look very solid so far, but OC's shot was right on the money, and of course NRG are going to have the rifles now, A1Ss across the board except for Breeze, who carries that Galil forward.
Yeah, I think that's key there. Sometimes in these third round buys, that's why I like when teams force buy in the second round for like the first pistol, is because you do leave yourself with a lot less tools in terms of utility, and definitely in head armor. So these Galils and MAC-10s, they become all the more powerful because of that. So whenever teams are kind of faced up against that, it's always nice to have a Galil saved. Gives Breeze a lot of extra tools at his disposal.
Definitely. Well, Nouns, they're not trying anything cheeky here. It's just 5-man stack towards the A site. They're just going to full-on execute forward. Here comes the Molotov. I don't know if they're going to waste any time. Nouns like to go fast sometimes. There they go, right into the site. Nitro trying to fight. The flashbangs are great. OC managed to get one. He traded on immediately. George the TK onto CJ, but he does make good on the trade, finding Nitro. I say trade because Nitro probably would have killed CJ anyway. So we have a 3v3. Hex, automatic, and Breeze trying to come back in. Bomb going to be planted here. That's still a good take despite the slight mistake that happens there for Nouns.
Yeah, chaining of the flashes was pristine right there. An automatic has to do a lot of heavy lifting in terms of this retake because his teammates are left outside of the smoke, but that's one way to blow it open right there on this retake. George now boxed into a corner right now, hoping that his Junior can do some of the heavy lifting. Mully goes a bit awry there, and he still finds another kill. Junior fighting forward. Breeze needs to chase this last kill down, and he has the sidearm out, and he also has the kit to get the job done right there. Chaotic, but NRG able to at least keep it safe for their first round on the board.
Yeah, now that extra money that Breeze has means he can drop a couple of M4s. That's really honestly incredible. As a little detail goes a long way. That TK is unfortunate, but like I said, it's just the nature of entering into a site sometimes, and your teammate ends up in front of you, and you're just trying to win a fight, and that's just how it goes. 2-1 in favor of Nouns. NRG do manage to get that one round. Nouns are going to force up, there's no question. Yeah, they're already onto it. 2 AKs, the Galil, a MAC-10, and the Tech. And on the NRG side, like I said, you know, there's some drops available. They choose for quite a mixed bag of guns. An MP9, a UMP, a FAMAS, and then the AK and the AWP are the other two pieces. I think that they wanted to get the AWP for OC, and that's what Breeze invested into instead, which I do not mind. Great opener there from George onto Hex. 5v4. Favor of Nouns, who are trying to isolate that round victory for NRG. It would really hurt their economy. Automatic wins the fight on Carson. He was looking the other way as he peered around, so good timing for Audi. 4v4, even numbers. Nouns still feel like they want to lean in towards this B site. It's not a sure thing just yet because a couple of players are backing off from Connector. But now, with the bomb rotating around and joining up towards B main, the hit is absolutely coming to this B site. NRG's ready though. They got all the bodies here, and CJ takes a head off the Breeze immediately. Then the follow-up again. CJ cracking open a bomb site. OC's giving away his position, so now he's trying to readjust, but he is very vulnerable. What a shot on Rush, immediately reacting as he turned around towards B main. He could hit another one. There it is. Can he survive? No, but he makes it much more possible for Nitro to clutch this out with his FAMAS. 1v2, George planting the bomb. Nitro sneaking onto the site. Could catch them off guard here. There's the first. Maybe the second as well, but he's down to 5 HP. Needs to be perfect and can't. George wins the fight 3-1 for Nouns.
It's so resilient right there. Nouns having to overcome a lot of pressure on that B site, even despite the man advantage. Short-lived because Automatic again trading it out, but CJ so prepared for further aggression, dealing with one of those heavy hitters as we mentioned in Breeze, but also preparing for more. He just took him down piece by piece, and OC, who looked incredibly sharp on some of those op shots in transition, trying his best to make it manageable, but just couldn't quite enough right there. Nitro doing the same thing, trying to make it happen, but can't. And again, a great start to the Nouns T side here, breaking that economy as soon as NRG get lifted off. CJ as well gets a chance to feast here with the MAC-10s. Gets taken down low, but he has teammates in support right behind him. It baits OC in right there, and that's what Junior was waiting for.
Well, Carson just keeps going. Yeah, this is pretty standard round here for Nouns on the anti-eco. Already a 5v2. Hex and Breeze, the most they can hope for is damage at this point. And the only damage is going their way. Carson, the touchdown with the nade, and Junior the last with the AWP. There we have it, 4-1 for Nouns. NRG will be back on the buy in this one. Nouns trying to pull away from NRG here in this first half on their T side. Not forgetting, of course, that this is a very T-sided map, to the point where teams are picking into T-side when it's their choice, which I think, Cole, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the only map that teams are doing that on.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, though, I did see a Vertigo game yesterday where they started on the T side. I think it was maybe Energies, but I mean, Vertigo's still very new, so yeah, I have no idea what's going to be taking place there.
I would say like by default almost.
Yeah,
like
yeah, but this is, it's like the right decision. I think everyone considers the T side start the best way, and you can see why so far, as they're fielding so much success already, keeping control of the economy here, putting a lot of pressure, trying to set up Junior for these opening duels here. I love the resources they're giving their opera here as Carson lurks his way out. Nice angle from Hex holding the thin line, but managed to find the kill, and now it's up to CJ. Can he do it again? No, this time shut down and some relief here for NRG as they keep them at bay so effectively.
Yeah, that's a really solid hold. They had 3 players waiting there, all angles covered, and I mean, you saw Carson go down immediately afterwards. CJ tries to capitalize, but it's not even that much damage at the end for the price of 2 players, with Automatic being the only one really vulnerable down to below half health. All right, well, Nouns, 49 seconds left. They've got money. They can try for something here. I think the only risk is, giving that op to NRG for free, which they absolutely do not want to do because NRG couldn't even afford it. Rush. Yeah.
See what route they take here. Gonna head it out towards that middle side of things, and definitely some openings in terms of concession, but taking these nasty off angles with man advantages is kind of how you want to play things out, and Automatic going to continue to apply that pressure. You got to be careful with this reaggression, though. It's being watched for a second. Junior fades away, and that timing is perfectly taken by Nitro. So now Junior making sure that his op isn't given away for free. I like the decision to fade away. I mean, as you lose your teammates, as you lose your riflers, like you said, the one thing that you don't want to do is give over that AWP and even find some exits for it.
Yeah, I think it's just also there's so little time left on the clock, right? That the only mission was to save like 15 seconds as the third to last player goes down. Rush was trying to potentially go for a quick plant, maybe hoping that no one's on the site, but Junior fading away, makes sure the op stays in his hands and does not go towards NRG, who are still kind of tight for cash, right? They got 3 A1Ss, the AK, and the FAMAS, but on the other side, Nouns are pretty good. Full util for everyone except for CJ. I think they've already used some of it. 3 players leaning in towards that A site. There's a lurk. I think that's Carson. Yeah, he's just hanging around towards mid, where he often likes to go on pretty much any map, in particular Mirage and Ancient, but right here on Anubis too.
Yeah, lives in terms of creating ground here for Nouns.
Yeah.
And that space will be oftentimes placed in towards the middle. But joining up back with the rest of his team. Now, Nouns have kept it pretty straightforward on some of their early plays, a lot of contacting, but now this time getting explosive on towards the site, and OC ready with the rifle, but there's so much more around the corner here. So much resistance on this site, but so far, a couple of kills manufactured off the back of that. Automatic still on the site as well. You just wouldn't anticipate all these numbers, but catching around the gray screen of the smoke is Carson, and they've got access. They've got a bomb plant here as well, and Breeze coming through on the flank, but an op playing in the post plant could be a massive deal. Junior's still ready to work his magic here. A little underhand flash, but it catches Breeze on that accident and still able to get past the AWP. It leaves Carson in a very challenging spot right now, trying to isolate these fights, but Hex just waits so patiently, and again, NRG able to overcome a tough retake.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, NRG set themselves up for quite a nice retake. Everyone played their role. Everyone gets at least 1 frag on the site before falling, and they set themselves up for a post-plant, almost a post-plant 3v2 with 1 player falling right before it. But look at that. OC gets it. Nitro managed to find Rush and Pillar, hiding long enough to catch Nouns off guard, and right there, Automatic not realizing that he wasn't in the smoke, which honestly is always a little weird to me, because I thought we were supposed to have what you see is what you get with smokes, but apparently not, because if his head's showing, he should have visibility, but he didn't have any on his opponent. So that one is always just going to bother me a little bit, because we were supposed to have smokes that were a lot more accurate to what you saw. Whatever. Anyway, lots of things to work on for CS2, it seems. OC waiting with the AWP. Incendiary going to get tossed out here. CJ and the rest of Nouns just on a pistol.
Last time they've actually used this Tech 9 very effectively. Get them some space here. Trying to get past the smokes, and Hex just really difficult spot, but manages to make the most of it. OC also using his op very well, and Reach just flies by the smoke, so no trouble getting past it. RG deal with the half-buy situation. Again, man, turning on a dime like that, not really having op support as well as his flashes recovering off OC, so that presence of mind there, knowing you need to turn, I think, again, just goes to show how well Hex has been for NRG. Really coming into form here, off the back of that player break, looking motivated. You're looking about like the player that we were all excited about.
Oh yeah, no question. I think that Hex has always been super solid and exciting player. Maybe during the EG times things got a little bit tough, but that's not just for him. He wasn't the exception.
Yeah.
For all of the EG players.
Your time on EG does not count.
No, yeah, it doesn't. Let's ignore that because honestly, since that point, he's actually been quite solid. There have been moments where he's had his inconsistencies, and I think that's what you were more so alluding to, and hopefully he's able to solve that. So far, honestly, so good. Very good, in fact. Rush. Gonna be talking here towards Long B, and there's the opener for him onto Breeze. Breeze just took a step way too far. Now NRG, still have two players waiting here. Hex, we were talking about him. Can he deliver? He gets both of them! CJ and George are gone. 4v3 in favor of NRG just like that, and he fades away, taking 0 damage.
Just playing perfectly around the Molotov. A high pressure scenario right there where one overstep, 1 inch, and you're right back into the flames, but planting his feet perfectly in E-box and overcoming what has been a bit of a challenge here for NRG and handling CJ and E-box, making sure that he doesn't get away with what he wants. Those opening duels. It's Hex to do it. Now just looking to recover here. Carson, Rush, and Junior left, and they're still giving it a go on this B site.
It's the shot onto Rush. So NRG looking good. 3v2, 20 seconds left. OC kind of alone here, so he's going to fade off a little bit. That's a really smart move because instead of risking himself to try and defend against that plant, they give him the plant, but they now have a 3v2 retake. Maybe faded off a little bit too much, but they're waiting for NRG to activate. NRG is waiting for Nitro to activate.
It's a really good flank formulating here, but they also just continue to recycle the smokes towards Temple, so it's making automatic null and void in this retake. He's going to have a tough time getting in on this round. Junior playing right in front of it here. They're starting to become aware that their internal clock could start ticking as they spot nothing on this retake. Going to flank and formulate. There's Junior using that smoke, fully effective, but it's OC left into the clutch, spotting out Carson, but he needs the kill. He needs to chase this down. Carson working that pillar right there perfectly, and he gets away with it. That is such a calm, cool, and collected post plant.
That was beautifully done from Carson, just dancing around that pillar, forcing OC to go left, right, and then he comes around and says, well, you're not going to move around anymore at all, sir. I'm going to finish you off and get this round. Well done for now. And so they finally end that little mini run from NRG where they got 3 rounds in a row and are up to 5. And this is delivering exactly as promised, which is great. I mean, back and forth, pretty brawly Counter-Strike. And each team trying to outwit the other. Down setting 3 players out, and oh my goodness, OC already peeks towards Bridge, gets one, but Carson, the insta-trade. What a shot from Carson. He was just peeking around towards Bridge. CJ also finds the follow-up, and what started out looking promising for NRG has quickly turned around and favored Nouns. Nitro's gonna swing out from A main, and he gets CJ and George. 3v2 in favor of NRG. We continue to swing back and forth. Who's gonna get control of this round? We still don't know. Since Rush gets one back onto Breeze, Nitro waiting in combat, they know he has to be there.
Oh, look at this move, though. Again, Nouns playing incredibly smart. They've taken Temple away, and now they start to realize something. Oh my god! Carson, a little parting gift for automatic, and Nitro left splashing his feet, getting his boots wet as he has to transfer over towards that A side. He does so quick at the very least, but there's just no secret about his position. You can see Rush fully covering. Carson has an idea. He's going to actually watch the camera side of things, but the post plant's established, and Nitro finds himself in a tough spot. Without a kid as well, but he does have a Molotov to use effectively here. Spotted out some timing, but now he's also found out. That utility going on in, a Molotov to at least cover one of those bases here. Smoke for the bomb could be huge, but still just not really baiting out any peaks just yet. That smoke goes wide.
Oh my god.
Right there. Still able to find Rush quickly. Now he needs to bait out Carson, unsure of where he's coming through. And Carson, he starts to get panicky, but the time's already ticked too far. And he still finds the kill on his way out. Carson this time bringing in the clutch.
Wow. I mean, that's unfortunate for Nitro. Gets away, too, and picks up the AWP afterwards, but that's so unfortunate for Nitro. I mean, it's the one spot you couldn't have thrown that smoke for it not. It just had a weird bounce off the lip of Cake, and wow, a bomb in full view, so he couldn't really stick it. Unfortunate for Nitro, but Nitro's lack of fortune is Nouns' benefit as Carson clutches it out again. makes it a 6-4 scoreline. Not to mention, he didn't only clutch it, but he had those 2 before that really put Nouns in a great position. Nice nade toss by NRG. Connects onto George for about half of his health. And NRG, well, I mean, still, it's not... Oh my goodness, another one! They throw 2! George is gone! Oh, goodness me. Nicely done from OC. 5v4. They may even be able to recover the gun. It depends on where Nouns end up going. But, you know, if it ends up being a B hit, then certainly someone's going to go and chase it.
It's a great spot. You play in Breeze. Just gets a info right there, catches the op taking a shot. And when there's an op there, you don't really expect an op to be solo. It's great information. With that man advantage, that can be huge, but Carson has been a constant thorn in the side of NRG in these late rounds. He has been shutting them down. He's still in the server. He's still looking to be a factor. Slow crawl through middle. And it feels like now all of a sudden, NRG becoming aware of this possibility. They're going to start to stack over this A site, and that's where they need to be.
Mosi gets visibility there with the Deagle. Fires off the shot, but he's not going to connect on it. CJ swinging and will manage to finish off Nitro. It was a bit tight for him. Carson and Junior taking care of business towards the site. And what started off promising for NRG has quickly faded away into what will be a 7th round victory for Nouns, because both Hex and Breeze are in no position to really go for a retake. Not to mention, this was a 4-spy, so their money's not going to be great. They need to say whatever they can in this round.
Yeah, the economy has just been devastating throughout this whole half for NRG. The purchases have been rough. OC's had it ops in some occasions, and he's done well with those ops, but hasn't had them too much. So now it's just keeping such a good handle on this T side. And again, I gotta give a lot of credit to CJ. Didn't have the best of spots to find yourself in. He got flashed on a re-aggression on A main, and he still comes out the victor. And again, it's one of those plays where if he goes down, that round's looking a whole lot different. It's looking like there's going to be too much around that corner here. In fact, he's the first kill on that A execute, believe it or not.
No, I mean, it looked like Nitro had the jump on him too. So definitely an important one that CJ finds to get all that space opened up. And, you know, 7-4 in favor of Nouns. T-side Anubis, this is a pretty typical scoreline. 4 rounds is already serviceable for NRG. Maybe they can make it 5, but I think the biggest problem for them is their economy, right? Because they forced up in the previous round, they gambled, it doesn't work out, and they didn't have the loss bonus to absorb it. Who's going to come through from Junior? Not expected, but he legs Automatic, so Automatic gets a second chance here. Does he keep pushing up, or does he back off? He's going, great flashbang, but it doesn't yield anything. CJ and Carson find the frags. Hex manages to respond for 2, pushing out of B main. What has happened? That is very huge for NRG, because they can go and grab the guns and get some upgrades.
We'll see, here's the rotations as well. I mean, he does have a smoke that he could deploy, but he's going to instead try and land one of these shots on the inbound here. Can he connect? It's just going to be now sliding into the bomb site here. And oh, it's a great turnaround point. It's still going to be a tough post plant. Hex already making his way forward, catching George on a bit of an overextension. He continues to fire. Rather, that's Breeze. Finds the kill, but CJ and Carson, these two in the late rounds, have been absolutely phenomenal. Joining forces once more here for Nouns to look to keep them in winning ways. And still waiting out that timer here. Slow on this retake attempt. Breeze starting to clear out these corners, waiting for Post to maybe take that contact, but it's a team kill? No, just team damage. No, it's all the kills.
Yeah, it's everything. Yeah.
And it's going to be Nouns that close it out once again. It's just Carson who's been stone cold in the clutch, and CJ continuing to play well.
Carson, unbelievable. 16 frags in that first half, 8-4 for Nouns. Pretty solid on their T side, and overall, it felt like NRG were responding. They were doing a good job, but when it came down to the anti-ecos and the anti-4 spies, Nouns were fairly solid, and you saw that. Those last 2 rounds were exactly that, an anti-4 spy in both situations, and it worked out beautifully for them. So thanks to Carson, of course, who loves to take those opening fights, and when things are clicking for him, you're in trouble on the other side, because he's also got an insane amount of firepower behind him. He's one of those, I don't want to say rare IGLs anymore, because a lot of them can frag now, but he's very solid. Hext and CJ going toe-to-toe. It will be trades coming through, and in fact, Nouns are not really doing too good here. It's going to be NRG, or excuse me, NRG's not doing too well. It's Carson taking care of business on the other side.
Fantastic job.
Yeah.
But they do have a retake here, at least. Breeze and Nitro pulled it that far back here, and with another kill from Breeze, makes the job difficult. Nitro as well, spotting out the flank is massive and deals with it. Carson not going to be allowed one more clutch on this map, not just yet at least. We'll see if Junior can pick up the mantle here. Still a bit of element of surprise right now, but Breeze is very careful about his position. What a quick headshot, though. He turns the corner with conviction. Now Nitro left in a bit of a panic, turning towards the fight, but low HP and a good spot for Nitro to jiggle out that fight before he swings, before he commits. And it's going to be an important pistol for them to win, especially considering how it started.
Yeah, it was 4v2. I thought Nouns were going to take it, but they managed to slip their way onto that B site. And then the frags were great. This is a beautiful maneuvering, though, from Junior. Like, 11 HP, and you get that frag, it takes perfect movement and shots in order to pull that off and pistol round. And he got it. Just fell short in the final 1v1. So Energy kicking off their T side in good form. 5th round found. Nouns on the other side will be forcing up. So they're going for, I think, what you prefer, Cole, in this type of situation on CT side if you lose that pistol. 4, 5.7s and the MP9. Available for Nouns. They're going to have 2 players towards the B site, 1 at mid and 2 on A. So a standard 2-1-2 setup coming through from them.
Posting in their mechanics, as they have been very sharp with it so far. I don't understand small advantages, especially if you make that kind of a gambly call like this here to stack over some heavy presence on the A side. It leaves you to a situation in which you can maybe try and lean on rush, deterring, or buying time. And if it goes wrong, you can save here. But re-aggression into a main. Now spotting out that Galil. CJ knows that's not a fight he can afford to take. Down to 2 HP, as you can see.
Yeah, and that flash wasn't great either. It didn't really do much to blind Hext. And he almost finishes off CJ as a result. Looks like Energy want to readjust themselves to maybe go for some mid control. We'll see how that ends up for them. George working around the corner. Can he get one? Maybe. No. Falls just short. Nitro at 4 HP, barely surviving, but CJ's right there to maybe clean up the rest. Or clean up Nitro, I should say. Next. And NRG readjusting, and they picked the correct site. A was far more stacked for Nouns. In fact, everyone was there. I think only Rush was leaning back in towards the A site. Excuse me, B site. But, well, it looks like this one might be done.
You know, I said earlier, there is one of those situations where you kind of get 2 force buys for your troubles when you save 4 guns. I mean, obviously, George going to be left in a tougher spot, but I think he could even pick over a pistol and toss it over to his teammates if you're Junior. So you could still get a pretty free upgrade there. Not a bad idea from Nouns. Definitely operating with the lead. It's going to be NRG closing that distance here. And as you mentioned, 4 rounds, it can just be enough on a defense to make your T side get to it, bring that life here. And that might be what we are seeing right now from NRG.
Well, this is exactly the start Energy we're hoping for. Now on the Noun side, they are going to go for a decently potent half buy. About the same as their force buy in round number 2. 357, the MP9, and just the USP for George. Junior, will he be okay to buy an op next round? Maybe. I think he might have to go glass cannon. We'll see. OC peering around in water, looking down canal. Looking up to the bridge to see if anyone wants to peek that window, which he did very effectively in that previous half. Carson, around the corner, catches a pushing automatic, and then we'll get a free upgrade for himself. Well done for Carson, who continues his hot hand. And, well, I mean, it's UMP. It's just an SMG, but it's still something.
And again, you've got yourself a lot of firepower behind it. You still got armor for 4 of these players. So Fantastic tools to shut a round down. CJ left around the corner. His teammate just diving through the Molotov to make sure that he buys some time here and actually tosses a beautiful flash for CJ to work off of. More utility comes through here, but Nitro able to avoid it. The rest of the stack arriving onto the scene, but NRG using that firepower to full effect. It's up to Junior to try and capitalize on some of these low HP bars and adding to those low HP bars. OC now taken down low, and Sext even lower. Breeze the only one with health, but Nitro just throws all caution to the wind with that move right there, and still manages to find a pick. Rush left into a 1v3. Breeze going to take that first contact, and he has health to spare, so he'll be able to close out the round. And again, now just a one-round ball game before the first sign of guns is going to come out here for Nouns.
Yeah, and I mean, in that post-plant situation with NRG, it was the smartest play. Leave your 2 low HP players tucked away, make Breeze take first contact. If he falls, then hopefully he'll do some damage, and you can just pop out and take care of whatever's left in terms of health on that last player. So, NRG, 3 in a row to kick off this second half, but here come the guns finally for Nouns. The op in Junior's hands, plenty of money for the armor as well. CJ and the rest with the A1Ss. Junior popping out, eats a nade to hold this angle, and no one is going to peek. They don't want to engage with the big green because they know how potent Junior can be with it. Instead, NRG have 3 players outside of A main. The other 2 are outside of B, so it looks like maybe it's going to be an A hit because the bomb is in the direction, and wow, they found all the space. Look, there's only one player here, it's CJ, and he has to fall off. They should be able to plant here, and they have 2 other players on the other side who can catch them off guard, and there it is, Breeze, the opening frag on Carson.
Carson just left shocked. They have A site, but there's still multiple players defaulting outside of B, and they continue to punish re-aggression, and Op now recovered. Here for NRG on the T side, if maybe just disposed of. Automatic not picking that one up just yet, or keeping it safe for the end of the round as there's still fights ahead of him. And CJ and Rush. George alongside him just they have to hold on to their guns. It's going to be tied up here. NRG remaining resilient, but really calling into things very well, and that has been the trend here. It feels like good preparation, good calls, a great understanding of what their opponents like to do. That's been a theme in the NRG 12 maps, I believe they've won in a row.
Terrorists win.
So they're tied up here. NRG. Great job up against the first for Nouns. I think what worked out really well for them, you already kind of talked about it, Cole, but just the fact that they were already on to that A site, and Nouns were like, okay, well, let's rotate around. But there's 2 players waiting outside of B main, and they do so much damage. It was ridiculous. It couldn't have gone better for NRG with the read that they got, and then the rotations caught out in transition. Alrighty, Nouns. Defensive side looking far inferior to their offensive side so far. Rush here and out. There are a couple of rifles here. Rush and George having the M4. It's just half by for the rest of the players. How are they distributed? They're putting both the rifles towards that B site, and only the anchor on A once more. So NRG, given how well things have gone towards A, it wouldn't surprise me to see them trying to abuse it again, but they're going to try and mix it up.
Into the section quickly. Nitro already lining up some utility here, but the default has held up very well so far in terms of punishing Nouns' CT side aggression. They've had it handled, so I don't mind them continuing to wait that clock out. Molotov again, just forcing a little discomfort here on the B site. Dissembles the boost and leaves them with less tools here, but Junior's still waiting. His headshot's rolling down. George just gets caught around that smoke. That's a wild pick right there. Maybe a little bit of vision here, but the default's still holding up. They're not letting him re-aggression. A little bit of panic setting in the Nouns on the site. He's overwhelmed by 3 players swinging through E-box. They get to punch their way through this site hold, and their reward is going to be a lead here.
That is ridiculous. Nouns couldn't get anything after that opening frag through the smoke, even though damage was done, I think, onto automatic as well. They just charged in and didn't have any problem at all. Nouns couldn't collect anything. There were 2 rifles on that site, let's not forget. It wasn't the weak site. Nice execute from NRG. CJ does catch one fading away, but now his position is known, so he probably won't be able to do much more damage. Not sure why he pull out the smoke in the situation, but it still works out for him! He gets the headshot on the Nitro. CJ finally put to rest. I mean, it does a little bit of economic damage. Not that it matters too much because you have 2 players above 11k, but still, it's something for CJ. Goodness me. I thought he was done when he pulled out the util, but somehow had enough time to recover here towards the end. You're going to see it again. Beautiful shots from the 5-7. But still, it's just beautiful shots on the Noun side. They don't have any rounds so far this half, as NRG have collected 5 in a row.
And calling in a timeout here, which I like a lot here for Nouns. I got to figure out a way to get some of that CG side aggression. I've seen a lot of holds and more passive defenses in the 5v5 that have been punished as NRG make their moves and as they start to find opening duels, right? And that's finally when Nouns decide they want to push, but potentially could be the right route here to try and get those aggressions a little bit earlier for Nouns and try to do it in those 5v5s. We'll see. I mean, now they have Junior back with the AWP once more. Another opportunity for him to use it on this defense. So it could be one of those facilitators of that aggression.
Smoke going to come in here to the B site, thrown by NRG. So they want to give themselves a little bit of space to move in and get in position. What does NRG want to do here? Hex has been playing Lord Troll really well. Over Carson. They kind of do. Carson getting only one, really? Oh, I thought he had the lineup for the second. Rush does manage to get one back, but Breeze punishes him right afterwards. Junior and CJ, the last 2 standing. Junior watching from CT. He could get one here, and there it is. OC unable to challenge him well. Oh, Hex spots the head of CJ. So now he knows that CJ is pushing down bridge. That's so much information. He can say, Breeze, come along. Join me towards A. They're going to wait for CJ. He's going to wait for CJ to come out here. He'll have the edge. No, he fades off of it. Really? Okay. I thought he'd get CJ there, but now you do it. Rotate around. Insta shot onto Breeze. Hex throws the Molotov. He's the last one standing here, Cole, but I think it would have been better for Hex to wait along for that player and then go back towards the opposite site. That's what I thought. I thought it was bait and switch.
Yeah, they're already pressing the issue as well. He's going to get the numbers punched up, but he's going to get surprised. What a great jiggle, though. There's a player on his left. Yeah, certainly is. CJ to seal it barely with any HP, but as I said, it's not Junior starting off the round, but finding a couple of crucial picks, catching just what was a small mistake in NRG's late round when Breeze does so much to knock those entries on the site right there. Get a couple of big duels won here. It's all nullified by this pick from Junior, and those are the mistakes I really thought NRG were kind of cleaning up coming into this season here off the player break, but just one small overstep cost them dearly, and that's going to finally allow Nouns to get the round back and get the first of the half.
I think, to NRG's credit, I've seen a lot less of it since Nitro joined the roster. That's it's rarer now, which I mean is normal for every team to have a misstep. That no one's going to be perfect ever. And I think in that situation, it was just, one moment away from closing out the round. But Nouns, we have to give them credit. They're a solid team, and they can do that. George going to get one onto Breeze after he pops the smoke. Rush traded on immediately. No, George's around the corner too. There we go. The shots are hidden again for NRG, and this time they have the smokes and everything ready to be thrown, likely blocking off visibility for Junior, and there it is. Right after that, OC gets the frag onto Carson. This should be a save called immediately for Nouns. 2v4, you have no money. Don't challenge any further. It's done.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, small mistakes don't matter if you say, hey, we're going to run that execute back, and this time we're going to smoke off the angle, and then they have it's almost a mirror image there of the level of success on the B-side openings. And this time they do have the smoke. This time they do get that side access. No need to play that late round there. No need to create any chaos. Double digits landed here by NRG. Just a hiccup. And they are right back into the driver's seat on this T side. In fact, they could be going for some interesting hunts here. CJ. Oh, you know X wants to chase around that corner right there. Got a lot of cash flow in reserve, but he waits for the flash as well. Let's see if he can find the kill. Not quite. And another one offered up by Junior. Won't be able to chase down Nitro as well, but some good exits from Nouns to hold on to their weaponry.
Yeah, no, they're pretty solid at holding on to their guns in those safe situations. And I mean, Energy could have hunted even more aggressively after that, but eventually they say, okay, is it really worth, you know, reinvesting across the board for this? And the answer to that is absolutely not. So they decide against it. They still win the round. Since that second half, Energy's been on a 6-1 run. Nouns having trouble answering here against this offense. Oh, nice push. Good flash. They get out there. Can they get the frag? Yes. Rush gets it, and he immediately hightails it out of that position because there's no reason to overstay your welcome. They have what they wanted, which is that man edge. NRG still don't have the bomb on their backs here. It's left all the way towards T-spawn, so Automatic's going to be on a mission to go and grab that. He doesn't know how far forward someone might be, so he has to be careful here, especially considering that push. But in the meantime, they are going to gain ground in towards that A site, or NRG, with Hex finding the frag onto CJ, and evening out the numbers at a 4v4. George immediately responds. He's trying to get a follow-up as well. George, oh, beautiful flashbang. Carson, trade comes through. It's back and forth here. Man advantage is something that Nouns do not want to rescind. Unfortunately for them, they've overplayed their hand towards A. Automatic sneaks onto B and plants the bomb for free.
This is going to be really interesting now. Because you got OC playing in a late round here and Automatic alongside him. Two players with a lot of experience here, and OC ready to catch the initial. Carson down early on the retake before his teammates can even get involved right now. And they're still waiting behind this Molotov. Junior has to remain patient before he can inch his way forward. Another Molotov is thrown in, but Junior ignores all caution, runs through the flames, and Rush tries to save, but he burns. And in unison, OC and Automatic will complete the clutch. One from the grave. NRG get 11. And they continue to figure out ways to close out these gun rounds.
Oh man, Rush thought he had it timed right. It's just when that Molotov's fading away, it does even more damage than when it's first up. And you have to be very careful as you walk through it. Junior manages to slip through, but Rush does not have the same fate. And even though everything felt like it was trending well for Nouns in that round, they just put too much emphasis towards the A site defense, and NRG are able to exploit that by Automatic walking onto a vacant site. It was a good gamble from Nouns, I would say, given how much presence they saw, but NRG, a phenomenal call to back off and go back to the other site.
I'm right there with you, and it almost feels like Nouns got punished for the opening pick that they found, because you'd imagine that, you know, that B player was supposed to grab the bomb and come back towards A at one point, but instead the bomb was left in towards spawn, and just like a small detail that, because Nouns found a big pick, gives Automatic an opening opportunity. That's huge. Automatic now looking for another opening opportunity here. And towards middle, putting a lot of pressure on Carson. And again, Nouns continue to aggress on this B side. And I love this adaption that they're leaning in on.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Carson swinging around towards mid, winning that fight against Automatic. He's been so quiet here in this second half. He had 18 in the first half, and now he's only got 3 in the second half. Still up to 21, which is really good, but they need rounds. You're right about this push being effective, though. Carson burning to a crisp, and OC's Molotov. That's not going to help Nouns. And George just misses the timing onto OC. He knows they're here, though. He should be able to get at least one backstab. There's the first. George throwing the Molotov, or incendiary, I should say, towards A main, and flicks around to find his second. There it is. 4v2 in favor of Nouns, but again, the bomb plant has been surrendered, and Nouns aren't really in a position to counter in the first, I would say, halfway point of the bomb being planted. Nitro, a frag makes it only a man advantage, and all 3 players coming from the same angle. They're going to have to play this very well.
They're flying through E-Box. Bree's aware of it now. He hears the footsteps, and he's got Nitro joining forces. Still can bring Temple side, but there's Nitro playing in a nasty off angle, and this time the numbers are going to overwhelm there. A nice attempt from NRG again to save another pose plan, another tough situation. Unable to do so. George Jr. standing too tall. They're going to grab themselves 10 here, keeping NRG away from that you know, map point here.
Yeah, that's a really good job from Nouns, honestly. They started off very well with that opening frag, but this is the difference. George finding the gap in the offense, going on their flank, getting George, and then afterwards, getting one, I believe, onto Hex, and then flicking around and finding the follow-up as the player tried to get into connector. That was what really made things difficult for NRG. Even though NRG still managed to get a plant out of it and make things interesting, Nouns are able to overwhelm with the firepower. So that little push you talked about early on was really the big difference maker and gaining so much information for Nouns.
They continue to do this here. This is what I was talking about in the 5v5 when Nouns get aggressive. They figured out ways to punish the default of NRG, and they keep on testing that B side. They get that early information, and sure, they fade away, but they have stacked the resources in the right direction, and then execute towards this A side is going to be met with a lot of resistance here, a lot of rotations, quick as can be, but the flashes again remain supreme, and CJ doesn't even know where he's looking. As he regains vision, it won't matter here. Carson still ready to turn the corner, but he runs out of ammo as well. It's going to be a man advantage, continued by Hex with the Mac 10. He just chews through them all. And that's how NRG get themselves on the map point and to rub it in. He upgrades onto that AWP and he makes sure to let him know.
Unbelievable play by NRG. And I mean, CJ just couldn't get visibility, couldn't figure out where they were coming from. By the time he sees them, it's over. And Hex, with the Mac 10 of all things, just holds this ground up against an op, rifles, everything. All he needed was the SMG. 12-10 for NRG. They are on for map point. They got 2 opportunities to close this one out. And it's going to be up against 4 MP9s and M4 in this round. Not to say that Nouns can't pull this off. They have many a time before in similar circumstances. Carson gets one, takes a little bit of damage. He's not looking too bad. Now maybe a little bit, because that nade connected on him down to 30 HP. Still, I mean, mission accomplished, finding the opener. He has to be careful not to leave his A anchor, isolated too much here. Are they going to re-aggress mid? Really? Okay, let's see how this pans out. Nitro's kind of waiting for it, and yeah, there's one for Nitro, and the follow-up for Breeze. That was an interesting decision coming through from Nouns. George says, you know what? I'm going to peek it anyway. Why not? Maybe I get something, and he does. Nitro sprayed down from the MP9. There are some guns to recover, too, that I think maybe George is thinking about.
Yeah, really playing like they got nothing to lose right now. Here on the side of Nouns with the risk-taking. Trying to lean on what has worked out in the past, but puts it into a 3v3. It's manageable. And a whole George just snuck underneath the crosshairs. Hex doesn't register that re-aggression, so timing is perfect from the CT side. And Rush may be in hot water, but George going to be pretty quick on this flank here. Well, see how quiet they can be as Breeze does go down quickly. Rush still looking to buy time. And he's done a great job at that. George on that flank, he continues to chug along. And they're not going to expect this to be this quick. George, a brief pick onto the bomb planter, and OC, 10 seconds left, has to figure out where both of these players are, and you're exactly right. There's nothing he can do about it. This is going the distance.
Wow. Wow, Nouns. Like I said, you know, when they get those MP9s up, they can still be very lethal, and they absolutely were. It's just because of how persistent they are in taking those fights. Even though you saw 2 go down and felt like, oh no, things are going to go wrong, George immediately peeks around and finds the follow-up. So there's that 11th round, and they prevent NRG from just going to this next map on a 13th round before they see all 24 rounds of regulation. Now, of course, what's on Nouns' mind is not, of course, giving this round to NRG. It is tying things up at 12-12. Buy-up is okay. Full util, which is important, but they have to accept that they'll use 2 FAMASas here as opposed to being able to upgrade to the A1Ss across the board. And CJ and George have the AKs from that previous round. The buy-up on the other side is actually not that great either. Both teams having to make sacrifices in terms of firepower.
It's going to make for a scrappy 24th round here. Exactly right. The one luxury though here for NRG to lean on is that AWP presence from OC. He's gonna love to have that to try and determine whether or not NRG can close this one out comfortably, or if it requires some extra rounds here. We'll see if Nouns keep up with what they've been doing here. A lot of early aggression, especially towards that B side. And the amount of players that they had early, I thought that was going to remain consistent, but not quite just yet.
Yeah, Carson is way above his usual average in terms of frags per match. Usually around 14.2. He's 24 here, 10 above his average. He is popping off. Let's see if he can do so again and push his team to overtime. Throws that util, realizes it's going to give away his position, so he fades back in towards the site, giving up mid completely. So NRG going to get this space for free, which is a lot to give them because now you have no information as to which site they're going to go to.
They've moved past Carson's crosshair. He has no idea. He was hoping that they would respect that smoke, but instead, it's going to be automatic with a round-winning flank, potentially map-winning flank right now. George, no one realizes this rolling through. Automatic has him lined up on a silver platter, takes the first shot that he can, so now it's just going to be pressure. Rush getting boxed in. You can see the panic starting to set in as Automatic continues his flank, continues to run things down. Rush, there's nothing he can say about it. And Automatic might have just done it here for NRG. The perfect read, the perfect timing, manufactured, and despite how well Carson's been playing, it's going to be so difficult to pull this one back with a FAMAS trying to inch his way forward. A great flashbang, but there's 3 players to turn the corner, and it is enough. Automatic, what a timing found by him, and that will do it for NRG's map.
Yeah, I mean, I respect Carson falling back from mid in that situation, but you've got to keep your eyes glued towards it to make sure that you can relay the information to your teammates and not let someone slip in through Palace, which is exactly what happens. That little gap, that little error. NRG pounces all over it, and for the first time in 4 BO3s, NRG have won the opening map against Nouns, which bodes exceptionally well for them.
I mean, what a difference.
Oh, excuse me. I should say for the first time it wasn't Inferno and it was Anubis. So it's for the first time they're winning a map that isn't Inferno.
yeah. I mean, it's just such a relief right there, especially with that last round here. I think this is what NRG has been doing particularly well, is having the availability here to dig deep, to pull through with some wild calls in the end, and that sort of play from Automatic, running past the smoke and capitalizing on Carson's kind of a fall off right there. It was just so perfectly played. And again, that's NRG's ability to dig deep in these long games.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at the stats here now and see who's close to that estimated frag total after 2 maps. And OC, along with Hext, had a very strong game. But as was the case yesterday, the frags are being distributed kind of equally here for NRG. Breeze fell off a little bit in terms of his first map, but it doesn't really matter, honestly, because he was so very good at key moments that his team was able to really build around it. And sometimes you look at your score and you say, oh, I'm KDR below 1, but it doesn't matter in Breeze's case here. And the rest of the squad did absolutely everything they had to at the right moments. Nitro continues to be good. That's the one thing that stands out to me, right? He's sitting at a KDR of 1. He contributed only behind OC and Hex by 1 frag. That's nice to see.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And then alongside that, maybe Automatic not performing in terms of the numbers, but that last round is going to mean a lot to everyone in NRG, that he was still confident enough, despite maybe not bringing in those digits, to make a play like that and risk it all. So, credit to Automatic for being the key factor in closing out that game for NRG. Take a look on how Nouns is doing. And as you said, Carson really putting up some numbers here. A Anubis specialist map from him right there, and already getting close to the PrizePicks estimated amount there, and 100 ADR to boot.
Yeah, if Carson was one of the players you had your eye on to hit that estimated amount, then yeah, I think you're probably pretty happy right now. No question about that. Junior was also quite good, CJ as well, but it just wasn't enough in a very hard-fought 24 round map. Nouns fall just short. And now they go into, I don't want to say uncharted territory because, like I mentioned, Energy's been winning the first map every single time, and Nouns are getting that reverse sweep. But for the first time, it wasn't Inferno that Energy were able to pick up off of them. It was Anubis here. And now they go into what will be, I think, Ancient, right? And that's a really
Correct.
solid map for Nouns as it had like 15-5 over the last 3 months. So I still feel like they could bounce back here and get it, but they're probably feeling a little frustrated that they couldn't close out Anubis when a lot of things started to go their way.
Yeah, but also you have to take into consideration that they substituted this band for Inferno, and it just felt like the right idea. Try and
Yep.
replicate that success. If you kept on running into that brick wall and you kind of knew Inferno was going to be a problem, and maybe you still don't have the most comfort on Anubis, you put up a great fight, and now you do get to lean on Ancient. It's a very similar scenario to what we talked about with wildcards yesterday, where if you were to bounce back, it's obviously going to be on Ancient. I think the big difference maker is that I think NRG are going to utilize some of that momentum. They're very happy with the way that closed out there, and the little comeback that they had to put together in that second half looked really clean.
Yep. Absolutely. So, with all that being said, guys, we are going to head to a quick break. When we come back, map 2 between NRG and Nouns. All right, and we're back into it. Nouns up against NRG. They're going to be on map number 2 of Ancient. We already talked about this in the pregame, Cole, but this has been a phenomenal map for Nouns over the last 3 months.
Yeah, and it should continue. Again, we still have the question of if NRG can show up and continue to dominate in their own right? Because that's always a possibility. With how well they've been playing here, again, with the introduction of Nitro, it feels like that could be something that we see. But, you know, what Noun showed us here was a lot of fight on Anubis, and, you know, that does offer up some relief that, you know, they should be coming into this one, at least in good form. And if you have Carson playing as well as he is, he's going to be a problem on that map.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, another thing that's going Nouns' way, they've won 8 in a row here on Ancient. It's been absolutely incredible for them. Wild card, they've defeated them twice. Party Astronauts once. Elevate also in the mix there, and Lag and Laser recently. So it's been very good for them here. Over on the other side, this is actually the first. The first official with Nitro in the lineup on Ancient for NRG. They haven't played the map yet in any sort of official capacity. I'm sure they've scrimmed it, but we'll see if all of that practice will be able to pan out into a win against Nouns, which, again, they've had trouble taking maps off of. It's a good sign that they were finally able to take something other than Inferno away from Nouns, but it's still a very tall hill to climb.
Yeah, I mean, overcoming some of the demons in that sense has to feel like such a relief for NRG, who only know the feeling of victory up
Yep.
against Nouns recently, at least on Inferno, but still coming up with some challenges here of like you said, being uh going up against a pretty tough map here. It's both strong, and as you said, this new iteration, it feels like could be a challenge for them. But as we said, I think that Walco, what he's always done very well is bring that playbook over and have excellent ideas to start rounds. So if that trend continues, you know, you could still see that strength being shown from NRG, and especially when, you know, that third map is what we have to look forward to, that decider of Mirage. Like, honestly, I hope that we get to see that, just because it would be a very exciting affair watching the two very strong Mirage teams battle it out.
Well, the odds would dictate that you will get that third map, Cole, because in all 3 of the previous BO3s, they've gone 2-3. But maybe NRG will end that trend here with a victory in map number 2 and finally come out with a 2-0 against Nouns. But I don't know. It's going to be very, very hard fought. I have no doubt in my mind there. As we're about to go live with the pistol round here, guys. Should be into it in just a moment. But I mean, one question, I guess, and you kind of already alluded to it, Cole, is do you feel like Carson is going to have that same form going on to Ancient?
I don't see why not, right? Again, comfortable territory here. I feel like Anubis is a map that suits him very well individually, so that's why I think he offered up a lot of success. But then you talk about like the ability to take early duels and be aggressive and you know, have, you know, facilitated clutches, and you know, those are all specialties of Carson. So I don't see why he wouldn't be able to keep up that performance if he already has a hot hand today. I think it's going to be necessary for Nouns, though, at least in some sense of him to continue to succeed here in terms of individual performance.
And we already talked about his love for mid on pretty much any map that has one, which is every map. So, I mean, maybe not Nuke, but still, he always is, even on CT side, pushing down and trying to get fights there. So we'll see if he's successful. Speaking of successful, Nouns, whoa, walk onto A, but Breeze, a beautiful headshot to at least get George. The thing is, the bomb should almost certainly be planted. Does Breeze survive? No. Rush will overload him with the Glock bullets, but he takes quite a bit of damage over into Donut. Still going to hold that ground, and Junior, the insta headshot onto OC. 4v3 just like that in favor of Nouns. Hex trying to sneak in from Catacombs here. He's got company in Nitro, and they do manage to get out, but the thing is, Nouns are playing so passively, they are forcing NRG to hunt them down and peek around these corners, which is not the best situation, especially for Hex and Nitro, who go down instantaneously. Automatic, last one, it's done. 1-0 for Nouns.
Really smart route right there. Nouns, I mean, knowing that what the best pose plan is on that A side is just having donut control. And once you gather that control on the T side, the round becomes infinitely more difficult to retake. And that identification there, you could see it was always the game plan. 3 players before they even try and plant the bomb, challenge donut. They take the fight before they punch in the digits, and that pistol, it just looks well rehearsed. And that's kind of expectations here for Nouns.
All right, so Nouns Looking to capitalize off of their pistol round victory with a second here. NRG will be forcing up this time. Automatic pokes his head out, takes a bullet to the shoulder, and says, okay, well, maybe I should back off a little bit and let Breeze do his work. They are going to clear for him. Breeze does actually get one. Automatic falling off with that smoke and doesn't get away. Carson will spray him down. That leaves it as a man advantage in favor of Nouns. Tons of space gained towards the A site, and as a result, NRG have to try and close the gaps. Oh, OC, he's going to do more than that. Headshot onto CJ, 3v3.
Okay, OC. He's got that one-shot potential, but it's not with the op right there. And Hex got himself entrenched in towards this A main side of things. Things become a bit more difficult here for Nouns. Find themselves in a 3v3, uncertain of where they want to finish, but it does seem like that lean in towards that A side is going to be the game plan. Rush and Junior looking to meet up with Carson, who has maintained this donut control throughout the whole round. And now as smokes come in, Hex position becomes all the more interesting. He's got to call in for the reinforcements here. He hears all of this utility, he hears the footsteps, and he is going to wait. But they're fully aware of the possibility of this late flank, and we'll see for how long that remains true. They plant the bomb, and immediately I think they're getting tucked in towards donut.
Carson, will he win the fight? No! Hex, the headshot. That makes things a little more difficult. There are other rifles available. Junior takes down Nitro. OC is gone as well. Just as I was saying, they had a chance. It's all up to Hex, and well, he's gone too. Junior, the headshot. Nouns get the 2-0 lead. A lot harder than they probably expected it to be, but a second round is a second round.
Good work right there. Carson with the openers. I can only imagine Junior to finish. You only get a little burst of that, not the full thing.
Alrighty. Carson. Fourth mid. Oh, his teammate's gone. Carson gets the 2K spray transfer, and that makes it a 4v3. It is just up against the pistols. Anti-eco. And no question for Nouns as to whether they're going to win this round. Rush will take care of business, even though OC takes him down to 6 HP. 3-0 in favor of Nouns.
Lovely work right there. Carson already showing that the answer is yes. He is going to keep up his performance. This guy firing on all cylinders out of the gates here. Up against the ecos, yes, but every time you click tab and you see that number continue to rise in this series as well, it's going to be a good feeling. And look at that.
There it is.
Carson surpassing expectations, brought to you by PrizePicks. Hit the check mark. And that makes a lot of sense. He has been incredibly well throughout this whole series so far. Even the loss of George would kick it off. The AK overcomes the A1S, and a little bit of a frustrating death for Breeze, but not the end of the world when OC's still on the bomb site proper. Utility being tossed on in. He's having a hard time managing his way around this Molotov, and the utility just keeps on charging here. OC forced further and further back. He can't escape the flashes. I mean, just completely nullify him. And as he finally regains vision, he figures out he's on 32 HP, and they've already planted the bomb, and he just can't even get out of dodge right there. Nitro is able to recover the op, but what a clinical round from Nouns. That is beautiful util work.
I think the craziest thing here is we're 4 rounds in, and 4 of these players out of the 5 have only died once or less. That is absolutely a nutty stat. And George's down 3 times, but, you know, he takes a lot of fights sometimes, and that's mostly the reason why, but it doesn't matter at all. Nouns have been so dominant in the opening moments, and they're going to chase. Why not? You've got the money. It would be so much more painful for NRG to lose these guns. There's one collected. Nitro hiding with the op. They know he's nearby. Oh, Nitro. It's a no-scope onto Carson. Can he stay alive? No! Oh, what an effort from Nitro to save the op over. Junior is going to collect him, and that will make it 4-0 for Nouns with nothing saved over for NRG. So this next round becomes even more difficult.
Just a statement right there. chasing down those kills, but also a statement in the early A play. The amount of utility and flashes that they threw so effectively. It makes NRG feel like nothing really can go wrong. And as you said, there's just not even really a lot of kills on this CT side to speak of. They've got them so, I mean, that was Nitro's first with the no-scope op on the exit and then quickly getting chased out. So good time for a timeout.
Yeah, they got to calm things down. The one thing that Nouns are not unfamiliar with is losing a first map and clawing their way back into a series and getting reverse sweeps. They are very good at that, which is a new thing, right? Because usually, or I would say maybe 6 months ago, the old Nouns would have been a little more, oh man, we lost that first map and they weren't able to find their rhythm. But the new one has evolved. They've gone beyond their previous selves and they're able to overcome adversity, which is obviously fantastic for them. George down immediately there as I'm talking and rambling about here. So it is an upgrade available for NRG. Carson and the rest of Nouns find all the space onto A, though. Maybe Breeze can pop out here and do some damage with the AK. You have to imagine now. Time, there it is, denies the bomb plant. Immediately traded up, but that's definitely worth it. Unfortunately for NRG, they lose another body, and now there's still tons of utility available for Nouns to secure the plant.
Letting to go around. You got to lean on maybe Nitro with his MP9. They're still so cautious of whenever they plant the bomb. Now it's not making any mistakes in these late rounds. And everything covered here. All bases checked for now at least. Carson kind of backing it on up. And towards CT spawn to continue to hold off this space. Automatic finally gets to the corner and immediately dismissed. Nitro thinking better of it. They're just going to hold on here. Now it's going to grab a quick fifth. We'll see how comfortable it is. I think Junior getting put some pressure. They don't have a lot to lose. So late on the uptick of this retake attempt, and they actually do drop another weapon, which isn't all that bad. And OC with nothing to lose. Gonna look to try to find any damage. But we'll go down with the ship. Junior 9-0 so far.
Yeah, that's that happens sometimes. Junior can do that to you and just be a thorn in your side and not die at all. Right there, hits the headshot onto Breeze after his teammate falls, and I mean, Nouns just doing fantastic work at this point. In the early goings of Ancient, 5-0 in their favor. Now, and the only thing is for Nouns, we never really questioned their potency on their T side. That really was, you know, the side they built their reputation off of and the aggressive style of play they like to employ, which they're mixing up a lot more now, which is why they're such a good team to overcome. The thing is, once they switch over to their CT side is when more question marks arise, and they try to employ aggression, but when it doesn't work, it's because they don't have a second gear. Breeze and Automatic gonna get a quick 2 here to open up the round, and we have a 5v3 for NRG, finally, for the first time.
After a long last, and
yeah.
Finally, it feels like some relief could come their way, but they reroute in towards this B site, and it is a really good distraction to push and pull of attention. Rush still wins that duel on a Nitro. Junior, turns away just in time. And Energy, they coast through that round. The first time, things look very comfortable. They win out in their early mid duels, which hasn't always been the case. It's been, you know, George that's been winning some of those early head-to-heads. But Energy used that to their advantage.
Yeah, that was a little bit tough for the Noun side. You're right. I mean, losing that fight towards mid, Carson, who's been so effective there, goes down pretty much immediately. And Automatic helps take care of business with the rest of his squad. So Automatic, speaking of which, is going to toss that Molotov and nade out towards mid. Nouns waiting for their opportunity to take it, and they're not going to be shying away from it at all. They immediately go back to what's worked for them in the previous rounds, and NRG maybe weren't expecting it because they kind of fell off a little bit, playing more passively. OC's now tucked himself into the corner with the AWP in Donut. And Automatic is holding the fort over at Red Room now. The smoke lands right in his face, so he'll probably have to back off a little bit. But Nouns have the mid control. They often vie for it.
Able to take that successfully again. But, once again, a man advantage manufactured through that mid control. OC was holding the right line. Catches George trying to cross safely. So the same thing here, very similar style of a round from Nouns. try and fight for early mid control, then reroute it in towards that B side. This time only a 4v5 though to bring it back. But also this time, Breeze activating on a flank. So this should be known. But Rush has spotted out a massive gap. He can't get any kills off the back of it though. And a smoke still in between them. Hex fires away for even more. Bomb dropped in front of it. And problems continue to flood through. They can't make it past this smoke. Partially not being covered as well. Hex continues to land headshots, and all the while Breeze running, stampeding on the flank. NRG, they coast their way to a second round, and it's becoming clean.
Oh, Rush is kicking himself. Rush is absolutely kicking himself. If you're going to overlook that first player and play the trigger discipline in that situation, you've got to get the second frag. Or at least, I should say, you got to get the frag on the second player that you see, and it doesn't happen. He whiffs his shots. Hex turns around and instantly dispatches him. Afterwards, Hex gets 2 more. I mean, a 3K for him. We've talked about how great he is. And NRG are on the board with 2 in a row. Noun's reeling a little bit. They're going to call a timeout because these last 2 have not looked good at all. They've lost that conviction they had in the first 5 rounds, and it looks like NRG are starting to make a huge resurgence.
It appears that way. With 2 comfortable rounds where they don't take too many casualties, that's exactly what you need to get your heads back in this game if you're NRG, especially kind of fresh off the back of a timeout as well. You know, stringing things together, winning in some of the places on the map that they've lost in previously. A lot of struggles towards mid. The B defense at least is locked down. Nouns haven't been able to crack that nut just yet. So far the strength is looking more towards those A side execs. They're going to try and run it back towards B once more. This time they're going to get their face early, and trades are good for Nouns. A quick 3v3 manufactured with guns to be retrieved as well.
Oh, Nitro closes the gap, and Cave finds Carson. I don't know if he expects a second to be there, but he's looking at Ramp. CJ fighting him, and yep, doesn't expect the second. Overloaded, down to a 2v2. More damage done slightly on the Nouns' side, but I'm not sure how much of a difference that's going to make. CJ, the tech can be upgraded. There are guns on the ground. They're waiting and holding for a push to come through. They're not planting just yet. Breeze sneaks up ramp. Headshot onto CJ. Now Junior's just going to try and desperately plant it, but actually that was a fake. Comes around, gets nothing. Breeze, the hero. 8th frag found, and a 3rd round for NRG.
Such a smart route on that flank. Doesn't go through that cave side, takes it up the ramp, and he is so quick on these flanks here. It's again another one of these situations where the fact that he has that speed, it gets him a couple of free kills. Catches, downs off guard, saves him that round from kind of getting out of control. NRG had a couple tough trades to start it off, but maintaining space, he's going to keep taking some ground on this A side. Rather assemble on Jiggle Peak, trying to hold on to that utility as long as possible. Usually the mission of this sort of play for Breeze. So the question does become how early Nouns can try and abuse that.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow.
Just a wall bang headshot for Hex onto Carson. Carson's probably a little frustrated after that happens, but a very common spam into that panel. It does not end up in much fortune for Carson. So there's a beautiful 5v4 found for NRG. You don't have to see them to get it. Automatic. Ooh, Nitro getting tagged by Junior, down to 9 HP. Automatic creeps up, gets 1 and fades away successfully. George, he can't really force the issue either. Just throwing some util out. There were 2 players in Donut. This is also a round that's favoring NRG in the early goings.
Really trying to trace that one out, but just not given the luxury. Automatic, so elusive. George looking to recover it through a fight up against Hex, which is not really a fight you like to take. Guy's pretty sharp, and he continues to be so, man. Just too quick with that AK in hand. When he gets it on the defense, it becomes a big problem for you. Rush trying to succeed up the ramp side as well. Great flashes to actually trade things back. And Rush this time able to find the entry. The smoke fades. Rush still firing forward. Managing to make it happen. Junior with an op pick as well. A 5v2 has crumbled into a 2v2 now, and a chance. Again, there's a big flank here. And again, Breeze goes down. Oh my god. Nouns pulling this one back. Junior and Rush out for some redemption. An automatic is position noted, and he's gonna knock down the last kill. Junior retaking control of the round.
5 unanswered frags there for Nouns Jr. Unbelievable stuff. He's up to 13, and they finally end the win streak for NRG at 3. But the problem there, we talked about those rounds where you're like, what is NRG doing? Why does this happen? They're fewer and more far between, but right there is one of them where you're just like, why are you doing what you're doing? Why did you allow that space and taking those fights instead of working as a unit? They're all going for individual fights. And they end up losing a round that was pretty much a sure thing in their favor. Credit, of course, to Junior and Rush for pulling that one off, because impressive shots coming through, but NRG were the ones who should have been able to hold the fort there. So Nouns ensuring that the most NRG can get here is a tied scoreline going into that second half. They want more than that, of course. Breeze firing away. Molotov sails in. He has to give up his position. Trade comes through. Junior getting automatic, and automatic Carson before that. NRG getting really aggressive down ramp. Now they're holding for it too. Rush, a freebie on Dex. I say free, actually. He took a lot of damage. And now Nitro is going to get the insta trade. Back and forth we go again, and Nouns continue to hang on to their man advantage very, very closely.
Yeah, Rush understanding his position right there. Again, catching some of that aggression. Then look what the other side of the map gets. Breeze just walking right into the angle. Now OC smoked off. We've already seen how effective the utility can be from Nouns. So does NRG even want to give this a go? It's again planted for Donut. As I mentioned earlier, it can be too powerful to get past. There's no kit on the CT side either. It's just a save. Yeah, they're just waiting for overextensions, but they're gonna fade out.
Yeah, without the kit, you really can't. You can't afford to go for this one. And given the money situation as well, you just got to save. So, I mean, NRG kind of their own worst enemy right now. In that previous round, it didn't go well for them, even though it felt like they should have had the edge. Now, instead of Nouns just being perhaps more strapped for cash or having more issues, they're sitting pretty. They've got a 6th, now a 7th in their hands. And the lead keeps on getting better for them here on Ancient. I think NRG, now might be a good time to call another timeout.
5v2 is gonna be a big determiner here for Nouns.
Yeah.
That was your pathway back into a more competitive half. Now it's not so straightforward. Couple twist and turns here for NRG to navigate. They have to do it with a UMP, or rather a full mouse now, and a 5-7 for Breeze. But at least giving him some resources here. No longer kind of stuck in that solo A side hold. He's got an opper ready to go, but good read from Nouns. I mean, targeting a bit of a weaker bomb site in terms of the numbers. And Rush has again been able to track a couple of these openings.
Much better now for Rush as well. Well, as I say that, he goes down immediately. Good trade from CJ. Hex trying to support his squad. Flashes out of cave. Can't really make his way out. Smoked off. Finds me in the box. They don't clear it. Hex with 2. Maybe even a 3rd going to come through. Indeed it is. 3-piece for Hex. NRG right back on the board with a 4th round. What a play.
Yeah, Hex just playing that one to perfection right there. Tosses the flash out and buys a little bit of time. But look at this. In the attempt to try and reclaim control, Nouns, they miss one crucial corner, and Hex abuses that fully. What a play. Again, he's just been really sharp. Even in that 5v2, he was the first one to go down. Well, off the back of that round, Junior, with how well he has started things off, has reached PrizePicks expectations, made it to the check mark. And oh, George, now having to watch from the sidelines as Hex uses that utility against the Nitro with the HE to kick it off, and then the finish there from the Molotov.
Carson finds a space, though, going in towards that B site. Automatic trying to support. It's back and forth, and it's going to be a 2v2. Bomb not planted just yet. They got to recover it. There we go. Rush grabs it off the ground. Going to plant the bomb. OC staring, watching, hoping that someone pushes. In fact, maybe he's not hoping someone pushes, throwing that incendiary. He just wants to isolate the angles. Junior just walks right through it, goes down to 28 HP, and now Breeze finishes him off. This is all NRG
Jeez.
now. I'm not sure what happened there, but NRG are going to get the 5th round much closer than I honestly thought it would get. A 5-2 run for NRG, and both of them nodding their heads up and down saying, we got this. We did a great job. We came back into this map when it looked dire.
Yeah, excellent work right there in recovery. It's just one more round where Breeze gets away with the flank. He's been a menace on those flanks up the B ramp. That's another one to the list here. This is what he's been doing throughout the entire half. It just feels like a mirror image of how he has been operating in the successful rounds, at least for NRG, 5 of which they've gotten. So, I mean, it definitely feels like it's going to be frustrating when you do lose a 2v5, but they redeemed themselves with 2 rounds in a row. They're still operating with that deficit. Oh, and there we go. We also got Hex reaching those expectations by PrizePicks, getting himself a check mark as well.
Lots of check marks coming through. A lot of players playing to their expectations, like you said. Russian Junior, speaking of which, going to rack up a lot of frags. George getting in on the mix finally. Only his 3rd and 4th frags of the map, which is extremely surprising for him. But it is going to be NRG taking, or excuse me, that scoreboard is not correct. That is Nouns taking a 6th. It is 7-6 in favor of NRG. Scoreboard operator, wake up, sir.
That's good.
Please
now.
fix.
Should be.
Okay, thank you. I just noticed this thing. Actually, it is 8-5. I was the one who was wrong, so I apologize, Chaz. Russian George gonna be pushing out here. This Carson moving his way up.
They just claim a lot of ground here. NRG more so setting their sights towards this next gun round, but maybe they can do some damage. There's actually no help for CJ at all. And if they were to have capitalized, if they were to have just, gotten one trade, even if it came at a sacrifice, they had a chance at the bomb plant. Now, they're going to route back in towards where they have to retake all this space. Junior's on dual Berettas, but that's all to set up his AWP early purchase. And it can be very effective up against Glocks.
Yeah. I mean,
as we saw from the last round.
Exactly. I mean, it's really not a bad play for him. He does this very, very often where he just favors the pistol in these second rounds so he can get the op sooner. It's the one he's the most effective with on every single map. Automatic, going to get the Glock shot onto George. And as I say that, of course, he should be most effective with the op on every map since it's his role. But still, I mean, even on maps where you might lean towards the AK more or the rifle, or excuse me, or the M4, like Inferno, for example, on T side, he still goes for the op, and it makes sense. He just can make it work anywhere. CJ going to be waiting here on the A site. Got the MP9. There's 1, 2, 3. Finally dropped by Nitro, but I think they're going to be able to take him down before the bomb is even planted. There it is. Carson finds the last, and Nouns rolling along on their CT side, where we had a lot of questions for them, right, coming into this map because of how poor their performance was on that side of the map on Anubis, at least in the early goings.
Be able to build up some foundations here. Starting off that CT side with the, immediately Junior having tools with AWP, especially if the game plan here from Nouns is to play a bonus of sorts with Russian and Carson George. Leaning on that op who has already been playing incredibly well so far. It's a great idea. NRG going to use another timeout. I think understanding the implications of a round like this right here in the MR12 environment, they know that a lot's on the line in terms of success. If they win this round, they'll be able to, get closer and closer to closing the distance here between Nouns. But if they let it slip without, a bomb plant or damage, the implications could be that it's going to be a very difficult comeback.
Oh yeah, without question. This round is critical for NRG. They will have, I think, full loss bonus kicking in, so that's okay economy-wise, especially T side, but they need this. They really do. They got to cut into this lead. Nate sails through, connects on automatic for a little bit of damage. Could have been worse, honestly, given how close he was to it. On the downside, they're scrapping together whatever they can in terms of rifles. It would be 3 of them, a FAMAS, an M4, and the AWP, and 2 SMGs, MP9 and UMP. Text. Oh, catches off one. That's George gone. His 15th frag coming through here. He could even re-peek it to try and get another crack at it, but Junior on the other side drops automatic with the big green. Carson peering around, knows there's a target close by, but he can't lock his crosshair on, so he will be falling back in towards B, in fact, to support what will be a very lonely Rush who needs the help.
He's taking the risk, though, and he does have the help. Carson comes through just in time to distract, and Rush playing around that smoke incredibly effective, but the trades rolling out from Nitro and Breeze give him an opportunity to set up an opposed plant. And quick on the re-up here for CJ and Junior. As they look to chase things down. Planting their feet even further here. It's scary for Junior right now in this position. 1 inch forward, and that could be a pick off from Breeze. They're still patient. And you know what? CJ wanted to give Breeze a taste of his own medicine right now in this post plant. Nitro turns just in time, though. That internal block from Nitro ticking, and Breeze peeks off the back of it. It was just a little too slow. It gave Nitro enough time to calculate where the flank was coming through from. And NRG going to win that crucial round.
I thought CJ had enough time to pull that one off, though. Yes, Nitro does flick around and react effectively, but oof, CJ is going to want that one back, no question. NRG do indeed come through at that critical juncture, get their 6. They keep Nouns off of double digits. They make their economy, they put their economy in a really tough spot because now you see the force buy from Nouns. Yes, you get a couple of rifles off this, but everyone else on either SMGs or pistols. So if NRG wins this follow-up, then we're probably looking at another very extended regulation between these two teams. Nitro and OC. Oh, George, opener. Gonna get a boost going here. Just to get visibility without being spotted, I suppose. Anyway, CJ waiting around big box. He's got the P250. They're overlooking it. You gotta check this angle, guys. Oh, CJ's gonna get so much information. Pops around a freebie. A second no. Not in the cards for him, but Carson will strike true onto OC, and this is quickly falling apart for NRG. Breeze and Automatic, the last two. Breeze does manage to get one onto Junior, but that is going to be all he gets, and the rest of his team falls by the wayside as well. Rush, the 2K, Nouns on to double digits with a very tough buy. They make it work.
Wow, yeah, I mean, just a beautiful start, and this is all CJ needs to do is buy his time and communicate to his teammates what's going on the other side of the map there. They've already got a man advantage. If he gets a kill and gives them the alarm bells that they need, and as you can see, he did both of those things, the rest of the roster gets involved. Rush gets a couple of kills to add to his tally, which he, again, continues to do incredibly well on this map. And Carson, again, now left to the task of fighting forward towards middle. A lot of damage done. But a 1-for-1 trade is established here, not for long as Rush fires away there. George gets to play off that. And it looks like it'll stabilize for Nouns.
Well, it's Nouns in the second half, blanking NRG this time. In the first 3 rounds, maybe 4. I say that, but I just realized NRG did manage to get 1. But still, it's been very dominant from Nouns.
Yeah, like it just feels like a hiccup before
exactly.
Nouns regain control. Second half continues to look clean. My question is, what's the money situation going to look like? I mean, Nitro went down a little bit low on the money. So even coming up in this next one, it's not going to be super clean.
Automatic. And Nitro. Probably dead to right. So Nitro. And there. George sprays them both down. 2 more for him. Starting to get back up to some normal numbers for George. And Nouns, well, they got a big number on the board in 11 over only 6 for NRG. Quite the lead they've built up for themselves, and another critical round for NRG. We thought, right, Cole, after they won that 6, that things would start trending in their favor, but they lose against the very light buy for Nouns. Yes, there were 2 rifles in the mix, but even then it felt like NRG should have been able to get the job done. They just overlooked their corners. They completely forgot about the fact that there is a back sight on A that you have to clear, especially that big box. And it's been, I think, 3 times that a player's been there, so it's nothing that's necessarily new. OC going to get 1 and the second. There we go. That's what they needed, individual play to spark them a little bit. Automatic catches Carson looking the wrong way, and now Rush is gone as well. A quick play works out beautifully for NRG, at least so far. You don't want to give all the fights to CJ here. You know where he is, just go to the opposite site. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
That should do the trick right there. OC also having himself a bit of a tough map. That 2-piece, though, does keep them at least away from Nouns gathering 12, putting themselves on to map point here to take it into a third. As I imagine CJ going to save, but also CJ going to reach those PrizePicks expectations of him. More than 26 kills. Made it to the check mark. He gained a check mark right there. The seal of approval.
Oh.
Does it count if it's an exit kill though? You know?
Yeah, I mean,
I guess it does.
Yeah.
He dropped the op. He's trying to get it back. He dropped the op up there at the start of this save, and then he realized, oh wait, I'd kind of like to have Junior with that. Unfortunately, the HE did not go far enough. It's goofy.
Yeah. Well, NRG, I mean, they're winning the important rounds, right? When everything's on the line, it's just they got to get that follow-up now. They need another here. And, I mean, Nouns have kind of a similar vibe as they did when they got their 10th. But this time it's only 1 rifle instead of the 2 previously. Automatic. Ooh, gives away the audio cues and then backs off here.
Some space to be gained here towards middle. Mike's looking to take that back. His again, been super influential on this T side and on the defense. It continues to be sharp. Mostly trying to spot out what their AK is right now, and DJ just planting his feet, covering all of A side, saying, "It's up to you, pistols, to keep them at bay." So what sort of job they can do in that department? Still no fights being given over just yet. Oh, wow, there's the AK dropping to the floor right there. CJ gets dealt.
Oh.
And it comes stumbling afterwards there. With these Hex, with the free ecos, Junior, whatever he can find is a luxury. But I doubt he'll get away with too much. Hex spots him out. Trap kill. No, boxed in there. OC will actually be the one to find it, and we'll get back in towards the gun rounds here.
Alrighty, NRG, much cleaner there. Which is what they needed a little while ago, but luckily for them, this one's not over. Noun's going to call a timeout to talk things over. This time it's a critical round coming through on their side. And another check mark, PrizePicks check mark coming through there. Nitro, who I didn't think would hit that, actually. It does. Over 27.5 kills. And he's sitting right now at only 10. It was the previous map where he actually performed quite well.
We're at 18 and 18.
More. Yeah, yeah.
I'm doing very well. Felt like he was just super consistent on that last map. And right now,
hey,
Just Cam, can we get a quick squeal?
Yeah. Well, maybe another time. Oh, there it is.
There you go. And all the energy is back here. We'll see if it can maintain for NRG. The team here is automatic. It seems like he's keeping it up here. Continues to fire away through middle. And a double entry with the ground gained here. He's not happy to stop with just 2, though. Wants to challenge up against the AWP, and that is what will put a pin in it. Slowing down his reign of terror in middle.
George. Oh, George is gone. Nice shot from Nitro. 4v2 now. And hold the phone. NRG are mounting a little bit of a comeback here. Smoke gonna get tossed. Maybe Rush will be able to shut down this attempt, but he's the only one left for now, so he'll absolutely have to. I mean, he's kind of stuck too. He needs to fight. There's really no path towards a save at this point. He could fade away maybe in towards CT, but he's too far up. They're going to spot him up before he manages to escape. So Smoke is going to fade. Another check mark. PrizePicks check marks comes through for a Rush now. And he actually, oh my goodness, he could win this. They've overlooked it. Throws the smoke. Hex gone. Rush. He could stick to the fuse. Oh no, he decides not to and takes the fight instead. That got way too scary for NRG. Are you joking me?
Okay, Rush really giving him a go. That is an incredible attempt. Honestly, if he had the kit, there'd be a lot more pressure, and I think that's the reason you see NRG kind of panic to chase him down. Had no idea. And just a couple of kills to be a thorn in the side of NRG, make that round a lot more uncomfortable than it was. Either way, though, it is 9. It's becoming a lot more of a close game than I expected. Nouns not quite hitting that finish line just yet either. Not gathering themselves up to 12.
Wow. I mean, not a sure thing, of course. Nothing is in Counter-Strike, but it feels like NRG should be on to double digits now. Automatic. Automatic. Clear the corner. Good. Good job, Automatic. Disciplined. Making sure that George will not be able to get the jump on him. Breeze. Waiting out this smoke as well. NRG are really taking their time in a round. They have to know that Nouns is limited in terms of buy-up, but they don't want to take any chances.
Too experienced to be caught surprised there, and again, what could just be a comfortable round. Lucy's op does fall, but easily recoverable. AWP, hold on to, maintained. Again, it is that double digits mark here, hitting 10. Exciting stuff for NRG to hang in there. But for now, it's, panic starts to set in because you're mapped down. And there you go, we got another one.
Oh my goodness.
Automatic.
Are we going to get everyone?
More than 26 kills again with the PrizePicks check mark right there. It feels like we could, just because we just could get 48 rounds, right?
Exactly. The more rounds,
that's way more than we got yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, the question becomes, do we get more than this after this point, right? Because NRG, if they do manage to fumble here, then Nouns will push it to a map 3, and then, well, we'll see who'll be able to close it out in a deciding map. But we're not there yet. NRG still a chance to get the 2-0, which hasn't happened between these two teams in the previous 3 engagements. Rush, smoking off Cave. Nouns with 3 players, and now Breeze has hit beyond 30.5 frags. This is absolutely nuts. Yesterday, we didn't see this at all, but you're right. The fact that we're going 24 in the first 2. Nice shot from Junior onto Automatic as he hits the off shot despite being a little hindered from the flashbang. Swings around, tries to get Breeze as well. This is the player you want hitting in these types of situations when your backs start to become against the wall.
Yeah, and he just instantly regains on this angle as well. There's 35 seconds left. You've got an A main lurk, but the bomb is on the other side of the map and it's just been smoked off. It really starts to feel like a one-way street towards the A side. It's their only option. 25 now on the clock. Junior clips another. Breeze watching from the sidelines, and a molly gets tossed in towards Donut. I don't know if they can even make an effort. They've got to, though. They can give it a go. They've got money to spare. So they're going to still try and charge forward, but Junior lands even more, and he's setting up for his teammate in the back of Big Box. CJ, the round's secure. He will secure the round. It doesn't matter what's done right there. 2 kills on the finish, and that'll do the trick.
Wow. Fantastic play from Junior. Attracts so much attention that he keeps all of it off of his teammate who was just hiding behind the box the entire time, waiting in the wings to strike. And CJ does exactly that with the final two. So Nouns are going to hit map point here. 12-10 in their favor. 2 rounds left. NRG, let's see if they can come back, push us to overtime. Otherwise, we're heading to a third map. NRG, 4 AKs, and the AWP, plenty of cash in the bank for them to work with. Rush, turn around back and forth. Oh, a tag from OC through the wall and into the leg of George. It's only enough to get him down to about half health. OC waiting for him to peer around once more and hopes he can finish the job as an incendiary lands right next to him. Heavy lean for NRG towards the B site.
Resources here. Spent in that direction. OC continues to hold the line, and HP continues to dwindle for some of these B players. Rush looking to finally take some contact here and catches out Nitro. Junior continues to succeed as well with a pop shot onto automatic, but the site does come collapsing quickly thereafter. Junior just making it into the site in time, but not shooting in time to take care of Breeze. And CJ might be in a position where he has to save. And my God, do NRG have a tantalizing prospect ahead of them here in terms of trying to take it into overtime, because this one saved rifle is going to be the case here for sure, but the rest of the roster doesn't have crazy money to work behind this.
Wow. I was convinced it was over. I thought everything was trending towards Nouns. What a recovery from NRG here onto that B site. And now, you're right. Nouns aren't going to have that much money to work with. CJ, the rifle, maybe Carson can afford one as well. Might have to settle for FAMAS, but you're probably going to see a mix of SMGs and pistols heading into this final round. Yeah, so Carson will be able to get an M4. Maybe even Rush can squeeze one through, but he might have to sacrifice a bit of utility. Shouldn't be that bad for them. But still, NRG, when it counts most, they get it.
Hanging in there incredibly well. I was with you. I didn't think that they would have this much strength in this comeback effort on this T side. Especially how things started here. Now it's set the tone in this half. Energy's covering. Can they do it for one more round as an entry flies their way? Breeze down to 3 HP, but they've got the man advantage. Breeze is going to make this move. I thought his teammate was going to HE him down right there. CJ getting caught a little bit uncomfortable.
I think he gave away his position. No, he didn't. CJ is going to get the headshot onto Breeze.
Oh.
3v3. Okay, now it's not out of this yet. Rush spots out Hex trying to sneak his way down lane into the B site. NRG decide to go and hit A. Still have to worry about Junior. He's only got the scout this time, though. No big green available. Not that he can't be lethal with this one, especially with automatic down to 17, but OC says, I got the big one. I got the green gun. You're done, Junior. Automatic the headshot onto CJ, and it looks like overtime is indeed on the cards unless we see something absolutely insane from Rush, and we, unfortunately for him anyway, will not. 12-12 all tied up. Here comes OT.
What a fantastic way to finish right there. NRG hang in there. And CJ might have the most wholesome room. Can we go back to CJ there? I want to see all the plushies. Look at that. Got the setup right there.
Damn, very nice.
That seems like a comfortable corner.
He's trying to compete with me, I see.
Yeah. I mean, you could just sit back and relax right there.
That's pretty cozy.
Seems like it. But not so cozy in the server, I fear.
Oh, sorry, chat. Chat, you're mean. Stop it. Nitro. Around half health. I think it's a great setup, CJ. I think it's awesome. Be who you are. Don't shy away from it. CJ. Waiting with the M4. Hoping for contacts here. 1st to 16 in this overtime. We'll take it. If we're tied at 15-15, we go on for double OT. NRG clawing their way back into this one. They were down, what was it, 10-5, right? At one point, and managing to get back to this point is impressive in and of itself. The most competitive we've seen them here against us. Oh, wow, what a time for Breeze to peek out. Carson, though, comes back, gets only one. I thought that was going to be a 2K spray down for a moment, but the man advantage is there for NRG. Shadow spotted for OC, and George is his latest victim. Junior, last one standing in a 4v1.
I just don't know if he'll be able to really get involved here. In fact, he'll get chased down. And they've got so many players hunting down this final kill that it's a little concerning how far removed they are from the bomb site proper. But Junior still, he doesn't know that, right? So, chased out. Another quick pick. Wait a second. Oh, that HG right in his noggin.
Oh, wow.
Nitro throws a heat seeker, and that'll be how NRG closed it out. I will say, it could just be, you know, it looks like there's another setup behind them. So chat dunking on CJ right there. Probably just don't know about girlfriends, I will say. Yeah. So
whatever. Either way. Even if it is or it isn't, that's not the point. If he wanted to do that, he could. No problem. OC is going to hit the check mark, the PrizePicks check mark coming through. Oh, man. Who's left that hasn't hit the check mark?
I don't know.
I got to check. Maybe we can get that from production here.
Wow, George.
Hearing it might just be George that hasn't hit that check mark. Everyone else has. Yeah, he might.
He'd have to get to 15 or something. Can't remember how well he did on Anubis though.
We'll get that conversation. Okay, well, Carson's going to get a couple here. We'll get back to that, guys. 2 headshots through the smoke, in fact, and Hex manages to respond for 1. But Nouns trying to tie this one up at 13. George fades away into the B site off of that initial engagement. Hex going to throw some util and then charge right on through the smoke. Zero hesitation on his part. They want to try and get some quick B control. George has the reinforcements now, so he can reaggress a little bit. NRG waiting for that bomb to arrive before they actually go for their execute. OC likely going to go to the ramp. Nitro spamming through the panel, hoping to connect on something, but doesn't. And now Hex has ensured that no one is holding from long B, but short B is an unknown, and a big one at that, because there's 2 players waiting there.
Gonna be put on Hex's shoulders here. The great utility being tossed out in response to the util from NRG. It is doing a good job of keeping that at bay, but flying past that smoke, George just disrespects it. Gonna gather himself a 10th kill. And CJ charging forward here, looking to go hot on the chase while the bomb is being planted. But this 2v3 becomes a little more dicey. Nitro can't get out of this position. They've done such a good job of boxing him in, and there's a Molotov that can still be tossed in his location. And the matter is, when is he going to finally toss it in? There it goes. Fire underneath his feet, leave him with no options, and Hex has to find all the kills here. Lines up a first, but then the trade is instant. And Nouns will respond.
Couldn't get the spray control there for Hex. He's been so good in those type of situations, finding headshots at critical times and even getting great spray control. But in that moment, it was just too tall of an ask with 2 players coming from one angle, but one from another, and he got overloaded. Nice attempt from NRG, but better response from Nouns in the post plant. So confirmation here, George has to hit 14 frags to get that check mark. So keep an eye on that, folks. He is 4 away. We still got a few rounds of overtime left to play, that's for sure. And he did get 1 in that previous one, helping his team out. Maybe even 2. Anyway, NRG charging out in the last round of the first half of overtime. Through Nitro going for that panel spam again and actually gets some in return. And Junior the opener onto Breeze with the big green. CJ just throwing some stall utility out. Keep energy at bay, but Rush wants to take the initiative, finds 1, maybe a second indeed. Rush gets the bomb at his feet as well. This could not be going better for Nouns.
What a time there. Rush charging down that B side. They've been getting away with so much on this T side for control, and finally there's a gap that they can take care of. Junior opens it up, Rush looking to seal it. And Automatic and Hex stand in resistance of this. Of letting Nouns reclaim this lead very quickly. It was a wake-up call, NRG, getting 13 before they could. It seems like they've woken up. The timing. They throw another smoke down, but that opens up Hex for a quick pick. Automatic charges forward right there, and we'll offer up another kill as well, but he doesn't expect Rush. Even though, you know, maybe slip the gap on him, it'll still be Rush sealing it in and finishes the job with 3 kills in total.
Well, at least keeping it interesting there, our NRG. But yeah, Nouns are going to take a lead into the second half. Of this overtime, it's still quite a slim one. But they're hoping to make up for the fact that they allowed NRG to even get to this point. Round number 4 of overtime. NRG going to switch sides. They are on CT. Nouns the same on T. Smoke's immediately out for that probably attempted mid-take. They love to get some space towards mid, but instead actually they got 3 players charging into A main, making absolutely no secret of it. OC's waiting with the AWP. He's the only player on the site proper. Breeze is there as well, but he's in Donut, so he's going to need to shift himself about a little bit to get those reinforcements in place. There's some sort of fake, I think, from Nouns towards A, and they're drawing some attention. 2 players in Donut now. George saw the head. I think he did, of that jump, so he knows there's a player over in red room. Gonna push beyond this smoke. Breeze ready and waiting for 2 frags. CJ gets one back, and then a follow-up on OC. That's a big miss. Hex is able to support to keep the numbers in their favor, but it's going to be, well, I was going to say tough, but that nade connects with Carson, so CJ is the last one standing. He does have the bomb on his back, and the potential of isolating 3 1v1s given the position that NRG are in. They're not really playing off of each other. Maybe you could say that for Automatic and Nitro, but Hex is completely alone. CJ looking in the right spot. Oh yeah, he did see him. Molotov's gonna come out. And no, still can't get it, even with the information in the Molotov. Hex gonna get that frag, and NRG are tying it up once more.
Big up right there from Hex. But Breeze, again, another monumental multi-kill from him. Especially if you talk about, you know, just a small op shot being whiffed there by OC. If he doesn't find that impact, it could have been stampeding in towards that A side and a bit of loss of control. Avoid that scary reality. And it's all tied up again. 14-all. Is NRG going to give themselves an opportunity to close out this series on Ancient? Did not expect for them to even have a chance to get there.
Oh, OC with the quick peek over top the smoke. Rush his victim. Carson trying to make up for it, but Incendiary is going to force him back. In the meantime, though, the actual attack is going to happen towards the A site. 3 players there. Now is trying to pull the rug out from under NRG, but NRG are still here. Automatic and Breeze combining for 2. Breeze doesn't get the follow-up, but the rest of the Nouns squad does fall, leaving it all up to Junior in a clutch situation with the AWP in his hands. I'm not even sure if he's going to go to the rifle.
I mean, you'd like him to trust his ability with this op and this sort of clutch right now. Has a 1v3, and he feels the pressure to make a move here, but he's in the open right now. Wide open. It's only a matter of time before Hex catches his back turned. Finally going to adjust, but OC was watching it all the while. He doesn't get a chance to even fire off a shot before NRG, they do it. They claim themselves series point.
Well done from NRG. They're all in the right places at the right time, and it starts with that. OC, the opening pick. Afterwards, Automatic and Breeze playing very well off of each other, leaving Nouns in a tough situation with only 2 players left standing, but on the periphery, Nouns lose their second to last one, leaving it all up to Junior, and at that point, it was just too much for Junior to deal with. It was actually the op duel against OC that does him in. So NRG, like you said, map and series point on the cards. Only have one of them, otherwise we're headed to double overtime. Nouns going back to that strat with 3 players towards A main, 1 into mid throwing util. And now it looks like everyone is just going to toss some utility, get things organized, and get ready for what will be an A execute, and also what could be the last round for Nouns here in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series #1.
Yeah, OC in the right position. Last time we saw him here, though, he was systematically forced off the line. This time, look at this readjustment rolling through here. They've got a stack towards middle that are eager to reclaim it. George, he's past the line, but he falls early. He's the first to fall there. The lurk taken care of. But also OC being left on an island. The utility again looking good on the side of Nouns to get past this. There's nobody in Donut, but one activating fast on this flank. Carson going to claim Donut control though, so this might not all that matter that much. Bree's going to be quick on their heels, and that's going to be a big factor to keep an eye on, and it will come through. Junior down and out, watching from the sideline as the rest of his roster tries to clutch up another 2v5.
Oh!
And now a 1v3 as Carson in a flash is left last man standing. They're expecting a flank, a lot of them as well. Attention's turned that way. Heck's going to finally tap it. Carson needs to isolate. He's strong in Donut, but OC going to be the one to put a cap on it. And NRG hang in there for an ancient victory and finally a 2-0 sweep over Nouns.
Yeah, and the first 2-0 between these teams in the last 4 BO3s. Well done from NRG. The Nitro buff comes into effect, I guess, because they could not find an answer against Nouns on any map other than Inferno, and right here, they beat them on Anubis and Ancient. So well done from NRG. A very well-called T-side, I would say, and that recovery on their T-side was impressive, to say the least. Nouns, we're going to wave goodbye to them as NRG have booked their ticket into the grand finals. That being said, I think we can check out the stats here for the total between the two maps. Maybe they'll come up a bit later, but as soon as they're ready, guys, we're going to show them to you. I can't believe that 9 of the 10 players hit their check marks, though, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense considering the amount of rounds that this 2-0 had. As you can see, NRG, everyone hitting their marks here in the series. Everyone surpassing PrizePicks expectations, which is just fantastic from NRG. I feel like what you're talking about with Hext is a level up in performance here in this series, especially in the comeback on his T side, finding those entries on the defense when it came down to really recovering that defense. I mean, that B bomb site was on lock, wasn't it? And he was a key facilitator of that.
Absolutely. No, Hex 48. I mean, 10 above anyone else in his team. Plus 14 kill to death differential, 83.45 ADR. Absolute pop off performance from him. And the great part about this NRG roster, I think a lot of the NA rosters now, though, but them in particular, is they have so much firepower. I would even say they got a bit of a firepower buff with Nitro joining, which I didn't necessarily expect, but that's what's happening. On that first map had 18, slowed down on the second map, but still 35 total. He's in the middle of the pack, and as the IGL, that's really, really good. Let's switch over and check out how it went down for the Noun side. And Junior and Carson were very effective. It was so close, right? We went the full 24 rounds on both maps into overtime on map number 2, but Nouns were the ones who couldn't find the answer this time up against NRG, even though Carson played his heart out on both maps.
Yeah, that he did, and Junior really leveling up his performance on Ancient as well. As you mentioned, this felt like Nouns, they had so many different chances to close out there. But this is the NRG we've been seeing. Now, this is a 14-map win streak off the back of the player break, right? They've been winning every series now. I mean, these are, I think, the first 2 best of 3s they've played back into it, but they are absolutely rocking it in ECL as well. And now they're starting to do this versus some very difficult teams. And as you had brought into this, like talking about the history between NRG and Nouns, the struggles that this roster has had in the past, and especially the adversity that they have to overcome in Ancient here today, it feels like more and more so this is proof of concept. Nitro, I mean, I think it was everyone's expectations that this team was going to level up with his leadership.
Absolutely. So first semifinal done. It is going to be NRG moving on to that grand final. But we're going to be having a second semifinal coming up in a little bit, guys. Before we do, we got some thank yous to say, though, of course. The NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select at least 2 stat projections and pick more or less to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, if you click the link below on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account, they will match your first deposit up to $100. That means if you deposit $100, you get an additional $100 to play with. Type !REVIVAL into chat to learn more. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Cup is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all the divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have that second semifinal ready to go. All right, we're back here. Series number 2, semifinal number 2 coming at you guys, and it will be up between Wildcard and Elevate, Cole. And I mean, Wildcard impressed us a lot yesterday. I think they looked like the team to watch out for here in this PrizePicks NA Revival series.
Yeah, I mean, if you have two players playing on high peak and you're able to take down party astronauts, it makes me believe, that you actually can take down the best teams in North America, even despite that problem, which I wasn't sure coming into this bracket if that was necessarily going to be the case. It is, though. It is. That's what we saw out of them so far. And that means that Elevate going up against this roster that's looking really in form there. That's made some big roster changes. And obviously, again, Elevate coming into this have made some switch ups. I would say a little bit like less exciting. It's more so kind of leaning in on what has been the
Rob, you got to stop it.
It's the man.
What's
right
Rob
there.
cooking here?
God, that
Goodness me.
That is nightmare fuel right there.
Jesus.
Wow.
Well, if this doesn't motivate you, Frankie, to get a picture up, I don't know what will. But yeah, couldn't find anything on him. But either way, Frankie is going to be the player taking Dia's place. We don't actually know why Dia was cut from Elevate, right? We just heard that it happened, and it was like, I think 4 days ago that he was cut, and then Frankie, who you can see on your screen right there, guys, took his place, and he's actually been pretty solid.
Yeah, I always feel like Frankie can actually operate very well on this team and with these players. It feels like a team that he has had some history with in the past there in terms of his comfort. And so it's not all that surprising to see him succeed. Again, it's a little bit disappointing that one of the more exciting oppers in the scene is no longer playing for Elevate. I was always quite fond of watching Dia play in the server. But you know who else I'm fond of watching? It's Dare. I like him on the op, and now that he's going to be back entering into that role, I have high expectations that he can also perform quite well, because that's what he showed us in the past here. And while he was able to do it on both rifles and the AWP, it feels like he can still maintain some control. So it's not the biggest of deals that this roster move has taken place. It just has left our heads scratching.
Yeah, but it left us wondering. I think I believe since he was dropped from the roster, Dia, that is, they've only lost one map, and that was against Boss in Challenger League Season 48. Outside of that, they've been victorious, so I don't know. We'll see how this one goes. Anyway, switching over to Wildcard, you got those two guys, those two Swedes. Fozy and Susp are the ones to keep an eye on here. They've been incredibly good for this wild card side. Yesterday, we thought their ping would impact them up against the tougher competition of the party astronauts. It didn't. At some moments, it looked like there wasn't even a ping disadvantage.
I'm right there with you. That was what it appeared to be. They found themselves fighting their way through those disadvantages in everywhere besides what we knew what was going to be a problem, or at least thought it was going to be a problem, and it was Inferno. They obviously have their struggles, and that's been in their history. It's been in their past here, and maybe they still haven't quite locked in that in terms of their map, but it definitely feels like they have managed to take on one of the tougher teams, and that's what I'm very excited about.
All right, let's jump right into the PrizePicks analyst segment, go through this quickly for you guys, and show you each side. First, we're going to talk about wildcard. Cole, go at it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, as we had mentioned coming through from yesterday, it feels like JBA, who actually wasn't like the biggest of pieces in terms of the victory, in terms of the 2-1, he definitely still showed his full mechanical ability. So, of course, you're going to want to keep an eye out for him in terms of expectations and performing well, dropping those numbers. On the other side of things here, again, Sonic has been doing very well, bringing in these two new Swedes. I think it's been a very comfortable transition for him as well. So, obviously, the trio of the op presence in the server alongside Sonic and JBA feels like a really powerful trio.
Yeah, definitely. I think Sonic, honestly, is one of the players to watch for sure. He's always been pretty consistent, I would say, and one that they can rely on to kind of give them those frags all the time on any map that they're on. JBA as well. JBA is more of that explosive star potential though. And I think he continues to impress us in North America. It feels like he's the next one to kind of hit that stride that Malbs did with M80 and might be the next one plucked away from NA by one of the tier 1 teams. We'll see, but I love watching JBA. I honestly feel like he's got something special going on his side. So yeah, no, wild card. Those are my two picks, honestly, to keep an eye out for. Let's switch over to the other side and talk a little bit about this Elevate squad. And I mean, for me, I don't want to say it's changed a little bit, but it has. It has. Dia used to be the player I would keep an eye on pretty much every single match since he joined up with Peeping. But without him there now, you can still look at Peeping as a potential pop-off performer, but it probably leans more into Dare and Snav, who have always been pretty solid.
Yeah, yeah, I'm right there with you. I got distracted by the laser pointer there, but no, I 100% agree there.
The ADHD kicking in there, Cole.
Yeah, there for me definitely operating with the AWP is going to be a big deal now. I think again, I never really complained about him transferring over to the rifle role when I saw the potential of Dia, especially versus some of the tougher competition in the ECL level. I think that's where Dia really thrives compared to Dare, but also Dare has shown me that he can do it all. He can rifle, he can op very well, and as he gains more experience, it just feels like it's more and more likely that this team is going to thrive. Shane's one of those players as well, that I really rate for his ability over the last 4 years to really become such a lockdown anchor. He's such he understands his role so well and has for such a long period of time that I always really do have a lot of faith that even if he doesn't have the most kills in a server, that when he is at least doing his job, it's done well.
Yeah, no, I mean, that sums up pretty much my thoughts on Shane as well. I think that overall, this Elevate side still has a lot of firepower to offer. It's just that they lost one player that actually made this roster a lot more interesting. And I still wish we had the story. We're still waiting to figure out what happened to Dia, why he's not playing. Is he going to another team? I'd love to know more. But for now, we're going to have to be left in the dark and not have an answer there. Let's talk about these two teams. And in fact, in terms of playing each other, and it's been a while. I think it's been back until April. That was the last time they faced off against each other, and it was in Challenger League, and they split the series. So, again, though, those were different rosters. I don't know if it's necessarily as relevant anymore. Probably not at all, given that it was 3 months ago. And okay, we get to look at Frankie's image again. Rob just sneaking that one in there. I know he can't help himself, but yeah, no, like in terms of the matchup, I think there are a few unknowns. I would kind of lean towards wildcard based upon what we saw from them yesterday, though.
Yeah, I think they're the ones that are making the more proactive move there. Maybe wildcard or rather elevate in the offseason having to make a reactive move,
Yeah.
considering the obviously, like, again, whenever you see that roster change take place and it's like kind of after the player break, it's always really interesting because you expect those to happen kind of earlier on. But that's kind of my reason as to why I'm backing wildcard. I feel like they'll be very comfortable in that department in terms of they've already proven that ping is not an issue versus some of the toughest competition in ECL. Is that factor going to flare up today? I just don't think so. It hasn't been flaring up, and as you mentioned yesterday as well, they had to do that through the open qualifier as well. And,
Yep.
and Wildcard's a team where, again, when you get those two Swedes in North America, you expect this roster to thrive, but obviously without that, it is not going to be the case. And there we go. We do have Frankie on visual, and he's not a baby.
Right. Well, maybe he's laughing. I don't know if he saw it as well, but well, maybe we can get a picture grabbed from his webcam, honestly. Anyway, cool to have Frankie on webcam, but let's talk about the vetoes now and get those up for you guys and see where we're going to go. And I mean, looking at the map pools for both teams, okay, whenever Rob is ready, guys, I'll give him a moment. There we go. So, ban is going to be Mirage here for wildcard, which is to be expected. And then the other ban coming through, I
Let's
would
see it.
imagine
Is
is
it going
going
to
to
be
be
Inferno?
standard. No,
No.
it's just nuke. Okay. Wait, I
Okay.
shouldn't say just nuke because usually they ban Inferno.
Yeah, that's what I was leading into here is that
Well, yeah.
what?
That
Oh
is
my gosh.
that is absolutely ridiculous. Are you kidding me?
They took the
Wild
bait.
card. I mean, you kind of have to if you're wild card, right? Yeah, they lost yesterday on Inferno, and it was mostly was it their T side? Yeah, their
It
T
was their
side
T
was
side completely,
was
yeah.
a. I was going to be mean there, but I guess I will. It was abysmal. Like
Yeah,
let's not
yeah.
sugarcoat it. It was really bad. And I think maybe they feel like they can adjust that or make the adjustments needed. And considering that it isn't a map that is played by Elevate, it's usually their band. So, all right.
That was what I was most excited for about this veto right here is this map in particular and how it was going to be used. And I absolutely love that Elevate are willing to float that here. And honestly, I think they got more than they anticipated with Wildcard picking into it. I did not think that was going to be the case in terms of leaving that open. I thought they were going to be able to get it in a second phase ban or maybe try and pick it against Wildcard, but Ancient going to be responded on upon, and I like the idea there. I have seen some really good signs out of Wildcard off of this play break with the two new adjustments on this map. It's looked very strong,
Hmm.
but of course playing to their own strengths with that luxury.
I don't know. This looks like a very favorable veto for wild card, honestly. I think the question mark is Inferno, but they're picking into it, so they must feel confident about it and they can fix their mistakes. Not to mention Ancient coming through. They're 15-8 on Ancient. Everything's great for wild card on that map. It's never really been a problem. It's in their top two, with Vertigo being the other one at 10-2 record. So, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty good for wild card. Let's see what that last map is going to be. What are you leaning into?
I feel like it could be potentially on towards that dust too. It depends on what Elevate really try and finish things up with, and yeah,
Okay.
that's what they'll go for there. Which again for me, you get rid of Anubis a little bit later down the line. I'm just super excited to see this first map is going to be just absolute scrap fest. It feels like in terms of both of these teams trying to play through this difficulty. But for Dust 2, it does feel like again if they can get to that point there on the side of Elevate with the risk taking that they took into the veto, it'll be exciting because I think they can wield that firepower. As I mentioned, Dare on this map is so capable of taking over and giving big moments.
Yeah. No, absolutely no question. And Dust 2, I think, will be interesting should we get there. Looking at, of course, like the records for both squads, they haven't played it that much, but also Dust 2's new in the pool. I
Mhm.
say new in the pool. Obviously, it's been there before, but it's recently been re added. So they
I
haven't
think it got
exactly had the
added
chance to get
like
reps. Yep.
84 days ago. Doesn't that seem very like a long time
It
compared
does.
to how long it actually has been in the pool? But I guess
Yeah.
again the
I,
player break was in the mix there, but
Yeah, there was the player break, so that's like 30 days, I guess. That doesn't really count as much, but still, like teams have been avoiding it. I feel like there haven't been really embracing Dust 2 as much as you would have expected. They're just saying, you know what, we don't want this. We don't want to play it as much. So oftentimes, just getting banned out and isn't being played, or maybe it'll be a map 3. But very rarely have I seen teams actually picking into it. So I think that is the reason why we're not getting crazy amounts of numbers to base our predictions off of here.
yeah, yeah. I mean that map and Vertigo again have been two of those maps that haven't been played as much. I've been casting a lot of South America, so I feel like I've been watching Dust 2 nonstop, and I think that's just like a regional thing. South Americans they love to get an op on Dust 2 and fire away, but it feels like in North America a little less played, at least in terms of like the top level competition.
As we have a look at the players here, getting themselves ready to go. I think we're waiting on one before we go live with all of this. Again, as you guys can see on your screen, Inferno is going to be the first map picked by wildcards. So that means they have to start on their T side, which didn't yield them anything. I think they got 0 rounds on their T
Yeah,
side of Inferno yesterday. So anything's better than that, that's for sure. But they're going to need to perform very well. And then on their CT side, I mean, if they do well on T side, then I certainly have confidence in their CT side, which was quite good in terms of the way they did. Even though it ends up at a tie scoreline at the end of it, their start there was way more effective than we've seen wildcard on that map before.
yeah. I mean, I'm just so surprised considering that. But as you said, when you do get blown out of the water in a half of Counter Strike, it's very easy to watch what went wrong. You can go through every round and say, "Hey, this is what we did wrong," and I think that might be to their benefit. And I imagine that's something that that wild card right now. are very willing to do, especially for those two Swedish players that have been working so hard and through those late hours. Again, got to give those guys a lot of credit for coming through here and being super resilient. I mean, again, they're like 6 hours ahead of EST, so we're getting into we're
Yeah.
getting into like midnight hours at this point here, and they're getting ready to start off what could be the first of their potentially two best of threes, depending on how well they do.
Yeah, if they make it to the grand final, then they're going to be up into 2, 3 a.m. maybe. Who knows how long that's going to go?
That's
But
just peak gamer hours
yeah,
for
absolutely.
people playing in and the mythic bugs and such.
Absolutely. No, I think with any any game or any bugs, you're into the early morning oftentimes across
Yeah.
the world. I would be too if I didn't have kids to take care of and a family to, all that stuff. So
Yeah.
I used to when I was younger, but I'm getting on in the years, guys. You know who's not getting on in the years? All of these players in the server, they are ready to rock. Wildcard and elevate onto their pistol round. And as you can see, someone's a little excited. Is that Dare just spinning around in circles? I don't know. Either way, they are good to go. As we'll have to find out here who will prevail. Will it be Wildcard with the new additions or Elevate trying to plug the gaps as they lost one previously and picked up Frankie?
I'm absolutely excited to see this first map kickoff. As you said, a lot to prove for both of these teams. Coming on through here. Susp charging forward. He's going to take that initial contact. It's going to be met by some counter utility in return, but they're just ignoring it all, trying to charge forward and fell a little before the trades finally come through. Sonic and JBA crack open that site and get those numbers punched in very quickly. In fact, they take even further control, but that's punished. JBA now looking to fill that position, but no avail. Their stand knocked out, and it's JBA in a clutch. We know he can do it well. He finds the first headshot, but that is all. Shane will put a cap on that very quickly with 3 in recovery of that retake.
Wow. Well done for Shane. Elevate managing to keep control here. They have the defusal, no problem at all. At least Wildcard get their bomb plant, so that's the good news for them. But unfortunately, it also means that is the 8th round in a row. They have lost on T-side in this map, going back to their previous engagement on it. And don't forget, guys, Wildcard picked into this as a punish pick against Elevate, who don't usually play it. I feel like you kind of mentioned it earlier that Elevate's setting a trap here, almost like they wanted Wildcard to pick into Inferno. We'll see who will get the edge, because, I mean, if it was a trap, Wildcard walked right into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm excited to see what sort of preparation has been done on a map that they don't see often. They're charging forward. They take banana control. Looks like they got the protocols nailed down. And a great opening duel for Snap. There doubles down as well. And the banana control gets swiped aside. Completely shut out by Elevate. That's a fantastic kickoff.
Yeah. And I mean, Wildcard had a buy here, right? Because they got the bomb plant. They got Galil's in the mix. 2 of them. Fozy has the scout, but so far all they've been able to do is a little bit of chip damage against Elevate. Peeping throws the incendiary down and fades back into Moto. Meanwhile, Snav is hanging around Banana, maybe a little bit too long, gets the information, and now he will back off. The reason I say a little bit too long is because he's the anchor. He's the only one towards this B site, so if he gets caught in a bad engagement, then Wildcard could just stomp onto the site and get a plant. But Dare, having heard from his teammate that players might be approaching, will be reinforcing this B-bomb site.
They got the numbers advantage, so they just fade back and towards that passive approach. A lot of counter utility. You can see Shane still has his full belt with 30 seconds left. That's so valuable. Even if this sight hold doesn't necessarily go flawlessly, they've got so much tools to recover it, but that's a very easy opener for Sonic. Picked off. Now Dare left with his back against the wall. Talking towards New Box. A great flashbang will do the trick as they just look to charge him down. Fozy able to trade. And the bomb being planted very quickly here. They have a chance, but as I said, good retake utility at the disposal.
Yep. Oh,
Oh my god.
what a
Fozy
shot.
knocks the head clean off right there. Peepy gonna charge forward and try and make the retake happen, and not able to get past JBA. They somehow have made it happen.
What?
Fozy picks the rifle up, and in a 5v3, they make it look easy.
Wow, Fozy stepping up, doing a great job for the squad, and Elevate got those first 2 frags. We're thinking, okay, They're off to a second round. Not to be. Wildcard tie things up at 1. The force buy works out. And JBA, that's an important one that he got over on Peeping. At the end, though, it's Fozy taking care of business. Wow. Surprise round victory for Wildcard. Their first round victory on Inferno in 2 days.
On the T side.
Yep, on the T side. Sorry, I should specify that. I got too excited.
Yeah, I mean, that is the sort of stuff that we might be seeing a little bit more frequently with, again, Elevate not being the most comfortable on this map. You know they're going to have some problems as well. I mean, we really highlighted Wildcard and the issues that they had because we've seen it.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Elevate's issues because they don't play it. And we kind of maybe get an early glimpse as to why.
There. Oop, nade. Ooh, yeah, it does quite a bit of damage to him. He returns the favor a little bit onto Fozy. Is that enough to push Wildcard off of this B site? It looks like it. Just one nade? Okay. Elevate actually stacking up towards A, so this could shift in the other direction again. Frankie pops off a deagle shot. Does that trigger Wildcard to realize what's going on? Do they care? I don't know. Frankie managed to get one, Peeping another. JBA by his lonesome, and he will need to fade away here. There are guns on the ground for Elevate to recover, and still, even with that, Wildcard have not gone towards the B site. They've stalled out. They're hesitating. Oh my goodness, I thought they would get the read that the stack was there, but instead, they're just waiting a little bit longer and too long. 17 seconds left on the clock. There's not even enough time to get an execute going here. They're just going to have to thunderstomp to the site and get a plant immediately. And there are 2 guns here. 2 players, I should say. JVA managed to clean out 1. 5 seconds left. There is enough time to get the plant. I think it's going to be close.
Yeah.
Oh, man, a millisecond too late. Wait, it does go through. I'm crazy. It said they won the round, though, didn't it?
Oh.
Okay, what is happening?
That felt longer as well, right?
There's a little bit of a delay there. I thought for a moment that I was wrong. But
wow.
yeah, no, it's Elevate that win the round on time. Wildcard just waited too long. Way too long.
Yeah, it's already showing to be an absolutely scrappy affair here. Out of the gates, we get back-to-back ecos, a force by wars to kick off Inferno. Again, seeing now some revenge and Wildcard feeling the discomfort. The good news is for them, they do hold on to a couple of guns. Bad news is, so did that CT side. Now Peeping has an AK in his hands, which could be a big problem for them.
I just don't understand why Wildcard didn't move into that B site once they realized there was a stack on him. It's a pistol round. You got 2 deagle headshots that came through. JVA backs off. All the information is there. Just take the site. And instead, they hesitate. Then they rotate all the way back around to A with no time left. And those deagles become rifles in that type of situation. Anyway, Frankie waiting. Util out. Incendiary tossed at a good time. JBA forced back a little bit longer. 3 players stacked up a banana, and Elevate are giving them all of this space. They're not really going to fight that much because the util's a little bit light.
Again, going back towards a more passive B-side defense, you know, you got light util. You also have low HP for Dare, and it doesn't help when Sus, just knocks down a headshot instantly. Snav, he's blasted out of the round, and again, Dare's on half HP, so he has to play more passive. He has just one singular flashbang, but I don't know if that B-side is the end goal. I think they've realized now that Susp has so much ground that they have to lean in on this side of the map here. He's got too much control of the round, and another crazy headshot out of the suite. He continues to deliver, clotheslined by Dare finally, as he puts this Eagle to rest. But one back from Frankie through the smoke. There's 10 seconds left for a bomb plant. There's enough time this time around, and they have to play in the post.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard 3v2. Nade gonna sail through. Frankie takes a little bit of damage. Might be information off of that nade toss. They're just tucking themselves in the corner. Sonic actually peeks, hits the headshot immediately onto Shane. Frankie Last one standing. What can he do? Sees the player fading off. Gets a headshot, but JBA immediately peeks around to finish Frankie off. Tied up 2-2. The craziness between these two teams continues. And one thing that has always been a problem for Wildcard, even before Nitro arrived, is they just go back and forth. They waste so much time off the clock. There's hesitation, and then they don't execute in time. It almost happens again here because for whatever reason, they decide to go and lean in towards the A site when they already have forward position towards B. It's a weird choice, and then they correct themselves. Luckily for them, in time to go and get that execute going. So,
I can only imagine Sus was just screaming, guys.
yeah,
come on
for
now."
real, for real. Like, you have so much forward position. There's no reason why you can't just go in.
Absolutely. No question about it there. Sus just had to prove it by finding another deagle shot. He's like, okay, now we're definitely going B, right?
Yeah.
And he sure did find that second shot. That was a really impressive round. Once again, these guys not in the best of spots. His utility back in towards B, really looking to test this side of the map here, it seems. In the early stages, at least, and do bait out some of that utility that they were hoping to get.
All right, wildcard. 4 players atop banana. Elevate. Still into the forest by wars. What do they got here towards the B site? I think 2 deagles. Yeah, 2 deagles. The MP9 and the scout are over towards the A site. So this is technically the softer site, but those deagles only takes a couple of shots and things are starting to favor you if you connect. Snap. Does get that one. Headshot to Stan. Can't get the follow-up. Will Dare be able to do more damage? The answer is absolutely not. JBA has got that rifle in his hands. He's locking things down here towards the B site. Looks like Wildcard are going to be on for a third. I don't think Elevate are going to challenge here, Cole.
Might kind of force the white flags to be waved here in terms of the force by wars. As a back and forth, it's going to be too strung together for Wildcard. That'll be kind of put to rest. But obviously with 3 guns saved, you could still see a little bit of umph in this next one from Elevate. But for Wildcard, it does really feel like they have targeted this B bomb site, and they're going to continue to do so throughout the half. Because it's one of those positions where it's very difficult without experience to work on. Right? If Elevate aren't super comfortable in the cohesion and the chemistry between these B players, it can be really challenging. And we know that history just doesn't have that sort of chemistry.
Alrighty. So we move on. Elevate, yeah, like as you mentioned before, the Force by Wars are done. The MP9, the 5.7, and the Scout from the previous round will be utilized here, and they got the body armor as well, but outside of that, there's pretty much zero investment from Elevate. Frankie, ooh, misses the shot, gets 2 chances at it, and can't connect a single one. I thought he was on for that second one. Maybe he got CS2'd. Anyway, Susp will find that headshot. All the space in the world towards the B site. But Wildcard, they don't like to go up quickly. As we've discussed in the past, often second-guess themselves at the wrong times. Walking into the stack now. They might still be able to clear it out anyway, and there's JBA. Instant headshot onto Dare. Snap comes around, he's done 2. Peeping manages to get 1, but yeah, it doesn't end up mattering that they walk into the stack. As Shane is the Lone Ranger, 5.7 in his hands, and he will clutch that right to his death. JBA is just on fire. 12 frags in 6 rounds.
It's really fun to watch JBA from the person who's going to die to JBA's perspective.
Yeah.
Because he can be completely 180 degrees away from you, and he can still flick and land the kill. We saw that yesterday. I think it was Bentley and Ramp, where he's just like looking away and his adjustment is so fast. It's what nets him these really challenging kills. But it's not fun to play against, I'd imagine. Where did that smoke land? Did you just see that line? It fell into like outside the map.
I'm not sure.
It's like down. I don't know what happened to it. Either way, I think it disappeared.
Yeah.
And So has Dare from the round with a quick trade. Susp. He was an asset yesterday on Ancient. It feels like he just knows how to work on this T side in terms of finding opening duels. And he's done it once more. At least in terms of a trade.
Sonic just tossing that nade for balcony. Unbeknownst to him, it's balcony roof that the player is on. Sonic. I should say porch. And nothing. Frankie and Peeping get a couple immediately. Bozy managed to get one back. JBA with two of his own, and there it is, a man advantage for Wildcard, and only one left for Snav. JBA's hot hand continues, and I told you guys, he's got that explosive star power to completely take over matches, and that might be happening here. I mean, at least it is happening in the first 7 rounds. The question is, can he continue this form? Snav, 1v2 clutch is possible. I shouldn't count him out yet. 42 HP combined for Wildcard remains, and he loses the opening fight. Fozy finds the headshot with the AWP, and Wildcard are indeed on to 5.
14-1 is crazy right now. I mean, absolutely out of his mind. As I said, this guy pulls through so much. Look at the adjustments here. It's another 180-degree shot that he has to connect on. And you can see he's just a floating head right there. This room's so dark.
Yeah, what is going on?
Maybe that's what it takes, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, who was it yesterday as well? I think Stan.
60?
No, yeah, 60 as well. But Stan actually likes to, he turned all his lights off yesterday.
I saw Rush
once the match started.
Close the blinds next to him.
Yeah.
Likes the sunlight for a little while, but as soon as it's gaming time. No grass nearby, sun turned off.
Yeah. Turn off the sun.
JBA. It's looking just about as hot as the sun right now with the firepower he's bringing into the server. Just keeps on finding these openings. Running these man deficits around here. Tracking this peeping position very quickly, but not able to land the kill, actually. Does falter. The Molotov goes
what is
wide
that
as
Molotov?
well.
Yeah.
I think it was supposed to go towards Boiler, but had a crazy bounce, and Snap does punish at the very least, but it's still holding on to this man advantage because Wildcard have spaced him out so well.
Notice some of the bounces on you. It's really strange sometimes. Anyway, Sonic takes care of Frankie like it's nothing. Dare. Last one standing. He is towards that B site, so they're walking towards him. I don't know why you would go B after getting all that clearance towards the A site, but this sometimes happens to Wildcard. They won't matter this time again. Susp gets the headshot. All that being said, I know I'm kind of ragging on Wildcard a little bit on their T side because it has been a struggle in the past. They are doing well. I mean, 6-2. Everything's kind of going perfectly for them. The punish pick ended up being the right choice so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like they took a risk into leaning in on this map, and it's paying off, at least in terms of the recovery of their T side. Maybe it's helmed off the back of some individual performance from JBA, but hey, you'll take it. It's a lot more than what they got yesterday on the T side, and if JBA's, you have that luxury of knowing that he can bring this sort of level into the server.
I think JBA had his moments yesterday, but wasn't as effective as he can be. I think he was more normal in terms of fragging, which is still really good. But today, to see this type of start, I'm concerned if I'm Elevate and if Wildcard win this NRG afterwards. JBA and the rest of his squad appear to be poised for a B hit here.
Yeah, so us continuing to do great work on this side of the map. Another opening duel for him. I mean, it has been JBA punishing some A-side plays, and then right behind him, Susp on the other side of the map is just fighting on B, right? So you have a lot of different options here if you're on the side of Wildcard. And in towards that B side they go. While they lose Snav, Peeping has filled his place, so there is still 2 defenders strong on this B side of the map, but it doesn't seem like they're all that committed here. It's another one of these fakes. Where the bomb's in a neutral territory.
This is the problem. They lack the conviction to go for those quick hits. Nate's going to come out. Now they decide to go towards B. You got to execute here, Wildcard. Less than 30 seconds left. Can't keep waiting around. 2 players wait on the other side. Dare one of them. 20 seconds now. There's the smoke out. Flashes as well. 17 seconds. They still haven't taken a step forward. Less than 15 seconds. The Molotov is delaying. That's what happens when you wait so long, right? Dare will get taken care of by JBA. Peeping behind the smoke. Hiding long enough. Can he stop the flander? No! And Susp manages to spray him down. That will lead to the save. Still, Wildcard win the round. I find that, it's despite the fact that they waited so long, despite themselves.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's more akin to the style of Santa. I've noticed he's been leaving himself a lot more time recently, but like you said, it's more so on Elevate to be able to punish that with their setups, right?
Yeah.
And they threw all the right utility. They just couldn't quite coordinate. It's always a problem here on this map. I think one of the biggest challenges is how you play these B-side defenses. And if you're ever in a situation where one is outside the smoke and one is inside or like outside looking in, that's where the biggest problem comes in. And nothing saved right there. They find the exit kills as well. But that's been the problem consistently on B, right? They've just been very kind of uncoordinated in between the duo.
Yeah, absolutely. JP, the floating head. Ooh, yeah. Spooky. He's certainly haunting some of these players' nightmares, for sure. What I want to say about Wildcard, though, is that if you put them against, I want to say most of the top teams in NA right now, and they're playing like this on Inferno, they're getting punished. They're not up 72. There's no way. It's just because Elevate doesn't play on Inferno at all that they struggle to hold on to the B side, because in that situation, they should have won with how the setup that they had up against Wildcard and the amount of time that was left on the clock.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It feels like, but Wildcard getting away with it again. This was the luxury that they had in the veto. It's one of those things. 2 Wildcard's advantage. Elevate just have to stomach right now. See if they can at least get some sort of punishment. But again, another dual opening on that B side. Here's been having a bit of a tough go of it. It's not connecting, nothing quite there. Stand on the board finally. As his teammates have been doing so well, he hasn't had to do a lot. Need a trade on this B side as Shane holds the line for a single kill, but I'll do the trick.
Alrighty, this one's done. Snav gonna tuck himself into a corner. Wait until that bomb explodes. Wildcard, tons of money. They can hunt here if they want to, but I don't think they really care. They know that Snav doesn't really have much in this round. And Snav is gonna play for exits. He also doesn't care how much he has. Ooh, could get an op upgrade here. There's Fozy gone. Oh, he shoots the op away as well. Oh, what a shame. Gets a frag onto Sonic. Actually, he can go grab that, maybe try to run away, but I don't know if he'll get away in time. So that's what he's debating, because the bomb will explode. So tries to take another fight and won't be able to.
It might have blown back, though.
Maybe he gets it here. Maybe there it is. Wow, well played, Snav. Goes back for the op and is able to recover it. So despite the fact that Elevate are down 8-2, which is a pretty daunting scoreline, at least that next round will be a little bit better, a lot better, I would say, with the op.
Absolutely. I mean, we are grasping at straws a little bit for victories. There's no question, but
yeah,
that's kind of the position that Elevate have found themselves in, needing any sort of advantage that they can muster up. And well, off the back of that, actually double op being brought in. And hey, sometimes for a CT side, a double op is just the patchwork you need to succeed. I don't hate this idea. Want to deliver on the CT side, although Frankie's now left in no man's land. One of those opposite deck. You spot out Shane as well. It's a bit of an awkward spot right now. Peeping holds the line. He gets 2 kills and a dink right there. That's so much more than you could have asked of him right there. And
oh man,
the retake. The Molotov escaped by Fozy in a 2v3. Oh!
Just a little bit of luck going a long way there for Dare. Fozy's still up. Not sure for how much longer. Flash bomb. Yeah, he's done. Alrighty, Dare. Helping out on the retake, one through the smoke, the last right in full view on that site, and Elevate will manage to get themselves a third round and prevent Wildcard, at the very least, from getting into double digits in this half. That said, they still have another full-on buy-up coming through from Wildcard because they're tons of money. They have enough for, I mean, even 3 buy-ups, but they won't need that since it's the last round of the half. Nice work from Dare, though. And you talked about him in the pregame. I agree. Like, he's a solid opper. He's been very good prior to the pickup of Dia and prior to them looking for someone to replace him as a primary op. I thought he could do it without actually needing to change roles.
Yeah, I'm with you. It feels like, where Frankie's positioning, though, on the A side, I know they're double opping, but it could be that he might be doing some of the more offense. Just be map dependent as well, but...
It was, last time I saw them, it was changing by the map, so you're right. Frankie, I think he was opping on Vertigo, but not on the other, I think it was Ancient they played as well. I can't remember exactly. So you could be right that it's map dependent. Anyway, Frankie's going to get one and Dare another. It doesn't matter who's carrying the op, it seems, because they're all going to connect. Sonic manages to get a response. You're only one player left on the B side. At least Wildcard, to their credit, are being decisive. Dying in smokes, Molotov, excuse me. They're going to get 2 more, and Dare, the last, a 4K for him as we head to the second half with an 8-4 Wildcard lead, Cole.
2 in a row they're strung together, which, with the cleanup that Wildcard have been doing, now we might be a little bit more excited about the CT side that we know Wildcard can bring. We saw strength in it yesterday. So that might be where they really look to close things out, but Elevate at least putting up a fight here for these last 2 rounds, and especially if you're, Dare there, a lot of confidence built. A fantastic closer to the half, but again, I think JVA really did a lot of heavy lifting in that D side alongside Susp in terms of setting those advantages.
Oh, yeah.
So that duo has really delivered a lot for Wildcard in terms of this map so far. And Fozy looking to make good on it. He's not falling away either. He's going forward, looking for more picks right there, but he's the sole A defender. He spots the rest of the roster. And the rotation's coming through here. I mean, this is a wild round here. They're just gonna...
I was going to say, like, I love the idea from Fozy to push up because if everyone's there, he can just relay that information to his teammates. But Elevate, are they going to readjust and go B? That would be insane to me. It looks like they're just trying to bide time and fool Wildcard into thinking that they went back B. Well, Wildcard aren't really buying it. They send one player back to check out what's happening. In the meantime, Elevate creeping their way in towards brackets. Stan fading off towards Moto, and he will hit 1, a second, and a third. Stan doing the work with the pistols. Only his second, third, and fourth frags of the map, but couldn't have come at a better time, denying all the space from Elevate here in the pistol round, and Sus will finish off what Stan started, 9-4 for Wildcard.
I mean, individually speaking, what a time to just step up there. So unlikely to find 3 kills. He doesn't have any armor here as well. He has a kit in the smoke. He did the the sacrificial thing.
Yep.
And
he's always doing that.
He still finds the headshots to back it up, man. What an incredible pistol round. And Wildcard, it feels like right there, they kind of have themselves a golden opportunity on this map to sink it on in, right? Build up a even further advantage on the defense. We do have 5 MP9s versus a force buy, though, and all these players have invested in the head armor.
Interesting for Wildcard to go for the SMGs. I mean, you're guaranteeing yourself that you're getting 600 kill bonus for every single frag. Nades sail through, Elevate, not really committing to a push or a rush of any kind. They have 4 smokes and a Molotov left, so enough to guys off visibility, but no flashbang. Pretty much dry fights regardless. Snap sprayed down to 52. And Wildcard are going to throw us another smoke here, which will delay Elevate even further in this round, below the 1 minute mark before they get moving in any direction, and they have no map control at this point.
Being very patient at waiting out this utility. Probably not expecting all that much either from Wildcard. Being that it is the second round, but they all invested into those MP9s, so, they can all afford those full belts. One of the bigger struggles here up against it. Sus gets mollied out of this deep banana positioning, but, this late into the round here, there's still a smoking towards the bottom of banana. There's no secrets. as to where this one's going to be heading here for Elevate. They smoke arches. Wait a second. This is sneaky. They don't have a lot of time to remain silent, but not a bad idea. Not a bad route as the site hold transfers into the site proper.
There's the smoke. Yeah, transfer elevate. Not much time left. They hit their shots. They get a plant here. They got one and the second. A bomb plant. Will it come through? JVA's hiding over in pit, but the bomb will be planted regardless. Nade sails in. They should win this round of wildcard, especially with that nade toss. There it is. JVA and Susp taking care of business. Even Sonic with the Molotov frag on the edge. So absolutely stunned Elevate with utility, but the bomb plant comes through, so that'll bolster the buy up a little bit here in a couple of rounds, because I don't think Elevate are buying here. Oh, we got 6 JBAs.
Wow. That's the amount of impact he has on the server right there.
It's no longer 5v5. It's 6 JBAs up against 5.
Be scary. That'd be a really tough fight right there.
Wild card.
It's crazy that he can do all this with only a head and 2 hands.
Right. Dude, that is such a dark room. It's absolutely wild to me. What is going on there? Hey, I can't criticize him at all. No, he does go down immediately. Getting caught with utility in his hands, but 19 and 6. It's well beyond a frag per round for NBA. And one of the key reasons why Wildcard are finally having success on this map.
Yeah, especially on that T side. He was constantly cracking through. This time he is down early, though. They're going to have to play without him. And challenge is still at hand here. The firepower still feels incredibly strong for this T side. And all Stan gets baited out. Good for the one, but doesn't leave Fozy in any better of a situation here. Smoke's going to go down where he is. Tries to step out there and cut him off as they cross. But this could be just to execute into an empty bomb site in a save for Wildcard with their weaponry that they have left.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Wildcard just going to back off and gamble towards B. That Elevate might rotate. They don't. And if they gamble wrong, they can save the 2 M4s and the MP9. And although you might look at their economy and say, yeah, well, maybe they could keep one player there. It might make sense. No. I mean, the CT economy is so fragile in CS2 that you have to keep it up and running and stabilize. So that's exactly what they're going to do, and they guarantee themselves like just a couple of rounds of comfort here, along with already a big lead. So this is a wise choice from Wildcard.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you. Those A-side retakes are a little too challenging, and when Fozy goes for that spam, if he gets, a kill or 2, that could encourage the effort, but without it, the right call. Situation that they do have. The lead they're operating under. Even Sus puts some money to drop over Stan, so really, or even an op actually, if he wants to. Would probably make more sense for Wildcard. So bonus not quite capitalized on. But they're right back into it once again with the diligence that they've done with those saves.
And Wildcard going to call a timeout here to talk things over and maybe get their economy all sorted out. One thing that you'll notice, you talked about Stan sacrificing, he's always caring way more about what his teammates are packing in terms of firepower than himself. Like, I see him with MP9s, FAMASs on CT side, and on T side, it's usually Galils or MAC-10s. He doesn't care. If he can afford it, he'll get the higher firepower in terms of M4s and AKs, but it's not important to him. His role, as he sees it, and it's always been this way, is to support his teammates, make sure they're the ones that can get all the frags out, throw flashes, utility, everything, and call the strats. And I think that this team is now built even more to support that vision, with Susp and Fozy being added to the roster.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. That for me feels like 2 immediate firepower upgrades with experience in terms of how Stanley even likes to call as well.
Yeah.
We'll see. Fozy, right for an opening pick. He had the right line of sight onto Dare, but couldn't quite land the opening duel. Still no big pickups just yet. And Dare really pressing the issue on this side of the map.
Fozy waiting with the op here, arch side. Adjusting himself. Sus was spotted. Doesn't really seem to care because he's got the smoke guising off vision. They're just going to hold his ground. Fully within visibility. If they were to pop that smoke, but they don't. Peeping's managed to make his way into Boiler, though. This could create some problems for Wildcard, but if he walks out, he's a dead man. There are 3 players staring in his direction. 52 seconds left on the clock. Wildcard gambling here. On an A hit, and they have gambled correctly. Oh my goodness. Well, Elevator going to have to be absolutely perfect here. There's the tag onto Snap. Finished off by Stan59. He continues to fire away. He's the bait, though. There are the activations for Sonic and JBA, who'd leave only one standing and no longer. JBA hitting the 20 bomb, and with that last one, a 21st frag. 11 for Wildcard.
Incredibly done in between the setup here, and as we said, this is even more conversion off of what looked actually to be a pretty comfortable CT side for Wildcard, because in the past they haven't had that luxury. It felt like struggles on both sides of the half here for them on this map. They couldn't really challenge some of the better competition, and when they did get those wins, they were limited here. But you know, that's a very cohesive defense being brought to the table between Sonic and JV8. Puts them quickly onto 11 here. That's a nice little extra smoke they get to hold on to. Well, maybe not, as that Molly just instantly follows through, and they're trying to run away, but it is fully engulfed in flames. They have to hide inside the smoke.
This is tough, especially if Spam comes through. Oh, did Sus get him? He saw one. Spam's away at Dare's head. It's just like a 2-tap. Then finds the follow-up onto Snap. Sus is getting them all! Smoke or not, Sus past the 3K, and Wildcard are so very close to map point. Frankie and Peeping standing in their way of that. Frankie, hoping he can bulldoze at least one moving in here. Fozy watching with the op. Misses a big shot. He's got support from Stando. The IGL saving his opper. And JBA caps it off with another frag onto Peeping. 12 for Wildcard.
No way.
And JBA, did he turn his light? I don't know if Rob was just cropping it out. But yeah. Was it actually the light that's turned on? Or Rob, were you cropping it? Oh my god, he actually turned his light on. I don't know how or why he would do that because everything was going so well. But yeah, usually when you're fragging out, you don't want to change your environment at all.
Yeah, he's got a very tidy room though in the background.
Yeah, he does.
I gotta give him some credit. One of those younger players in the NA scene, but man, does he keep a nice room. Don't expect that from a young gun.
Ooh, Fozy opening frag. Here on to Frankie. I can't wait till these guys get in an A. I mean, I'll talk about it so much. Like, Wildcard is that team to watch in North America. M80 already, of course, with Lake being added, it looks like things are going to start going well for them again. Malbs is a big loss for them, but I still consider M80 to be at the top. Wildcard's going to be joining them soon if they keep playing like this. Fozy going to drop Dare, stand onto Snav. This one may already be over.
Yeah, great coverage right there. First contact taken by the op. It is toast right now. Going to be the one to do it? Well, it's not going to be the 2 B players, as Shane actually holds on there with the bomb in control and puts a 5v1 into a 3v1 rather. Going to start to punch in those digits. Oh, never mind. Nope, just denied. Straight through the smoke. That'll do the trick right there. And it is closed off. Wildcard. They assert their dominance here. They do a little bit of risk taking in the vetoes here, but they get away with it, and they get away with it in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, I would even say the risk was taken by Elevate in some ways to kind of leave that, leave Inferno floating in the map, in the vetoes, so that Wildcard were able to pick it, and they punished. I still agree with you, though, Cole. It is a risk for them as well, given how Inferno has gone over the last 3 months. But finally, they get a win. They're 1-7 on Inferno now, but they don't care about that record. They care about the fact that they're one map away from going to the grand final. We're going to check out those stats as soon as they're ready, guys. They'll come up on screen. They're ready right now. Wildcard, we'll check them out first. JBA is the story here, Cole.
114 ADR, but also, you know, getting close to the point in which PrizePicks expected him, and I think that's again in just a single map is very impressive. It's what he does so well alongside that. It feels like on that T side really got them through some tough times. The heavy lifting that he did in that first half
Yep.
helped out so much, especially when you talk about like some of the calls not even necessarily being on the money from Stan, but the entries were from JBA.
Absolutely. No, JBA was fully on point, and like you said, close that prize picks estimation. Everyone else still a ways off, but they might hit it. Depends on how the second map goes. Let's check out Elevate, and it was a struggle, let's be honest. And I think this is a situation where it would have been great for them to have Dia. Not to say that Frankie and Dare didn't do a good job with the op when they had it, but Dia has got that X factor, right? He's got that ability to really start to carry the team on his shoulders, and many a times had to do that to bring Elevate to victory. So missing him, I still, again, we don't know why, but not having him is tough.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more right there. Definitely feeling the kind of heat of missing that piece there. I feel like the double ops were the bigger biggest like win condition for Elevate, and they only had that for 2 rounds on the CT side, right?
Yep.
So I definitely, like you said, I mean, it was risk taking from both ends in this Inferno leave up, and this time Elevate did get punished. They maybe thought they could have been more prepared, but that just wasn't the case.
Yep. So all that being said, guys, map number 1 wrapped up. Dominant victory for Wildcard. We're going to head to map 2 on Ancient after this break. All right, we're jumping into things here, guys. Looks like players are going to go live in the server very, very shortly. We're on Ancient here, Cole. Do you feel like this is where Wildcard can close it out?
I've seen enough in the past to know that Wildcard looking very comfortable, even again with the adjustments, right? I've seen a lot of confidence building records from them, and I feel like if that continues into the series, if they play as well as they have been in the past, then yes, absolutely, they can fight back into this one. But again, it's up to Elevate to now show that resiliency and show that resistance in this map that they picked into.
Yeah, I mean, Elevate, look, on Ancient aren't too shabby themselves, 12 and 10. It's been up and down. They did have a very one-sided loss to Nouns a while ago. I think that was back in June, 5-13. But recently, a little bit of success against Mythic, actually. So there you go, 13-6 win there against Flom Squad. But against Lag and Locks Kittens, and that's in Fragadelphia, guys. There are lots of weird names in Fragadelphia. But those two matches ended up losing there. So it's kind of been an up and down roller coaster ride for Elevate versus on the wild card side. If you look at them, it's been 3 in a row. Limitless, Take Flight, and Party Astronauts yesterday, of course, they're victims. And it was a dominant scoreline against Party Astronauts. Like, it wasn't close. 13-5 in favor of Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean that's I was saying that even though this is going to be Elevate's map pick here, that there's still a lot of confidence in Wildcard coming into this one and showing exactly what they were able to do just yesterday. It feels like, and again, it's impressive the amount of impact that Sus was able to have. He was doing the same stuff he was on Inferno, where even despite not given a lot of resources on the map of Ancient here, a lot less than he was on Inferno, he was finding so many high impact kills, and for me, that was a big win condition on their T side, but actually they get to start off on the CT side this time.
Yep, they get to choose where they're going to start, and CT side is it on Ancient, usually. And that's where they're ending up, of course. And this pistol round about to get underway. Elevate, they need to win this one to push it to a map number 3. Wildcard, if they take it, it's a 2-0 and a ticket to the grand finals up against NRG. Frankie walking out, taking the lead here with the Glock. And all 5 players for Elevate leaning towards this B site. 3 about to head into Jaguar, and the other 2 are heading towards Ramp Cole.
We'll see how well this defense holds up. So Sus just looking for those jiggle edge shots, but they're going to get run down quickly on this B side. Triangulating the setup here, 3 players ready to go, but the entries start to flow from Elevate instead. And Sonic finally able to put things back into their favor somewhat, but not for very long, as Frankie's still firing through. JBI, I mean, maybe the right player for the job here, but a 1v3 going to be incredibly challenging to break on into. I think there might be a kid on the long way around as well.
It's JBA, though. It's JBA.
Oh,
One.
it is.
Maybe the follow-up. So they're lined up for him, but no. JBA can't pull off his magic this time, and Shane adds a little bit of BM to the mix, firing away at his body on the ground. 1-0 in favor of Elevate, but that is just the pistol round. There's a lot more required from them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good start here. Again, on that CT side of Ancient, it felt like Sus was getting, some good reads there, but also had some tough times with the positioning that he is almost forced to play if they're peeking into you. you lose a lot of that advantage if you're no longer swinging. So there, at some points, I've seen some struggles of the defense on this wild card side, with the peak factor being like the biggest contributor here. But it's gonna be Snap just mopping up those sweet ecos. No casualties taken here from Elevate, and they just coast through that second round.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard gambled right in terms of the site they were on, but Snav was ready and waiting. Easy spray down. 2-0 for Elevate. Wildcard. Looks like they're going to have A1Ss across the board, except for Stan, who actually, he had one, but might have sold it and gone to the MP9 instead just to get a little more util. Sonic the A4. Off the M10 bullets. The A4 forwards. Playing mid, you're gonna need it. Sonic throwing that smoke into the Molotov. He can jump up into lane, but he won't get there. Peeping, opening frag, and Frankie another onto JBA. Wildcard buying up, but it's not yielding much just yet. And still, 3v2 advantage for Elevate, even though some trades were coming through. Susp charging down ramp, A1S in hand. Looking for bodies, looking for targets. I mean, he's gotten to a pretty solid forward position, especially considering I don't think anyone's spotted him out. Could have the edge on Snav as he peeks around this corner as well. Susp. Nothing. Nada. Zero. Snav. Insta headshot. And now the B site is free and clear for the take.
Got him right there on the right angle for Elevate. 3B in the 2v3. As Fozy not going to really make much of an effort in. Again, showing their strength. Taking some quick mid control right there. Even though they have to go up against a lot of players, still able to get past it. See if he can actually escape here. He's now spotted and he's got a tough fight at hand. He gets caught looking for some utility in towards middle, but instead loses out on an extra rifle. Elevate to start off in a fantastic way here for their T side.
Not too bad at all. Not to mention that was the buy-up for Wildcard, so now they're back to pistols only. On to an eco. 2 Deagles, 2 5.7s, and Fozy, well, he needs to save for the AWP, the big green, so he sticks with the USP and no investments. Fairly quiet for Wildcard in terms of their start. Elevate, okay, peeping, just runs right through that Molotov, is not too phased at all. Stanislaus wide swings and gets the headshot, picks up the AK. I think he's going to go out even more and try to get a follow-up. Oh, Frankie's waiting on the other side, though. Didn't realize that Frankie had gotten all the way up mid, so there's the AK gone. I don't mind it at all, given the buy-up here for Wildcard. He wanted to get a quick edge. In the meantime, Dare will also fall to Susp's Deagle. What a shot. I mean, again, I didn't talk about it at all. Yeah. We didn't talk about it all in the previous map, but they're on high ping and they're still hitting these shots, and sometimes it doesn't look like they hit them, but they do because of their ping.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it looks like maybe there was already Dare escaping, but another headshot out of Sus Deagle. He gets 2. That one was certainly available. And he repositions out around the smoke. He's going to double dip again.
No way!
He gets it perfectly played. He looks for them all. And he will take every last kill to his name. 4 in the round, and Wildcard on the board earlier than they would have expected.
He's on 114 ping, just hitting 1 digs everywhere. Susp, you madman. Yeah, it looked like he was fast, but what a shot. And then another one onto Frankie. Then he charges through the smoke, says, I've got this, guys. Don't worry about it. Oh, took that second shot, didn't even need to. Absolutely 100% efficiency from that Deagle. And Wildcard are on the board. Thanks to Susp. Nade sails through Sonic and JBA eat that one. Hits them in the teeth. Around to half health. They do get that mid control.
Oh boy, the Stan is playing a dangerous game with the spam here. His teammates are turned away, and they move past that smoke. It's easy pickings right there. It's a perfect read from Elevate to catch the mid aggressors. Fozy is going to be on the outside looking in. Molotov's already on in. There's no way to quickly reclaim this A site. At least through the means in which CT, but they blow open the smoke and Fozy finds a quick pick. They've done good damage on the Shane as well, so not completely out of this round just yet. 3v3 instead, and that now it's a man advantage maintained here. Stan
No
continues
way.
to fight forward,
Dude.
winning his duels now, and Peeping somehow left himself in a last man standing situation trying to save this round here. He steps out, but Sus will not let him slide, and Wildcard again able to save a round.
That is insane. This time it's Stanislaus standing on his head, taking care of business. Already off to quite a start for himself. Didn't have that many frags at all in the previous map, but up to 5 here. 2 very critical ones that he found to help his team get that retake. But before that, it's Fozy, right? He makes it even numbers to help them achieve this retake a lot more successfully. So second round found, and Elevator out of money.
They are. Save coming through right there. He said Stan now able to step up to the plate. He was playing pretty good yesterday as well, so let's see. Now left with more at task here. He's got the Tech 9s charging him down, but again, Fozy able to keep that distance away from the Tech 9s here. Great damage following up from Peeping, but just enough health to tank through it. And will be slowed down as they charge forward. It's just going to be Frankie lurking about towards middle. And no luck. JBA to put him to rest.
All right, so after that hot start for Elevate, Wildcard starting to get going. Churning away at these rounds, getting 3 in a row for themselves, and not to mention 3 AKs still available to them, which can be exceptionally potent on the defensive side. Elevate coming at them with 5 of those. They won't have the big green in their hands, even though that's not really that big of a deal because all 5 players are technically riflers that can opt. Comes the peek from Stan. Here, going to get 1. Stan spams the smoke and finds himself a second. Oh, they're just charging forward and dropping bodies. Peeping and Shane trying to get the heck out of here, honestly, and they will. But yeah. Elevate not looking too great now.
Also just really taking charge of what Elevate have been able to use to their advantage, which has been using Catwalk to actually take some mid control and really having a good grasp on that B side of the map. But no, they've ripped that away from them. It's Tense doing it again. 2 kills, start off the round. The reroute from Elevate towards the middle side of things. Feels like this kind of read into. One jumping up towards him, but he can't actually track that 3rd kill. Peeping finally shuts him down.
Frankie wins the fight with Fozy over in Red Room. That will give Elevate the edge. Both players on Wildcard are on separate sides of the map. And there's 3 Elevate members to worry about. Oh, JBA's walking with the crosshair. JBA's dead. Peeping. Easy stuff there. Sonic now readjusting himself towards B, but I feel like this is just going to end up being a save.
A bit of an awkward finish right there with the man advantage from Stan, but maybe holding on to the control for a little too long. And get punished on a lot of re-aggression there throughout the map. Elevate handle that default incredibly well, and Sonic with cash in reserve and an AK in hand just gonna save it here, which makes a lot of sense. But finally Elevate able to show a little bit of resilience. So it hasn't been really often that we've seen them in like big man deficit situations. But once they get into it, once they lose control of B, they do have some good options to work around it.
Terrorists win.
So Elevate hang on to the lead just barely here on Ancient. They were up 3-0. Wildcard charged back, but still couldn't take control there. Just some good patience from Elevate. Let Wildcard walk into their crosshairs and ended up securing a round and ending that round win streak for the Wildcard side. Fozy got the op back up and running, and Sonic did save the AK, so he's going to carry that forward. Still a great buy-up coming through from Wildcard.
Yeah, plenty of money to go around. It's not the concern here. The concern is, can they hold off against this way quicker B-side aggression there. Are he on in towards the site with the bomb? Sus making his way forward, but that's just 2 quick headshots lined up. And Dare shows what he can do with the AK in hand. I don't know if Wildcard even want to tussle with that. I think they're already trying to figure out their way to head out of this round, and Elevate might be interested in a chase.
Perhaps so, but Wildcard just gonna say that's a beautiful entry from Dare, right? Just 2 instant headshots as he peeks around the corner, takes care of business, plants the bomb, and Wildcard are out of the round with that play. I don't think they expected it to be that quick. You mentioned it, right? Elevate were already on the bomb site before Wildcard could even think, and jeez, what can you do? Wildcard need to make some adaptations and adjustments here on the defensive side. Maybe a timeout might be in order.
Definitely caught surprised with the big pace change, to be fair to Wildcard, right? This is a good time to pull it out if you're Elevate. Been doing a lot of those slower defaults here. You've been taking some quick map control towards middle maybe, but, you know, a fast play up the ramp has not been something that, you know, Wildcard have really seen, and that's kind of to the advantage of Elevate that they throw that into the mix. Because Stan and Sonic have been getting super aggressive up that like cave side of things, or rather Susp. It's been Stan and Susp who's been getting super aggressive, and that duo right there, they've been away from the B bomb site proper, but more towards cave, and so that's just good target acquisition from Elevate.
Well, there is indeed a timeout called by Wildcard to talk things over, and let's see how they adjust here, because that B site's looking a little too vulnerable. They need to make sure the bodies are kept on that site long enough to deny a play like that from there, because he literally just walked all the way from ramp towards site without anyone even peeking their heads around the corner. So, looks like a couple of players will be headed towards B, 1 into mid and 2 on A. Standard setup, 2-1-2. Frankie. Interesting. Nade pop immediately for that smoke that was thrown. No one on the other side of it. Elevate. Felt like they were thinking about going quick again, right? With the way they were posturing. And instead, they're just tossing a bunch of people and trying to attract attention into the site, which feels like, in this type of circumstance, they're looking to convince Wildcard that they're headed into the B site and then fake over to A. We'll see what they end up doing, though. Clearing out Jaguar. So they're leaning in a little bit. Position gained here by Frankie. Dare. Taking the initiative. Stanislaw waiting around the corner. Stan gets one and the second. Wow, what a hold from Stan. Upgrades himself to an AK. That was well played from Elevate, honestly. They got into position, both players swinging around, but Stan dealt the killing blow to each of them. Fozy op frag onto Peeping, and now, well, Elevate, only 40 seconds left on the clock. 5 members of Wildcard left to deal with, and 3 of them leaning on the B site. I don't know how much they'll be able to do. There is the util, though, that they can utilize.
It is at their luxury, but Fozy just presses the issue. Stan has another one here to mop up. 3K in the round and leading the charge on this defense. 11 and 5. 121 ADR here. And calling the adjustments as well, you can imagine here. Calling in the timeout before this round even kicks off. But the adjustments land there. Stan. He said, Stan, go kill it. What was the call straight there? As he just gets pieced up in towards the cave side. Very impressed with what he's been doing on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a map that you have to succeed from cave, so yeah, this is the result that he has to bring in JBA. Oh, the flashes are so good! Everyone burnt to a crisp, 8-sheet out, or flashbanged off, and JBA whips the sidearm out for a 4K. Now it's his turn to step up, and that's a full gun round that just gets dunked on.
They made that look like an eco. I was just going to say exactly that. That's a full... They had everything they could possibly hope for. AKs. No one's watching Jaguar. Well, there was one, but he was dead. They just didn't have time to calm, right? Because he dies. Like, they're coming out of Jaguar, but you can't even get the words out before Wildcard is swarming and just nailing everyone to the wall. Wow. 5-5 tied up. That timeout yielded 2-round victories in a row for Wildcard. I'm not sure what they said, but man, oh man, it certainly worked. Sonic gets the opener onto Dare, who can't win that pistol duel. At least the pistol duel on his side. It's the AK and rifle for Wildcard. 5v4 quickly. But Elevate decide to continue moving up to mid, and it's actually not a bad decision. Sonic gets dinked down to 38, and he has to fall off that spot. JBA supports, spraying down Peeping. Stanislaw catches Snav, trying to be sneaky, but that's now the bomb at his feet, and probably the round as well.
Should just do the trick there. Sonic can really confirm that fact. And it's going to be Wildcard, despite a bit of a slow start to this one. Being able to claim a lead here on Ancient. And do it in style as well. You know, helmed by Stan with some good adjustments here on this defense, but also some great individual firepower. Continues to succeed, continues to multi-kill. And one more gun round to try and knot things up for Elevate.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, wow.
We told you
That's
guys.
quick.
JBA, very quick, very strong, very frag. That expectation, that estimate very rapidly beyond the 30.5 kill mark. There's Shane getting naded down to about 53 HP. But yeah, JBA has just been absolutely solid. Apparently he turned his lights off again, by the way. So, I don't know. Felt the vibe in the dark is better for his fragging ability, and looks like it was the right decision because he gets the 4K afterwards. Alright. Yeah. Last round of
Turn
play.
those lights
In
back
this house.
off there. The lights start turning on and the shots start to click. But peeking through the smoke, headshot, tracking the bullets of Sonic. Unfortunately, that man advantage just doesn't maintain for long for Elevate. And Fozy does go extending back further. Stan this time around playing in that off angle, does not get anything going. And Snap able to take charge through that defense. JBA. Well, he's already got to the check mark, right? So he doesn't need to kill any more people. He's good. Although he still will. He's going to keep chewing through this one. He's going to try and move past that smoke. There's 3 bodies waiting for him, though. And Elevate will do... They do best there. Close out and tie things up at 6s at the half.
Yeah, I mean, a really good response from Wildcard, though. Like, 'cause let's not forget that Elevate were up 3-0, and Wildcard had to storm their way back just to get to a tied scoreline here. I'd say if we're looking at momentum, although Elevate do get that very convincing round victory at the end, I still feel like it's leaning slightly towards Wildcard as opposed to Elevate. Well, this pistol round will be coming through here. Wildcard, hoping that it'll go their way, of course, but Elevate on the other side. I mean, they've made that recovery in the previous round. They're trying to carry the momentum into this one. Shane, waiting with the pistol. Frankie with him. Nothing for Shane. And 2 for Frankie. They overlook the box there. Sus manages to get the trade. That was really labored from Wildcard in terms of responding. Snav, oh my goodness, does he know Sus was still here? He's just thunder stomping around, making no mystery of his presence. 3 players rotating in. Sus kind of got the information. They could just go towards B, and they already were. That was the plan from the beginning. Free plant for Wildcard.
Yeah, and he's going to be a little far removed, but it is still so nice to have him still alive in the server, so... This is such a tough post plan to work through here, but it's wide swinging into Dare's dualies. Is going to look to put this thing to rest. There's a kit on Snav as well, and a good idea of where things are coming through. I think there's a smoke on top of that bomb to boot, so nothing Sus could do about this one. Bomb already defused, and an excellent recovery mission from Dare with the raid boss setup of the armor and the dual Berettas.
Yeah. No, that was a great work from, like you said, from Dare, just getting those frags and dropping bodies when he was called upon. I thought Wildcard were going to get it, but Dare doing the work. 14th round of play. A slight lead for Elevate. It's one thing Wildcard haven't been able to get their hands on so far. For very long, right? Had it briefly, a lead that is. At the end of that first half. But it was swiped away as Elevate tied it up to send us to this point. Force buy will be able to come through because that bomb plant went down, so they're going to have actually an AK in Susp's hands, 2 Galils, the Tech, and the Deagle. Bomb plant bonus nerfed to $600 from $800 to help the CT side after they win pistol, not having to face off against pretty much a full buy. And it so far seems to have worked because the util's a lot lighter if you want to get those Galils in play. Shane? Ooh, was he spotted? He was. And he goes down. That's going to be a plant. They already have the B site. Dare could do damage, and he does. Bomb will be planted. There's Dare gone. Great trades coming through. Stan gets the plant, but he's the last one standing in a 1v3. Pulls the util out. Managed to get behind cover, but there's just too much to worry about around every corner. Elevate will take another round, 8-6.
Just keep on chasing that one down. Looking on the Rosie of the pillar. As you said, I think more than anything, excellent trades coming through from Elevate to always keep that safe and sound. Even when Sus was able to find a couple of big openings. Did not linger for too much. Now Stan mentioned a sacrificial player. Loss bonuses started to stack up a little bit on this T side. But a hero AK handed over to JBA. So he'll invest quite a bit. Stan will invest quite a bit. He's bought full utility and given it over to Stan. But they've got at least one massive tool at their disposal. Maybe two if you consider Susp's Deagle, as we should from that first half.
Spamming away is Snev. Spots out Susp, who has to back off here. Wildcard are going for the investment here a little bit. Well, they'll still have enough money in the next round. Snap gets the opener on the JBA.
Nicely done. That's the hero rifle taken down very early, which is a huge relief. But a nasty headshot from Sonic here. Big box though on in. We'll cut it there. Fozy, last man standing. And with a difficult challenge, we'll see if his Deagles is good. His Swedish counterpart, not quite. Can't quite find any further damage. And Elevate, they do quick work to clean up that round there. Where again, there were some points that could be fearful there, especially JBA's AK.
Yeah, and even there, like, Sonic was managing to connect on a headshot before that, but just too many people to worry about as he was trying to recover and regain his composure. 9-6 for Elevate, but Wildcard have the guns again. 3 rounds down. They've recovered from worse so far in this series. Do it again. Peeping. Gonna get one onto Sonic. Nice little peek around that corner for him. Takes a lot of damage in the process, and JBA is just going to follow up, take the space into mid. No one really wants to stick around on the Elevate side, and I can't really blame them. After you find an opener like that, there's no reason to overstay your welcome down mid, but it does give Wildcard a lot of space to maneuver in whichever direction they choose. B site, maybe a tad softer. I don't know if either side is soft, just this setup is pretty strong from Elevate right now to support in either direction. And now Smoking to get tossed into Jaguar. That'll delay Wildcard even further, but there's still over a minute left on the clock here for them to work with. Susp, wins it against Snav. Will they try to reaggress here? Shane is thinking about it, but he decides that caution is the better part of valor and will back off.
Yeah, not too interested in going down. Knows what implications of that for his team. Right now, there's a gap in towards middle. It's going to be filled up by Frankie, though. But walking right into the crosshair. Stan, again, continuing to play incredibly well. And look at this, creates chaos in the defense, managing to work throughout that chaos, though. Shane's position should be noted and dealt with as well. Stan with 3 entries in towards that B bomb site, crunching through spawn, crunching through middle, and peeping the player that got the opening duel for the round. I should just let it watch it, or like kind of just watch the kill feed fly by and watch Wildcard get away with taking what they want.
You know, like you said, Stan has just been on fire. 16 frags for himself on this Wildcard squad. A 7th round will be secured. Peeping, who was one of the first to engage in the round, down to 19 HP, is ending up being the last one alive. They're chasing a little bit of wildcard. No, they just want to get away from the bomb. And that's it. So, wildcard now 2 rounds back here from the elevate side. And this is what I was talking about. Look, he engages right away. Sonic does a ton of damage to him and then isn't really involved in the round after that, thanks to Stanislaw just clearing things out. I mean, fantastic work from him on the 3K. Wildcard, 4 AKs in the op. Looking on the other side, Elevate still had a buy-up in the tank. After this, though, it will become more problematic and things could shift back in Wildcard's favor. There's the Incendiary being tossed out. Dare throwing a flash, or trying to for himself. Didn't really work. Sonic holding the angle. And will eventually creep his way out as Red Room has been smoked effectively by Wildcard. Oh, first frag comes through. JBA through the wall and the smoke. Doesn't need any visibility at all to take care of business. It's been a lot quieter on this map, but oh, a ripper of a headshot from Sonic. Peeping, just has his head taken right off his shoulders.
Ooh, there's just found a small window of opportunity, but that's 2 players spotted and another in cave. And with that trade, well, the info's known. Both players around Donut. So as you can see, they're going to take advantage of that quick play in towards the B side, but they're going to be quick about it as well. This defense and a great flash offered up by Frankie. Fozy left alone with his teammate on the other side of the map. Panic starts to set in here as Fozy mollied out of position. Stan comes through on this flank, but oh my god, they have some sort of awareness of this possibility at least. Stan has to walk through this smoke as his teammate continues to buy time, and he just might buy enough. He's still staying alive and eventually just finds the kill instead. And now the cutoff coming through from Stan will lock in the round. Fozy knew his position was so vulnerable, but also knew he had to stay alive in it, and well played from him.
Yeah, I mean, Stan was just a step behind them for quite a little bit there, trying to come in to defend the plant. But eventually, because Fozy, like you said, buys so much time maneuvering around the pillar, ensuring that Elevate couldn't get him, even racking up another frag on top of it, Stan is able to strike true when it counts most. Elevate calling a timeout because, like we said, they lose that round, their money is done. And yeah, only 2K across the board for them. Wildcard should be able to deliver themselves a 9th round here and tie it up once more.
Impressive stuff here. The team's up a map, knowing that they have an opportunity to tie things up. Finding different ways to win rounds here. Defragging impact, the lead coming through from Stan. We know also JBA prone to waking up here as well on that T side, as we saw from Inferno. This should be a bit of a freer round here. And just talking about the potential, no guarantees just yet. Elevate's still certainly in this game, but getting an opportunity to watch 2 teams in red hot form off the back of this player break, both making pretty big changes when you talk about Nitro and the leadership, and the 2 Swedes coming in here in Fozy and Susp. This wildcard versus NRG one could be a rivalry that we see quite a bit. If that is the way that things are going to close out here.
I agree. Definitely 2 of the teams that are on my radar and yours to make a lot of noise this season in ECL and beyond. Sonic waiting for that Molotov to get thrown in to ensure that the back of the back of donut is cleared. 2 types of food, but wrong map. Peeping gets the headshot onto Susp, so that is actually quite good for Elevate in a round where nothing was really expected of them. They have an AK upgrade. A site has been taken, but look where Elevate are lurking. They're everywhere, swarming.
That's very awkward. I mean, somehow going to figure out a way to plant the bomb, but there is dominoes looking to fall here. Sonic, just an easy pick though. Onto a USP. Could just get to stabilize in here very soon. Sonic is putting a little bit of pressure in the back of default. They start to swing accordingly. Still though, again, I think the firepower being the bigger problem here. They don't want to push their limits too much. Frankie to retrieve the AK. And despite an interesting start to that round, it should be pretty easily capped off. If they can hold on to 2 AKs, that would be big. Snap going to look to keep them contained. Smart play from Snap, tucking right here. Not hunting down that gun. Posey pops the shot off, but another kill comes through here. Snap gets the reload off and finds himself another inside dice to the bomb. So an op recovered, and Snav puts a serious hurting on Wildcard, even though they win the round.
Wow, Wildcard's still going to have money there to buy up the op again, but that is such a coup from Snav. Surviving, doesn't go for the gun, hides in the corner instead, and pops out at the perfect time to deal all the damage, lets the bomb finish the rest. Wow, an op coming through. That'll be dropped for Frankie. Stanislaw, he's got the PrizePicks check mark. He's gone beyond 26.5 kills. And man, oh man, he has played so very well here on this map. Sonic and Stan combining, this time Stan supporting with the flashbang thrown. Averages more than 1 flash per round, which is quite substantial for any player on a roster. You don't often see it. Usually it comes from the IGLs, and of course that is the case here. But he's so very good at throwing them too. I think he's got above 0.10 flash assists per round. Peeping. Comes out, gets nothing.
Jeez. Sonic now starting to land some serious headshots as well. He doubles down. It's becoming quickly a full team effort from Wildcard in this comeback, and Sonic continues to just run rampant towards mid. Frankie just left scratching his head. And I think he might have, when he flicked over, he might have hit his keyboard because he popped the shot off. And that's just the rest of the roster starting to hunt in. Stanislaw's waiting to plant so that his teammates can get closer and closer. Frankie's just not, he's getting suffocated, constricted by Wildcard, and he's waiting for that bomb plant to take place so that he can get the comfort of this round being over, but he just doesn't get that luxury until now, finally the bomb going down, but by then it's too late. He knows the players have already arrived.
What a detail from Stan, right? Says, no, guys, I'm not planting this yet. Go and get ready to absolutely destroy him and take that big piece off the board, the AWP. And it is gone. They only lose 1 player, and then immediately the trade comes through. Those are little details you want to see on a team like Wildcard that is starting to surge upwards in terms of their success. 10-9, there's the lead back in Wildcard's hands. 3 more rounds, and they're in the grand final. But Elevate, they're close, so very close to a potential 3rd map. It's not going to be great on this round in terms of their buy-up. It's a half buy, featuring an MP9, an A1S, and 3 pistols. They've got the stack on B. It's the right read. Posey hits 1 and the 2nd. Oh my goodness, might even get the 3rd. Goes for the jump off, no scope. Okay, Posey, maybe that's a step too far. Then misses the shot onto Dare. Dare upgrades himself to an AK and finds a 2nd. You gotta be careful now, Wildcard. JBA is the last one standing. Dare has managed to get 3 and bring this down to a 1v1. All the information is there for peeping. JB has to be ready for this. He peeks around. There's info for him as well. So they both know where the other is. It's going to come down to who is better. And JBA, so close yet so far, peeping down to 6. He's just going to go right onto the site. He might rotate himself into A after this. I don't know. No, he decides to stick the plant right in the open, knowing that the Molotov will cover him the entire time, and there's the headshot. JBA wins the 1v1, and Wildcard are on to 11.
So confident right there from JBA, an overkill as he eventually gets the headshot to close it out. And it was fun for a little while. It quickly gets scary because Dare charges his way down ramp and turns the tides, but I get it. When JBA's left last man standing, he's got a little bit of information here as to where these CTs are operating as well. You know, that's where you can really lean on him. And incredible clutch.
Down ramp, it's dangerous going for this much forward positioning. I understand why they're doing it, and now, you know, now we'll see if they can push up here. gain the advantage on Wildcard. But the dangerous part is if the flashbang comes through and Wildcard get a couple of frags, you're in trouble. But no, it doesn't happen. Snav and Shane, their positioning is just too good. And it's all up to JBA, who doesn't have the bomb, but he does have a site. It's
one
moot
piece
point.
of the puzzle.
Yeah, you just need the other piece.
I think you'd rather have the bomb in that situation. Unfortunately, that's claimed by the CT side. And not a kill to exit either. Peeping, taking that strong off angle. That B setup looking super promising though. That little 1-2 punch there. 2 distractions there. Snav transferring over there. Shane taking that contact as well. And Wildcard walk into that trap. And money isn't all that out of the picture here for Wildcard. You can see that they're taking some, you know, kind of sacrifices here. Tech 9's in the mix, Galeals, and this is a chance for Elevate to turn the tides.
This is a borderline justifiable buyout, right? Because you can get 3 rifles. We have settled for 2 pistols, and the util's a little bit light. It's like, do we go for this, or do we wait until the next round? Because if you lose this round on Wildcard side and you don't save any guns, you're looking at probably a 12th round for Elevate because Wildcard won't have much to work with. Nice execute though. Util's out. Sonic gets the drive-by headshot and Sus finds Snav. Guess they won't have to worry about that. At least that's the way it's trending. Oh, Stan dies and his teammates Molly, and oh, the trend doesn't matter at all. Shane gets 2 more after that, and it's all down to Fozy. Oh my goodness, what a stumble from Wildcard. Everything was looking fantastic. Now Fozy, last one standing, has the bomb. He can full-on send it to the A site because no one is there, but I'd be surprised if Elevate don't adjust. Decides to go back into B, though.
At least he's gotten 1 player away. Frankie, he's going to leave, but there's still 2 that he has to go up against. Again, you're looking at trying to lock in this bomb plant or find a pretty wild gap right here. No one's watching this push. Finally, I think that clock starts ticking in the back of Peeping's brain, but still caught off guard. Will he expect his second in his backline? Shane, he does. He goes to turn the corner with conviction, but unable to win the duel right there. That could have been it. That could have been the round secured, but Shane holds the line. And as you said here, Elevate, with this round converted, it puts Wildcard to the brink here in terms of the economy.
Yeah, there's not much there for them to work with. I don't even know what they want to do here. They could force up and just have 2 meager buy-ups or eco and have a good buy-up to end this one. Susp has hit the checkmark. PrizePicks checkmark coming through for him. That's another one secured. We got 3 so far. He has Wildcard want rounds, and JBA trying to deliver them. Mondi comes through. Susp trying to do the same, but he can't connect onto the head of Snav and takes a lot of damage in turn. JBA, we're looking to work some more magic here. Knows where Dare is now in Catacombs. Dare trying to smoke himself out. But actually, hitting the A site's not too bad of a choice here from Wildcard. Dare does manage to go beyond that smoke. And Peeping's looking to support. Coming from CT, swinging around this corner. There's one onto Fozy. That should settle things down. I don't even think that Wildcard can get out of here. Yeah, I should say get into the A site. And now the B site's been locked down as well. So a promising start thanks to JBA's headshot, but Elevate quickly calmed things down.
Yeah, 4v5 gets a little scary, especially when they get in towards CT on that A site proper. But they are prepared for these sort of surprises, it seems, on Elevate. Not getting caught. Peeping in Dare. On the A side of the map here, just not too fearful. Maybe should be a little bit worried about JBA turning that corner with the headshot he's already found, but the rest of the roster starts to arrive onto the scene. They start to read in on this being the case. Quick switching for a second there is Dare. Doesn't seem to be too costly, as Peeping's close by to mopped up the rest of those ecos, but that's going to be map point here claimed first by Elevate.
Wow. Unfortunate for Wildcard that they couldn't build off of that one, but that was an eco for them. Now will be their last chance to stay here on Ancient and end this in a 2-0. But it'll take overtime to get to that point, should they win right here. And JBA's got even more light in his room now. He's got the overhead light, he's got the lamp on. He's changing things up a little bit. Let's see if that helps power his team forward here. Peeping. Peering around. Speaking of peeping, Jackmark. He's the fourth one to get that PrizePicks check. Let's get back to the action though. Frankie and everyone, in fact, on the both sides trading up frags. 3v3. Frankie misses a big one. That would have been a freebie, and now he's dead. Oh boy, that could have been the round and the map. But now you have Peeping and Dare having to charge right back in on the attempted retake. They're giving Peeping a lot of space. JBA is trying to watch this, but the smoke guising off his vision. Now JBA's gone. Stan swings. He gets one, but is traded on back. 1v1. Dare has to win it against Sonic, but he won't. Sonic pushes us to overtime here on Ancient.
Oh my god, Sonic with the clutch right there, and again, just shows the depth that this team pulls through. Wildcard not ready to call it just yet. Elevate almost make it happen in the retake. But Sonic left with one last duel he needs to win, and he closes it out. And we go into another overtime here on the day for this semifinal. It's an incredible comeback. I mean, Wildcard have done a lot of heavy lifting in this matchup, as Snav has also hit it. Got more than 27.5 kills. Getting along the lines of the PrizePicks expected. And gains a check mark. But it's still not easy passings here towards middle. Peeping is able to keep it nice and level, but yeah, there's just too many players around that corner, isn't there? And he gets charged out.
All top next. Oh, he just runs through it. Snap. He's dead.
Top.
He's dead. Yep. He got caught on the door, and that's the unfortunate thing about CS2. Sometimes you get caught in that geometry, and there was nothing he could do. After that point, just had to accept his fate. Frankie with the op does connect. That'll make it only a man advantage for Wildcard, but look at the space towards B. No one is here for Elevate. They've realized it. They're gambling a site. Gambling correctly. Shane gonna move his way towards long here. Flashbang. And no. JBA insta headshots him. Frankie, last one standing. He's gonna go for this one though, of course. It's overtime. Molotov landing at his feet. Nothing either for him.
Not quite denied right there on the inbound of that retake attempt. You understand the small hesitation there from Wildcard. They know Shane's still on the server. Could still be over towards that B side of the map, but trying to save that round with a quick transfer into that retake, and just Wildcard really buttoning up in this comeback, not making those mistakes. Elevates life a little more challenging here right now. This mid control's swung in Wildcard's favor more often than not, but Snav looking to change that fact here, as alongside Peeping, who both find a kill apiece.
5v3. Wildcard. Have Stanislav beyond this smoke. He's just waiting here, but the problem for Wildcard is everyone is isolated and on separate parts of the map. They need to find a way to regroup. And it's not going to be easy because mid control's kind of lost in the smoke, no longer being present for Red Room. Sonic tosses the Molotov into the cubby, and that will help them at least push forward a little bit. Still a minute left on the clock. Sonic's going to toss even more util in. I think JBA's got the best positioning in terms of potentially going towards one of these sites. The problem is, I think it's just about whether Sonic can manage his way towards Donut. I think he's waiting for the smoke and the flash to come through from Stan. There it is. And now they can maneuver to join JBA on what will be a pincer attack into A. Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. They're going to start chugging through. There's that shadow advantage for Peeping. Gets the early alarm bells of one player named Mains. JBA has a tough fight ahead, but he wins it. This separates Frankie's attention, and he just eats a flashbang as well as Dare on the site, but he's still able to win the fight here. Even despite that fact, Sonic uses that op to full effect, figuring out a way to plant the bomb. He's going to stick it. Snav isn't going to bite, thinking it's a fake here. Repositions good from Sonic, but he misses the shot on the fadeaway. Trying to reposition and shut down by Shane. Elevate, again, going to tie things up.
Honestly, a pretty solid attempt from Wildcard given the circumstances. In a 5v3, they make it winnable. But JBA only getting that one on the tail end and then going down was, I mean, I don't want to blame him at all. I'm not doing that. It's just that, unfortunately, in that circumstance, he left Sonic in a tough position, and Sonic missed the op shot, and afterwards was cleaned out by the double peak. So we're tied up again, 13-13. One of these teams is going to get an edge going to that second half of overtime. The question is, which one? Can it be Elevate, who's looked like they've been in control for a large portion of this map, or Wildcard, who have been on the comeback trail repeatedly? Dare is going to get that check mark. PrizePicks check mark coming through for him. He's surpassed 29.5 kills. Sonic, nice trade. Doesn't get the follow-up, though, and the man advantage lays in Elevate's favor. One more, 4v3. Wildcard, they want to go fast. Charging in towards this A site, hoping to gain the advantage, and they absolutely will. There's a player in Donut who's kind of isolated right now. Frankie looking to support, but he's smoked off. So a plant could easily come through here.
Absolutely. What a great pick, though, from Frankie. Has the idea of where the play is coming. There's two players in the back of default. So much resistance here to get through. And Elevate through the sheer numbers. Start to shut down Wildcard here in the first half of overtime. In this tab screen, you can see there was 102 ping, 103 for Rosie and Sus. You can tell that ping still in order, but what is in order here is Elevate closes back out into a lead in overtime here, showing their resiliency.
Alrighty. Elevate, 2 more rounds, and we'll be seeing map number 3. Wildcard have other plans, though. They're back to their CT side. Pushing up. They want that early mid control. They absolutely will have it. Fozy with the up close and personal. Okay, let's see how this pans out. Very well. Fozy, opener found onto Dare, peeping. He's not going to take a step further. He was waiting for a push to come through, and it doesn't.
This opening duel. Wildcard happy with the man advantage. And already repositioning. It's like a ghost at one moment. On towards that middle side, finding that fight early, but now already over towards that B side, covering off this long range angle. Very valuable to have your op plane in fluid motion like that.
.49 seconds left on the clock. Elevate gonna have to make a move soon. Leaning towards B. What a shot from Snav. Sus didn't even have a chance to react. Stan waiting in this corner. He's done damage before from it in regulation. A couple of nades come through. They were expecting to be on the other side, so he actually doesn't take that much damage there and can still hold the angle. Rosie can perhaps bait them into a fight, but he has to be careful and wary of a push from ramp as well. 23 seconds left. Elevate needs to get a move on. A great connection from Fozy. Elevate still haven't gone forward here. Kind of backing off. 15 seconds left. Guys, it's overtime. It's overtime. You gotta go. 9 seconds. They will get the plant. Nicely done. Good smokes, in fact. Nice patience shown by Elevate, but the plant won't come through and the round is done. Wildcard going to win a 14th, and we're tied up again.
I mean, that's just excellent utility from Wildcard still at their dispense. The constant pressure being put right there between Fozy and rifle work of Stan. It's just constantly keeping them at bay. So it's just a one-way street up ramp. They don't want to run through a tiny choke point of cave through smoke or through a Molotov for that matter. So that time does become a huge factor, and Wildcard forcing that much. Back to a tied scoreline. Who's going to be the one to claim either map or serious point if you're Wildcard?
Stan with Susp, both holding this angle towards ramp, and they even have a third player on the B site. Elevate headed here quite a bit on their T side, so it's a good read from Wildcard. Stan and Fozy stacked up together, trying to work off each other once more. Oh yeah, Elevate, they want to get in here. Fozy Important for a shot. Misses it. Stan waiting around the corner, though. He thought about peeking, but is instead just going to hold the line. Snav gets him, but Fozy will find one. Fozy and Susp, they actually work together to get two. Shane and Peeping work their way towards the site, but Susp will find one more before falling. That said, the trades are great, and Elevate may have secured themselves a bomb plant. Yes, they have. The bomb gets planted here. Peeping over at Long B, flashed out, but so are Sonic and JBA. Now they've recovered their vision. Shane hold the perfect line. There's two for Peeping, and that'll do it. Sonic and JBA are gone. Elevate are the ones onto map point.
They are the ones to reclaim that point, get another chance to try and close things out like they had in regulation. And despite the best efforts, Sus doing such a good job at keeping them at bay. Not quite enough. Peeping, elevating his game. Fozy also surpassing PrizePicks expectations, getting that check mark. He's been playing a good series as well. We'll see if it can remain here on Ancient or if it's going to be shut down as it's Elevate looking to take it into a third map here. And another entry coming through from Snav will help them get to that point. Sus looking to aggress down the ramp side as well.
Might work out. Might work out. No. Susp, unfortunately, doesn't get anything for this one. At least unfortunately for Wildcard. Oh, Frankie! Wow. The wall bang hits the leg of Susp. That could have been a frag with the op on a wall bang like that. Oh my goodness, we were deprived of a highlight reel play from Frankie.
Oh my gosh, the bullets are whizzing by in CT.
It's crazy.
So incredibly close to landing that kill. Does a lot of damage though. Unconfirmed, but you might find it out if you figure out a way to close this round out. They've placed their faith into the op on the A side to do a lot of heavy lifting here.
Yeah.
Need some extra help on this B side as that has been a bit of a pressure point for them throughout this overtime.
36 seconds left on the clock here. Snav. Moving in. You're right. Time has been a factor for Elevate. I think they did this time, though. Yeah. Shane going to get the headshot. Stanislaw trying to stand on his head, but he's gone too. JVA spamming through the smoke. He's still alive, and Fozy gets Peeping. Bomb is dropped indeed. 15 seconds left. They're going to try to go for the frags. Fozy deleted. Now they're going to recover the bomb. JBA could win it all by himself here if he sneaks on through and isn't spotted, but he won't. It is going to go to map number 3. Elevate 16, Wildcard 14 in overtime, Cole.
Oh, nothing but pure chaos right there in the final stages, and JBA trying to make the play that can close it out there as he was left last man standing, but not quite going to seal it. Elevate, they get a second chance in overtime, and they aren't going to let it slip again. They're not going to let it go into a second overtime there. An important closer for them, and they get a third map. And being able to take down a team like right now what Wildcard is bringing to the table on a map like Ancient, that also shows the sort of depth that they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, so, I mean, the fact that we're heading to map 3 is kind of surprising. I thought Wildcard would be able to close it out, but in overtime, Elevate step up their game and look very convincing in the process. So let's check out the stats. I mean, we'll bring them up as soon as we have them, guys, to see what the totals are after the first 2 maps. But in the meantime, look, what does this mean for map 3? Do you think that Wildcard can still pull this one back, or has Elevate done enough?
I mean, it's a big victory here. Obviously, again, it becomes a bit of an endurance test for some of these players. But as we expected coming into this one, we were going to see some strengths here out of Elevate, and they definitely put up some excellent fights. We had, a really good performance from Stanislaw, which maybe isn't oftentimes the win condition from Wildcard, but when you see that, it feels like a bit of a luxury that you have going for you. And I really don't think there was any missing pieces, hinting by how competitive that game was. But again, in a lot of late round factors here, it was strong calling coming through there. It felt like Snav was able to really crack things open. And as we said, some of the key pieces on the side of Elevate, when you talk about like Shane and what he was able to do alone on those B sites for a couple of rounds, having big impact, it definitely felt like, everyone was up to the task of closing this one out.
Yeah, and again, as with our previous series, majority of the players hitting the prize picks estimated frag counts. I think a 7 of 10, only 3 players did not get it. And 2 of those 3 were Shane, even though, I mean, I thought he played really well, like you mentioned, in those key moments, and Frankie as well. Everyone else doing a great job. And Dare, pretty stand-up performance. Peeping had those moments where it felt like he was the one making a difference round after round, even though it was a frag here and there. He was still in the right place, the right time. So overall, Elevate, great work to send us to map number 3, but Wildcard are very much in this in my minds. We're going to head to that decider on Dust 2, guys, after this break.
Terrorists win.
Hey guys, this is Alish, and I'm here with the Complexity guys, and we are going to be using ChatGPT to make new gamer tags for all of us for CS.
Hello, my name is Ricky Cameron. I play Counter-Strike for a living.
I am in need of a new gamer tag.
Yeah, describe it. Let's hear it.
He likes dogs.
I know where you guys live.
I love dogs. I am quite tall.
6 foot.
Anything else cool about you?
Sexy.
Nah.
My favorite color is off-white.
Off-white.
I am from Oregon, and
I drive a Toyota Corolla.
I think that's enough.
I'm a funny guy that plays anchor positions. I am very dependable, like a golden retriever.
Yeah, I'm a dog. This guy's having way too much fun right now.
Hi, Ricky. Nice to meet you. Sounds like you have some interesting qualities that we can work with. Here are 5 suggestions. Tall dog anchor. Off-white
White
dependable. 4. Corolla retriever. Corolla retriever.
That was it. Corolla retriever. Corolla retriever with 4 on the A side. Imagine, dude.
I like Corolla retriever.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Jablanowski, and I'm the best Counter-Strike player in the world. I am a very smart player. Say that.
I am the smartest player. I'm bald.
I have no hair. Say I have no hair
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
anywhere. I am known for my smile. Say that. It's actually true though.
It is.
Say I like Brazilian food and acai bowls. I am rich, but I don't drive.
I'm a billionaire and I don't drive.
Because you don't have to. You're a billionaire. You get chauffeured anywhere.
See what it's got for me. Of course, Jonathan. Here are 5 one-word gamer tag suggestions for you. 1. Brilliance smile. 2. Ball genius. I like that one.
Ball genius.
Ball
Ball
genius.
genius was the best, yeah.
Not even close, really.
Hello, Chat GPT. You are one of the best chat AI models I have ever known.
John's so mad at it.
My name is Johnny Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, that's my name.
I am a professional CSGO player on an American team, but I am actually from South Africa. I love it here.
Do I?
I am the leader of the team tactically, morally, and financially.
Although my teammates are very ungrateful.
I am very stoic in nature. Some describe me as a Greek god, and I can't really blame them. And I have dualies that make me really happy.
And I force my American teammates to use them.
Especially Bald's genius.
This is the most we've written. This is like off the dome, dude.
This is a good one.
Yeah. Glad you're here enjoying my assistance, Johnny Theodore Roosevelt. Here are 5 gamer tags. We got 1, stoic strategist.
Strategist, dude.
2, tactical titan.
That's a good
I
one.
like that one.
These ones suck. I think tactical titans are right there.
Tactical titan sounds
Tactical
good to me.
titan.
That's what they should call me, bro.
I
The
like that
tactical
one.
titan with
Yeah.
the
That's
juggernaut.
actually good, man. That is good. Based off the gamer tags you created for me, Corolla Retriever, Ball Genius, Tactical Titan, who would win in a fight?
Fight!
In a lighthearted contest, it might play out like this. Ball Genius, being exceptionally clever, would likely come up with a strategic plan to outwit both Corolla Retriever and Tactical Titan. Tactical Titan, with his tactical prowess and leadership skills, could rally his team to work together efficiently. Corolla Retriever might surprise everyone by retrieving resources or tools that could turn the tide of the competition. But who would be the winner? Let's say Tactical Titan would be the winner. Are you serious? With their tactical expertise and leadership skills, they would likely have a strategic advantage in any scenario. However, remember this is all just for fun and imagination.
I won.
I guess Johnny won.
You always win in the end, John.
Tactical Titan. We were no match.
All right, here we go. Map number 3 between Wildcard and Elevate on Dust 2, the brawliest, puggiest map in the pool. And I mean, both of these teams don't necessarily play it that much, right? But I mean, 7 times for Wildcard over the last 3 months, 4-3 record, so kind of up and down, which is what you expect from Dust 2 for the most part. It's hard to find that that consistent rhythm on the map. And over on Elevate, they've played it 4 times, 3-1, had 3 wins in a row before Boss defeated them in ECL Season 48.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to make for a very exciting decider here because I do think we've seen a lot of individual takeover in both maps so far. So if that trend is going to continue here, that should make for a very fun decider here to see if, JBA can get back up tip-top shape. If we continue to see, Dare working very well with some big multi-kills. Honestly, again, alongside that, Frankie could be starting to tear things up. I know that he's going to be very eager to, start to perform with the AWP as well. So, looking at who's going to be the one to really step up here on Dust 2 is going to be exciting.
Yeah, no question. And I think on the other side for Wildcard is we're going to head right into the game here. JBA, who slowed down quite a bit on map number 2, will certainly be the one to keep an eye on for the Wildcard side. Still had his moments, of course, but not necessarily as impactful as he was on that first map, just kind of taking control of Inferno. As you see, Wildcard just charging down. It's actually the knife that we're going to be watching here. Thought we were getting the pistol right here, but here's that typical knife dance that we get. And who knows who will be victorious. Does it really matter? Not really. It's Dust 2. So it will be Elevate. Actually get a TK on the end of it. Why not? And they're going to choose CT.
See, I thought you were supposed to knife out long here at Dust 2. I thought that was the move.
Yeah.
I've actually seen some like especially in South America when the map just got like reintroduced again. That one team went towards long and one team went towards middle on the knife round, and that was pretty funny because they were like questioning where to go. But yeah, I think it was always used to be long. But either way, it works, I guess. Whatever's the fastest way to go on through it. I saw a lot of dual brightest being dropped. Yeah, you got 2 raid boss setups here for Peeping and Dare. Both of them using those dualies. Dare used it effectively last time around here. We'll see if he can replicate it with a little switch setup there. No, it's actually Shane to knock down the first piece. That allows Dare to turn the corner with a little conviction there. Flashbang to chase down those kills. It is a beautiful setup. Snav with the utility work there. And Dare with the conversions. He tries to take care of Sus, but he's hiding in that corner. So a little thorn in the side here of Elevate before they can convert the round. We'll see how much more pain he can inflict. A reload successful, and another player spotted. Not dropping off the perch there is Snav, and he falls. A potential 1v5 in the mix here for Sus. He could do everything in saving this round, and it's up to 2 players here to stop him. Peeping and Frankie, they're very isolated though. They got to be careful to unify, and that they are. Frankie eventually turning the corner and finally using that man advantage in their favor just when they needed to.
Yeah, great effort from Susp, right? Managing to get 3 frags, fading away for one of them towards mid, and then walking on to A to find a plant. So, I mean, honestly, pretty good. Frankie adding BM. I mean, I don't know why, but sure, why not? Because Wildcard actually a little more successful in finding that bomb plant, which will make things more interesting for their buy-up here into the second round. And you're going to see it. If they invest, they do. An AK, a scout, 3 deagles, though. They choose to heavily invest in util, but Fozy will immediately drop a body through mid. Does to that map where you can get frags in the first 5 seconds of the round, thanks to that double door. Snav going to be spamming through the smoke to see if anyone from Wildcard is heading that direction. But Wildcard have 4 players in those upper tunnels. 1 player, that's still Fozy with the scout, hanging around at dark. JBA, Sonic, and Susp moving their way in towards mid. There's a double two-man setup, I believe, here. Yeah, still Dare and Snav. Snav spotted out. Leave it up to Dare, who gets nothing. What a peek from JBA. Also has the wherewithal to fire off another shot, but Susp cleans out Snav. Speaking of clean, this round for Wildcard, Peeping manages to make it a little bit tough by finding the frag onto Susp, but needs to do so much more, and he's completely surrounded. You can't imagine this is going to work out for him. He gets one more, but that will be it. Frankie, the last one standing, and they've got guns galore on Wildcard.
Yeah, it's just way too clean, as you said in the initial stages, and as hard as Peeping might try to fight for that one, the damage was already inflicted, and Wildcard were playing that too careful to get out of control. Frankie just on the other side of the map, scratching his head. It found himself in this position a couple of times. This utility that was dropped in spawn right there that he just picked up, which is weird. Was that dropped on the T side?
I believe so. Maybe they were dropping it. I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah.
It has to have been, right?
Plans quickly changed when they found that opening duel, right? You could imagine.
I think so. I don't know if they necessarily expected like an immediate scout shot, so they kind of played off of it.
You can't always account for a kill 5 seconds into the round like that, but it's always nice when it happens. And, you know, they adjusted their scope very quickly to capitalize on that duel. What? That is insane right there. That's a wild shot right there, catching the feeling. It somehow knocks the head clean off. That's frustrating kickoff here to the decider for Elevate, though, on the other end of things. We get that one back. Oh, man. That's nasty.
It really is. Fozy goes for it again, but this time Peeping is the one to connect with a shot. Not a headshot, though, so Fozy still survives to see another frag, potentially. Frankie, on top of his head. His teammate's head, I should say. Boosted up with the sole A1S in the round. 3 players onto pistols. There's the force by coming through from Elevate. Wildcard being given this long control for free. Tossing all the util. The smokes are out. Now Elevate. They're hanging around, obviously. Given the more limited buy-up, they have to gamble that it is going to be coming towards the A site. Still a minute 10 on the clock, so Wildcard don't have to commit to this. In fact, getting a frag here from Long, perhaps from Fozy's scout, could help them rotate off of this, because Elevate would have to heavily commit towards A. But instead, they're just going to go straight on into the A site. I don't know what read Elevate has, but they're sending 2 players towards Cat. In fact, 3. Peeping. Waiting with the scout. JBA collects Frankie. It feels like we waited forever to find that first frag of the round. A full minute already off the clock. Susp is going to find himself something. Yeah, there it is. A follow-up after Stanislaw gets Peeping, and it's all Wildcard.
Yeah, good setup in the round right there for Wildcard. It's always nice when you can take that amount of space without making a lot of noise. You know the smoke's down, but you don't know necessarily if they're crossing. It's not a guarantee. So, save called out between Shane and Dare, if they can get away for that matter. Dare seeming a lot more safe in his position. The Shane ducking out, but the 8G just dunk him down. He actually goes down swinging, but JBA still has the armor to tank through it. And it will be Wildcard, you know, sealing 2 in a row to make sure the force by wars don't happen in the third map like they did in the first.
Terrorists win.
All right, bomb explodes. Wildcard take it cleanly. All 5 players left alive. Fozy still sticking with that scout. I guess why not? The one shot he's taken has been a headshot. Which is the one frag he has. And Elevate, having forced up in that previous one, will be on another eco. A deagle, and that's it. That's the only pistol upgrade they're going to be able to get. Everyone else on default pistols. Peeping is rocking the P2K. Not often used anymore. Almost always the USP, proven to be superior. Stanislaw down into lower tunnels. 4-man stack for Elevate on Cat. This actually could get interesting. We'll see. Stanislav realizes what's going on. They all funnel up. There are 2 frags. Here we go. Guns on the ground. Maybe they can make something of this. Shane manages to collect one down to a 2v2, but Peeping and Snav can't do anything more. What an effort with just 4 USPs and the Deagle.
It's a brilliant effort right there. Facilitated by a flashbang to execute everyone into position to make sure everyone was on that same page. The flashbang pops, everyone jumps off catwalk, and best case scenario right there, really. I mean, you did actually see a chance to win that round, potentially formulating, but, you know, at least you go with a couple of kills and put some pressure on the economy here, Wildcard, and that sort of purchase, that's what you're aiming at. Fantastic, and setting the tone on the gun round here. Snav had a good long spawn. He uses it fully effectively to take care of Susp. And Shane on his shoulders is a B play coming soon. On a B bomb site near you. Uses his utility effectively, and he does so. Allows his teammate actually to find the kill instead. And still staying alive on this bomb site, letting his teammate find maybe even more impact. Getting chased down though, now it becomes a bit of a before Shane finally strikes here, finally shoots his gun. He eventually is able to track a kill, but claimed by the op here, a presence of Fozy. Stan with the AK headshot as well, and Fozy left into the 1v2 clutch. One player separated from the other, and bomb out of his grasp here. That's going to make this one all the more challenging. There's just smoke on Dare as well, and whenever you can get that down, that feels like it just becomes near impossible.
There's plenty of time here for Fozy to work with. I feel like doesn't have to save it, but the op's kind of important because you do not want to give a double op to the CT side on Dust 2 for free. If he gets one here, there's still a chance. 37 seconds. Smoke fades. They have the incendiary. They're going to toss that out immediately. That'll buy another 5 seconds off the clock. Fozy deciding to move in. Dare's watching. So is Snav. And Dare wins the fight. There's the double op afforded to Elevate. Will they go for it, though? They don't. Okay. Well, they just get the lone op. Don't pick up the other one that was dropped. We'll have an AK and an op, which is what they prefer, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, not the end of the world, but I'm with you, right? You have Frankie, who's obviously been using that op here regularly, and then you could also use Dare on that gun as well. You have 2 very strong and competent operators ready to play at your disposal on a map like Dust 2. A little surprised like you are, but Elevate not feeling the need to bring that out just yet.
Oh. Full buy now coming through for Wildcard. 4 AKs and the op once more. Fozy wants to be a little more effective here this time. Holding the angle from Cat to double doors. Flashbang comes through. Looks away from it a little late. And he's just ensuring that his teammates can get up Cat without having to be harassed from double doors. And that is successful. Elevate. Still have 3 players leaning towards the A site. 1 at car, and that's Frankie with the AWP. So that's going to have to be isolated with a flashbang or a smoke or something. If Wildcard are going to have a hope of getting out towards the A site without immediately losing a player. There is said smoke. They're trying to attract attention. Yeah, they're kind of fading off Cat right now. Elevate, not really moving a muscle either because there's not been any confirmed contact, right?
0 budge off of that. A quick transition through middle. But still, I mean, the lurk off of the B side has ran its way through long, so it does feel like this end goal is still going to be up catwalk. It's just Stan trying to actually sell this fake towards middle, and there is some contact being taken. Still 0 budging from Elevate. They commit. They plant their feet, and there are some serious challenges ahead here. Shane playing inside the pit, looking for a distraction as the long play takes place, and multiple members looking to field it. And not a lot of time left, like you said, but the kill's finally starting to come through here. Snav left into the open. 9 seconds left now. They got to figure out a way to plant the bomb, and Snav's still alive and still finding impact. Another one out of Snav with 4 in the round. The last line of defense stands as tall as can be.
Wildcard and letting the time run out. That's just seems to happen more often than you'd like for that squad. It's remnants of, you know, the previous season's wild card, I think, and they're trying to get over that hump where they execute a little more rapidly and don't lose track of the clock and end up in situations like that. Because one thing goes wrong and you're done, and that's exactly what happens there for wild card. I'm not the hugest fan of under 20-second executes. I don't think many people are because everything has to go perfectly. It's something you can use on occasion, let's say once or twice in a map, but to see it happening so frequently for wildcard where they're running out of time and they're not able to really get a proper execute going is just, yeah, not the best of situations. Now they're just going to try and go for a full-on execute towards B. Maybe it'll work, perhaps? No, not at all.
Yeah, I get what you're saying about the patience there. It feels like it's like the devil on Stan's shoulder sometimes. It's like, just wait 5 more seconds. Someone's gonna do something. Someone's gonna budge. We're gonna get a rotation. And when it works out, it's one of the most like exciting calling styles that we have in North America. And I think it's perfect to punish a lot of the like styles of North American Counter-Strike where everyone on that CT side loves to take control and love to take advantages, but when it doesn't, it does look like that, you know, it just fizzled out rounds, timer expiring, or time forcing players to make sloppy decisions. So it's almost like a blessing and a curse. Right now, seems to be Wildcard's cursed moment. See if they can overcome it with a lot quicker of a play here. Stan has a good long spawn, but it just leads to a quicker death here, and Sonic's down so incredibly low. So a 4v5 with a big HP advantage to boot. And they give that long control. They're willing to concede it, but what Elevate are doing so well is taking space elsewhere. They reclaim Cat, and as long as you have one of the two, especially with a man advantage, you're going to be sitting pretty on Elevate.
Yeah, and Wildcard, I mean, they waited behind the smokes. Things didn't really work out for them very well on that initial take towards long, so they readjust. 3 players, now at top mid. And I mean, Elevate haven't really been challenged too much, I would say, particularly into mid. A mid to B smoke may be a good idea for Wildcard and then charging forward. Because, yeah, the A site defense has been fairly solid. It's more in B where Wildcard have found more ability to open up the space. And right now, they're just letting the clock run down.
Still completing that so far. And a nice headshot there from Snav. I mean, maybe a little bit of contact being taken, and yeah, it does get it there. Caught in the open. Again, the pressure back on, now this time, Shane's shoulders. Sonic gonna make the move on in, and he's just tucked towards the back of the corner there. Great blowing of the smoke, though. And that's gonna buy valuable time here for Shane to plant his feet. JBA, though, and Sonic strike in unison, and this time, there could be enough to plant the bomb. A late lurk through from Frankie, but he gets met by a Molotov, and both low HP bars leave the op with the worst possible weapon to go up against in this clutch, and Frankie just gonna call it quits. He's not gonna try and test his efforts through that smoke, and it's understandable. But Wildcard this time, they get the blessing of a late round play.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a clutch Molotov that comes through. I think it's from JBA towards those tunnels because it is the difference between a bomb plant and a lost round. And you look at the health bars here for Sonic and JBA, not necessarily confirmed damage for Elevate to work off of, and Frankie just values the op more. But, I mean, if he had known there's only 12 HP combined amongst them, might have just picked up a rifle and tried his luck. Anyway, Wildcard are going to tie us up once more at 4 apiece.
Nice little closer right there. 3v5. And those are the sort of moments, I think, again, that's the reason these late rounds can go so well. Because they have the players. They have, like, these incredible X-Factor individuals on this team here of Wildcard to operate in these late rounds so effectively. And then you see plays like that from Dare, 15 seconds left, and his brain, he just watched his teammates take an opper down towards long and lose another player on that A side play. So in his brain, it's like, okay, it's going to be A. There's 15 seconds left. And instead, it's out towards middle, and it's a huge surprise for him. You can see how surprised he was with the knife out.
Yeah, I think Wildcard could have probably executed a little sooner. It does work out for them, but they lost their Opper in the process. Whereas if they had executed, maybe their Opper survives. Maybe someone's looking away from the A site and they're able to make even more chaos occur. Anyway, they won the round, so that's the important part for Wildcard. They do lose their first player here. Number 9, Nade connects with us for a little bit. Could get the trade. There it is, but he's also traded on back. Oh, back and forth we go, in fact. Fozy with the AWP onto Frankie. There, spots out Sonic, has the timing, and the man advantage goes back in Elevate's favor. 1:17 on the clock, still plenty of time for Wildcard to work with. But the early attempts at taking contact with Elevate haven't panned out. Oh no, the timing for Fozy. He still gets the frag, but can't react quickly enough to respond to that trade that comes through. JBA, last one standing, has the bomb on his back, and this is very winnable for the star player here on Wildcard. JBA, staring out towards the window. It's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. He doesn't look towards Car. JBA is going to fall and Elevate take themselves a 5th round.
Just confidence for peeping right there. Covering that angle. It's nicely done. He's been super solid when he's left on that B bomb site. And it is a slate round. He continues to thrive here. And now he's leveling up. He's the one that feels like it has taken over the server alongside Snav with some big individual moments for Elevate. It's been swinging in their favor. It's a good time for a timeout. Settle the nerves. Try and close out with a little extra credit here on this T side. See if they can find some more. It probably won't be too much on this round considering what money they have. They can afford a little slight investment. Stan's got money for some upgrades and such, so... see what damage they can do. I imagine the timeout more so leaning towards that next gun round that's coming up, though, after this one.
Just a quick note that the last time Elevate played here on Dust 2 was 2 days ago, up against Boss versus Wildcard, who haven't played since last season on June 16th. So I think Elevate looking perhaps a little more practiced here. And, well, Dare is going to make that look very easy on the spray control and the anti-eco. Nade comes out, will probably do some damage, and there it is. Stan taken down to 84. Dare charging right up against that smoke. And, well, I don't think this is going to be much of a round. A non-starter here, as Elevate going to take a 6 as soon as Stanislav drops the dirt. And there it is.
Comfortable. No casualties here. That'll really just bolster the economy for the remainder of the half. For the CT side. Versus Wildcard, who now find themselves in a position where this gun round kind of becomes incredibly important. At least being able to do some damage and maybe plant a bomb. Otherwise, they'll be left with a tough situation for the remainder of the half. See Fozy. Waiting for some aggression up middle. Instead, it's Snav to reroute towards lower. And have some initial contact taking place soon here. JBA's got the flashlight up. He peeks before it, though, and gets a pick before the utility tosses off. And another one. Stan unavailable for the trade. JBA in a panic. The bomb actually does pull it back, but he takes so much damage for it. Down to 4 HP, and Snav immediately throws a wrench into the game plan of Wildcard.
Wildcard. Usually winning the majority of their rounds on T side of Dusty. Now it's not looking so great. They have to pull it back. Sonic, oh, chance here. There it is. 2K for him. On to Shane and Dare. 3v2. That is absolutely massive. And the A site is cracked open. Fozy's going to rack up another one, and it's all up to Peeping, who does manage to get the trade, but Sonic, no! Sonic gets nothing! He hangs around towards Cat. The bomb is in lower. What does JBA do now? Because his high HP players are gone. He's only got 4 on his health bar.
He had to have heard Peeping, though. With the confidence that he just swung towards middle, he fully just knife out, chased it down, so he knows he has ample time. He's going to plant on top of the box right there. Not quite planted for long, though, which I think could have been a bigger win condition. I mean, he could just defuse behind the box. I don't know if JPA is going to be able to say much about this from this position.
Yeah,
I
maybe
want to
has a
see what
smoke,
Peeping
too.
can do. But yeah, you're exactly right. The smoke is an asset as well.
Maybe he's trying to convince him that he's not long? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. No, that's just a bad plant, unfortunately. Sorry,
over.
JBA. I think you might have thought you planted it somewhere else than you actually did. As Elevate are going to easily defuse that bomb to pick up a 7th. It's a tough one.
that one's wild. I can't lie. I thought he knew that was the case, but yeah, I think you're right. Maybe trying to leave that element to surprise. But in a clutch, I don't think you ever really want to put yourself in a position where you can't win the round, and that's where JBA found himself, and he didn't have any options once he was planted in towards long.
Yeah. It actually, I mean, for those of you watching who might not know, most of you probably do, but you have to plant it right in the middle of that box. And it's very specific because if it's too far to the right, too far to the left, what you saw is exactly what's going to happen. So when you plant it right in the middle, you force the player to jump up on top, and then they have to take the time to jump up, which is where you can catch them off and get the easy frag while playing from pit. But in that case, JBA just a little bit too far to the right, a lot of bit too far, as it was hanging over the edge. That's a tough one.
Yeah. Lesson learned there, but tough time to do it in the semifinals. Where those mistakes are gonna help you. Right now, that one's gonna be certainly felt. But again, they still do a lot of damage. They still give themselves the luxury of another decent purchase here. So we'll see if they can at least try and keep this one a little bit more tame. Frankie. Oh, love the boost. They're giving him a lot of love here on Dust 2 right now. With that AWP, letting him really take some duels, take some angles.
Dust 2 has a very slight T lane in terms of rounds movement. Right now, that's not the case for Wildcard. And if Elevate get an 8th, I'm feeling pretty good about their prospects to be in that grand final against NRG. Played a very strong defensive side. Flashbang going to come out. Stanislaw. With 42 seconds left, thinking, okay, is this where we're going to go? Do we go? Do we back off? Do we go? Let's see what the call ends up being. Definitely go. Because Sonic finds that frag in towards pit. Susp afterwards on Frankie. Dare scrambling around, just trying to find his nade. There it is. Another one on the ground for him to pick up and throw, but it barely does any damage. Both of them. Stanislaw planting the bomb. Wildcard in full control here of this final round of the half for now.
So they can maintain that control here. It's the retake utility. Not going to be able to do too much. As they're met by another cross smoke that's going to have to be forced to run through. Ah, same team. Same team there, Fuzzy. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Fortunately, not shot, just a scout tag on his teammate. And yeah, it should be kept nice and safe. Another scout tag actually landed on the enemy this time. A little bit of a hiccup there in the post, but it's a lot cleaner. In a 4v1 finish, Shane gets shut out. And Wildcard gather a 5th here, so they keep it a little bit more level, but still an impressive, resilient CT side defense from Elevate.
Yeah, definitely. I think Wildcard finally had an answer there, which is great news for them. And the biggest problem for Elevate, even though they still have 3 players alive, they're all coming from CT, which is really probably the worst place you can have all 3 players coming from if you consider Long and Cat as the other option, just because you have to climb all the way up that ramp and then get back towards A. All the while, you have the high ground to worry about from Elevate or any T side. All right, well, still a 2-round lead heading into this second half. Having a look at that setup for Shane. There's a lot going on in his background. Looks like a storage room almost, but he's got is that a snowboard just hanging out there?
Seems like it.
Damn. And a frog.
A frog.
Just chilling there.
Seems like a pretty chill frog, I can't
There's
lie.
a lot going on here. Like lots of different things.
Yeah, the little mountain of boxes there. It looks like a lot of toys. I mean, if he ever gets bored in some of these timeouts, can just go ahead and hop on over to one of those boxes. Seemed like there was some pretty cool trucks. A lot to do in that room. Only one goal. That room as well. Look at this. Have cheeky from spawn smoke that lands straight in towards doors. And they're going to be fast on this play in towards the B site. I absolutely love it. The quick rush catches Fozy off guard. JBA runs out of ammo. Only so much he can do, especially with Sonic getting cut off on the inbound. It's going to be a pose plant. We know how those B side retakes can be so challenging.
Yeah. Elevator just like, don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Just rush B. That's the play. It worked out. Susp and Stanislaw, like you said, a very tough ask for them to try and retake, especially on pistol. And I mean, Stan gets a lot of information, knows where 3 players are, but his teammate's dead. Susp taking a bullet right to the head, and Dare finishes off Stanislaw. 8-5 for Elevate, who get the perfect start to the second half after looking great in the first one.
That's a fantastic start right there. Snav, I mean, whether it's everyone knowing that smoke in preparation for that pistol, if they call the pistol around, being able to get that smoke, but it is a fantastic start. And we've got for the third map, Peeping, surpassing 12 kills there, as you can see, and gaining a check mark, brought to you by PrizePicks, as he has been an absolute stud this series so far, and remains so in this decider here. It's been fantastic to watch him level up. It's been just crucial in key moments here for the squad. Timeout called off the back of a win here for Elevate as well. Especially going up against USPs.
I'm not sure if they notice something or want to talk about it. Yeah, it's weird. You're right. Just USPs on the other side. Wildcard have been forcing up on second rounds more often than not, so maybe Elevate are worried about that. We'll see. It's going to be a long stack here. Only one piece of util purchased by Wildcard is a flashbang. I don't know. Probably a non-starter in this attempt. And it is. Frankie, 3. Peeping and Snav finish off the rest, and it's 9-5 for Elevate.
Again, kind of tearing that one up. As you said, though, you're right. There has been a lot of force buys coming through from this wildcard side of things, so I like that Elevate just trying to remain on the same page here. You got those timeouts, so you might as well use them. They get closer and closer to that 13 mark here as the first gun round comes through. There isn't the best firepower here. Missing an AWP on Dust too. Now himself flashing out towards the long, getting active with this MAC-10. The flashes are so well placed, and he takes a lot of space for it. Another kill coming through from Dare, and the long hold collapses on Wildcard. 3 entries, and it could be the A-side claim. Sonic left to save the day. Can he do it? It's a really nice effort, but runs out of steam there with some damage. I don't know how much Susp can do. I mean, a 1v3, unconfirmed damage onto Snap. It might just be the case that he holds on to his weaponry.
3v1 for Elevate. Yeah, I think you're right. Susp just wants to hang on to the gun. Not going to challenge much, but this is just phenomenal for the Elevate side, up to double digits. Wildcard need to climb back up a very tall hill once more just to get back into this map. Susp will be successful in saving. On the other side, I guess Elevate are watching their economy very closely, seeing that only Frankie is comfortable, maybe Snav as well. They want to make sure they build up a little bit more of a cushion if they want to hunt aggressively. But yeah, Elevate 3 rounds away now. Get into those grand finals and securing at a minimum $1,000. If they win it, $4K available.
Again, it would be a statement here because a lot of these teams struggling up against this wildcard roster right now. Well, there's been a lot of excitement here from, us, and to see Elevate, despite what was a bit of an awkward start to this season here, given the roster changes. it would be exciting to see them overcome it, and especially if they could further extend that into a good run in the finals. Definitely taking down 2 tough challengers. Wildcard, they've shown some resiliency here in terms of some comebacks in the past, right? And definitely keeping Ancient close when they were down and out for a little while. So no stranger to having to pull things back.
Snap. Found. Sus finishes him off. An aggressive push from Wildcard here towards B. Trying to get back into it as the bomb will be planted. Frankie throwing the smoke down. Elevate have tons of control here, but still all 5 players, in fact, to worry about. Oh no, Stan! Stands in that Molotov for way too long, and it is indeed all Elevate here. The half-buy yielding absolutely 0. 11-5 for Elevate.
And then letting them know right there. This can be where taking on a team like Elevate can be frustrating. Running down those kills. Having so much success and being just difficult to deal with here. It feels like on this T side, they've got a whole lot of energy, especially at the start of this half. They've come into it with some confidence, excelling in the opening stages, and it's been fast as well, the way that these rounds have played out. Every single time Elevate have played around it, it's been off-spawn calls. And it's conditioning Wildcard to think the worst out of every round here. This time, a bit of a slower pace, but they're just going to fly out towards middle. It's still going to be a bit quick, isn't it? Stands ready to meet him.
Yeah, got the opener. Wildcard needed that. Great Molotov thrown for Elevate. They essentially force a smoke to be thrown for CT, so that gives them some comfort. And Shane catches Sonic getting a little bit overzealous, peeking towards those double doors. Smoke pop coming through. Snav, visibility, flashbang from his teammate. He doesn't care. He's just trying to help his teammates out. Fozy, in the meantime, does get the frag onto Dare. Fozy looking for a follow-up, but he won't connect with it. Shane, headshot. Fozy, gone. A site should be able to be taken, and yeah, that plant is going to be put down to dirt for Cat.
They've got some smokes to be recycled as well. That one's an interesting one. It's going to land on the stairs. But basically, the entrance of this retake is either going to have to wait the smoke out or try and run past it. Both of them going to be difficult to justify here. And they're going to have to wait it out here. Time going to tick away. It's past half-ticked at this point here. Problems start to arise, and the smoke fades away, but it's too little too late. Peeping with 2 quick headshots. Elevate with 7 shots at making it to the grand final.
Wow, this is a lot more one-sided than I thought it would be. Wildcard, you know, they've been pretty solid on Dust too. They've had a lot more reps than Elevate have. But in the end, at least right now, it looks like Elevate are on their way to this grand final. And we'll see if they can perhaps secure it. 2 MP9s, 2 A1Ss, and the FAMAS on the Wildcard side. One more round lost, though, and they are done here in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. Snav making his way towards lower tunnels. There's a smoke, I believe, being tossed for lower by Wildcard, so they might consider charging out here. I'm not sure what the idea is. But it is going to guise off visibility at the very least, so they can reposition themselves should they choose towards that B site, which is a little light right now. Dare wants to test his luck. 2-player series, probably dead to rights if he comes out, but that Molotov helps so much. JBA has to use a smoke onto it, and he waits inside. 101 on the clock, and here come the engagements. JBA gone through the smoke. They were trying to track each other, couldn't see anything. But Dare is the one to win the day, and he manages to retreat as well. I'm not even sure Sonic's necessarily aware of the fact that he's gotten away, but it seems like it since he's staring towards double doors. No, yeah, he thought perhaps he was still in that smoke. Now he flicks up and drops Snav to make it a 4v4, but Elevate still have a lot of space gained. And Sonic, I mean, you'd think he'd want to re-peek this, right? No, he's going to back off.
Gonna have to get out of dodge here. Fozzy. Gonna be next step back here to try and maintain the success on this A site. There's not a lot of time left, but that Molotov gonna force him to dance here. Finds a quick pick. And still staying alive, still being a problem, but a blind headshot from Frankie offers up some relief. 11 seconds left. Time to plant the digits on in, but now just the planter left standing. Shane in a 1v3. He gets 2 though quickly, and a chance to close it. Denied by Sus.
Oh, wow.
And Wildcard going to be able to play on for a little while longer, shutting down Shane in the 1v3.
Wow. What a close outcome there, with Susp clutching it out. 11 frags to his name. It hasn't been the best for him, but at least Wildcard keep hope alive for themselves, although it was exceptionally costly. So their buy-up is not really going to improve that much. It'll probably be even maybe worse than what they had in this round. But still, they have hope, a chance. They need a clean round victory to really get that run going back towards potentially an overtime. But you're going to see here, Dare has gotten the check mark for map 3, above the 13.5 kill mark. And a very important piece, JBA flashed out and dead. Not really much that Fozzy could do, but Stanislaw gets a 2K onto Shane and Peeping as they try to come out and reinforce this long A position. Now it's down to Snav and Frankie, who have a peek. I don't really necessarily want to commit just yet. In fact, Frankie is going to stick around over in pit. They realize the bomb isn't in their hands. And this round, still plenty of time left on it. Could very much lean Elevate's way if Stanislaw is not careful with the way he plays car. He's the only one at A.
Shane surpassing more than 13 kills as well. Stan looking to put this round to bed right here and right now. The tracking does come through there. Frankie does trade. Crossing it towards that A-bomb set, a whole nother task though. Denied access. And that will allow Wildcard to again continue to play on it. I mean, if they could show this level of resiliency, that would be truly incredible. But, you know, again, the finish line, Elevate, struggling to figure out ways to seal the deal. They've still got another strong purchase, though.
Shane going for the quick peek with the AWP. Positioning favored him. So it was given in his direction. Probably going to drop it for Frankie now. There we go. Switching up the guns, and Frankie's dead. He peeks around that corner. Fozzy wins the day. JBA manages to collect one as well, but Fozzy's starting to wake up here. 3-piece on for the quad. Fozzy can't do it because the nade finishes him off, but he did so much work. Peeping at 21 HP, jumps around to his doom. 8th for Wildcard, and all of a sudden, the possibility of overtime becomes a much more realistic prospect.
It's kind of looming. That's for sure, man. Fozzy waking up in a big way right there in a round like that as well. And Wildcard hanging in there. 4 rounds isn't the, you know, the worst deficit to claw back from. The issue is they've got to remain flawless here. This round, a bit easier than rounds in the past. They don't have to go up against the full firepower here of Elevate, but they still got to be weary of Shane and his AK that he's wielding right now. Be a problem factor. He's got a fierce half-buy going in. Can't take this lightly. Meanwhile, Snav surpassing expectations as well. Gathering himself a check mark, brought to you by PrizePicks, and again, continuing a great series for himself here. But Sonic gets the early info. Utility already out. That's a brilliant HE combined with a Molotov, combined with the distraction, and the kills flood through for Sup and Sonic. They shut down that B play with ease, and that's a very fast way to get 9.
And not to mention, another great thing for Wildcard is they build up a nice little bit of economy in their back pockets to potentially buy up again here. They don't have to buy rifles, but it gives them all of that util. It's fantastic. So that's the way you got to be winning these rounds, to continue giving yourself a chance at win after win to string these last 3 together. Susp crossing over, going towards that B site. He's got company, but he's going to double back for a moment to check out what's happening. In fact, that's Sonic checking out what's happening towards mid. Peeping, gives an audio cue away. Another check mark. They're all coming through on this map. Sonic going to get above that 15.5 kill mark. Snap. Rolling lower. Stanislaw waiting with Fozy towards Cat. Stan's going to peek out. Fozy's going to have to strike if Stan goes down. It's probably the idea. Oh, Stan's still in his hands. Bad time for that, but he still manages to get two! And Fozy gets the opener to give Stan that space to rock and roll. Snav and Peeping, last two standing. Peeping does manage to get the headshot on Stan. Fozy drops off, throws the incendiary forward. I think a plant may come through. You still have JBA at long, which Peeping is going to try and clear. He's really exposed, though. Eventually going to plant that bomb there. Sus check mark as well. Everyone's getting check marks thanks to the performance and the amount of rounds we're playing here. And looks like Peeping is sneaking his way behind the smoke, trying to use to his advantage as much as possible. Eventually he's going to get spotted out, and it's from long. JBA, killing blow, wild card, up to 10.
2 rounds off now, man. Really making it themselves believe, you can imagine. All of a sudden thinking that they can get their head back in this game. With a couple more rounds to boot. JBA to seal it as well. And such a strong defense offered by Stanislaw and Fozy on that catwalk. I was with you. I thought that little timing was going to cost Wildcard everything. But Fozy lands the op shot as he needed to. And Stan with the utility, it becomes all that more effective with the disruption. Pressure continues to apply onto Elevate. Wildcard doing such a good job of hanging in these games.
Sonic, forward positioning. Fozy gets the opener. Sonic only one before he is traded by Dare. 4v3 still in favor of Wildcard thanks to these opening engagements that have been won. Lots of noise being made by Elevate, so no secret as to the direction they're headed. And Wildcard, knowing that, tossing Incendiary out for Cat. Elevate don't have much util left, speaking of which. Just a couple of smokes and a flash. Ranky gonna get dropped most of that util to support Shane and Dare as they move on forward. Fozy watching right along the edge of the smoke. If he connects here on that one frag and gets away, it's a 4v2 and an increasing likelihood that Wildcard will be able to get this 11th. Fozy waits. And Elevate just want to explode outwards all at once. They only have that one flash. There it goes. Fozy has to look away. Hits the shot, though, and gets away. Well done from him. Wildcard that much closer to an 11th, but they will yield a bomb plant here, and it's still a chance for Elevate.
Secures at least another gun round here. If Elevate let this one slip. Fozy reaching the check mark. PrizePicks, but still not round over yet. Dare looking to make it so, but Fozy adds another kill, continuing to show approval. Shane, though, capitalizes on the low HP, still on the site, but overwhelmed. 2 chase him down. Wildcard 1 round off of overtime. They just won't give up here on Dust 2.
Wow, this is... it's wild. I mean, to put it simply. Oh, man. 24th round of play. Didn't think we were going to see it. It was 12-6, right? In favor of Elevate.
Yeah,
maybe even 12-5, right? Yeah, 12-5, you're right. 7 rounds. 7 rounds to close this out. And we're on that 7th. If Elevate should lose here, well, everything tilts in favor of Wildcard, and tables might start flipping. Ranky. Going out here. In towards lower. Elevate. One last chance to end this in regulation.
See if they can do it. Amplify the frustration here. Elevate didn't think this was going to need 7 chances. But if they could seal it here, a sigh of relief would lean on their camp. knowing that they at least locked in that grand finals position. If not, man, worrying signs to come in overtime with wildcard heading into it with all the momentum in the world. Fozy could be the first contact here once again with that op in a position that can be tricky to flash off as well. What's the utility that they use to turn the corner? They're just gonna run boost past it. It works out well enough, I guess. Not necessarily the most flawless execution on it, but it'll do. Past the initial scope of Fozy's op right now.
Here comes the Molotov for the site.
Oh my
Fozy.
god!
Oh yeah, look at that nade. That is chonky coming through. Wildcard trade frags through, but Stanislav continues to be impactful, and there's a 3K from him. They are 2 frags away from heading to overtime. Peeping keeps hope alive briefly, but his teammate, he's gone. It's all up to Peeping with only 5 HP, an AK, and a prayer. He tries to fake the plant twice and bait out engagements. It is over for this round in regulation. We are headed to overtime thanks to 7 rounds in a row coming through from Wildcard.
There's nothing sweeter than watching your IGL step up with a 3K. When if he fell down right there, if he fell short on that defense, that could have been curtains. That could have been the key difference maker. And Stan with a heroic play like that does surpass 13 kills. Does get to that PrizePicks check mark. And certainly has my approval as well. They're continuing to play well on the CT side. Have found the adjustments, have shut down Elevate with all these aggressive duels. And with the pressure release of no longer going up against the opportunity to close, maybe that's going to be what allows Elevate to get back into winning ways.
Top shot connects. JBA finishes the job. On for 3. JBA going to get that 3K and making it look easy in the process. Throws some util for himself. Flashbang out. Re-swings. Sonic supports him. JBA's gone, but it won't really matter. Maybe? No, it does. Snav going to get the follow-up onto Sonic. 1v1. As Susp going in towards that A site. Wins the duel from CT. Wildcard continue their round win streak into overtime.
They got to do it with a man down right there. It's been a long time since we've seen advantages in favor here of Elevate, and they finally got it. They finally got a man up after such a drought, and yet still, this time JBA with the multi to nullify it. And a clutch coming through from Sus. I mean, a 1v1 with a full minute left on the clock is incredibly challenging. And Sus just swings for the fences. Now the confidence exuding here from Wildcard. Knowing that they're in the advantage, they're in the driver's seat. Fozy looks to drive this one on home. An opening duel. Manufactured Sonic doubles down with the A4 spray as well from Long. Is unbelievable, but Wildcard just can't find a way to lose.
What? Sonic's just spraying through the smoke and gets 2. I mean, maybe he had some visibility, but still. Frankie does slip past on Cat. They're going to clear it, though, because they don't have full confidence that no one got up there. Fozy hits the flick on Snap, and Snap had the advantage peeking into him with his back turned. Frankie, last one standing, 5v1. Frankie hits a beautiful headshot onto Sonic. Incendiary is going to fly right behind him. 50 seconds left, has to try and recover the bomb. Ooh, just by a hair. Misses finding a second one, and eventually it's going to be all over for him. 14-12 as JVA hits the PrizePicks check mark. Everyone appears to be getting it. I don't know if there are many left that have it, but that's not even important. Honestly, what is Wildcard coming out with, how many in a row is it now? It was 5, now we're up to 14, 9 in a row. Unreal stuff.
Yeah, I think Elevate just might not be able to shut this down here. The Stampede. Full confidence in every move that they're making right now, and they've got the shots to back it up. Hitting a high right now is Wildcard in flow state in the comeback. And one more to give themselves a shot, a series point, a position in which I did not think they were going to get away with. Elevate had such success at the start of this T side, but this time struggling to replicate. It's an interesting jiggle from Sus. He'll do the trick. Gets to hold on to his Molotov and toss it eventually when he's taking that contact. Wow. That option actually works out for Snav. Fozy down early, and again, a rare man advantage. Snav actually saying, I'm going to start hopping right now. I've got to hop on the sticks, and that might be a move to at least shut down the momentum here if he can keep it up.
Maybe. 46 seconds left on the clock, though. Smoke from it to B. This is the right play if they go towards B. At least they attract the attention of Sonic and force him back out to watch these double doors. At the A site, actually, a little bit vulnerable here because the long player JBA is pushed up all the way towards long doors. Now the reinforcements are coming in. 25 seconds left. Sonic, along with Stan, are trying to get visibility. Elevate, have to get this bomb planted. We'll find another couple of frags indeed. Sonic striking back for one, but I don't think that's going to be enough. He's going to need a lot more very quickly. JBA as well. JBA won't get it neither. Will Sonic finally... The round win streak is ended at 9. Elevate pick up the last round in the first overtime. First half of the first overtime to make it 14-13.
Yeah, I mean, is that shutdown going to mean a lot here from Elevate? It has to mean something, right? It's a little disruption keeping wildcard at bay from Series Point. I know there's got to be a mental block going on here in the side of CTs now. See if they can keep flowing. And again, you know, now peeping wielding the op here. That good long spawn takes a shot, pops it off. No connection though. Flash is too good here from wildcard to allow for those openings. And it just seems like the op getting tossed around to try and figure out any way to win rounds, which I don't mind from Elevate at a point in time like this.
Elevate. Can they come back? I don't know. I mean, sure, like you said, that one round gives them a little bit of hope, a little bit of chance, but we'll see. Shane, holds the angle, misses the shots. He's getting overloaded, has to throw a smoke. Sonic in the meantime, headshot stare. I don't think he can do anything, can Shane? He doesn't. Snav manages to get one back, but the Molotov pushes himself and his teammate back. JBA swings around on the other side to get peeping, but Snav will eventually flick himself and make it only a man advance for wildcard, but the bomb is ticking away. Frankie realizes this is desperate situation, and he will get a frag on Stanislaw to make it a 2v2, but they still have to regain this space. Fozy, watching window. Smoke is still up. They try to smoke tons, but Fozy can just walk ahead of that. And now, I don't even know if they're going to have time to defuse, even if they find these frags. They're just taking too long. Fozy, shot onto Snap, and the follow-up on Frankie. Fozy doing it all here on the post plant to make it 15-13 for wildcard. They have 2 map and series points.
I can't believe that they're able to actually claim this as well. Fighting so hard throughout regulation to point, and now the reality finally sets in that they could close it off, and they've got 2 chances. Frankie also gathering more than 14 kills, getting the PrizePicks check mark. But in a certain sense, it could feel too little too late. They're caught by the flash. JBA turns the corner with fury. This is a team on a mission to make it to the finals. And it looks like they just might get there. A 4v5 at least to look to seal it.
Molotov lands at the feet of Peeping.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, forces him off the angle. Wildcard still haven't committed to either bomb site. They're all spread out right now. You're just hoping to get another pick or something to indicate what direction they should go in. Oh, there it is. Fozy on Peeping through the smoke, and Stanislaw finds Snav. This one is probably done unless Shane is able. Well, nope, Shane will do nothing. Fozy gets the op frag on for the last, but Frankie is able to at least keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Needs way more than that to keep overtime going, especially considering how hard it is to crack through this B bomb site on a retake with more than one up. Not to mention one player in a 1v4 Molotov comes out. Frankie is completely locked out. What can he possibly do? It seems like the answer is nothing. Unfortunate for him. And Elevate, they blow a 12-5 lead, and Wildcard then win 11 of the next 12 rounds to close it out in overtime. Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Truly incredible comeback right there. As a cherry on top, when I finally thought that the campaign here of Wildcard was going to be shut down, when I finally thought they had faced a task too tall, the resiliency here, the ability to dig deep, and again, to add to this here, this is 2 players playing in Sweden right now on 100 ping, but also, Fozy in that third map top fragging at like 2 a.m. in Sweden, just firing on all cylinders. This wildcard roster is going to be one to be incredibly excited about, and as I had mentioned, back on Ancient even, when they were formulating a comeback there, it makes for what I think is going to be the most exciting grand finals of 2 teams in red hot form off the back of this player break.
Absolutely. And let's check out those stats from map number 3. They're going to come on your screen very shortly, guys, and talk more about who were the pop-off performers and who actually hit those expected frag marks. You're going to see here Sonic and Fozy were ridiculous for Wildcard. I mean, every single player getting the green check mark here for Wildcard, and it was an unbelievable performance from the whole squad. They didn't need to rely on JBA even. It was just everyone popping off here, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, just some massive key moments right there. And like you said, everyone having big moments to seal things, especially if you talk about Stan and some of the activation that he got. I mean, to get in towards overtime, had a big multi-kill on the A site where he was, the last guy on the site proper. And if he fell without getting much impact, it would have been, potentially Elevate being our next grand finalist, and just hung in there so well alongside the ability to keep the mindset right. And that's going to be one they can be very proud about. On the other side of things here, I mean, again, with the amount of rounds that we played, getting those overtimes here, I believe, everyone hitting or gathering themselves on towards the expectations by PrizePicks. But, it has to feel a little bit rough on their side of things, just watching that game slip from their grasp. I mean, especially with the strong calling we saw out of the gates here from Elevate.
No, absolutely. I mean, I thought Elevate were the ones that had the edge. Everything was looking amazing for them on Dust 2. They switched sides, and I thought that they were going to close it out. Everyone did, right? But Wildcard, so resilient, so persistent. A couple of close rounds at the beginning of that comeback, but afterwards, it just felt like domination to the finish line. Yes, in overtime, we had a couple of exciting ones, but getting there, it was just Wildcard stomping on through. Nothing would stop them from reaching their objective, which is the grand finals. We're going to get there in just a little bit, guys, but before we do, a quick shout out to everyone that made this possible, guys. The NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select at least 2 stat projections and pick more or less to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, if you click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account, they will match your first deposit up to $100. That means if you deposit $100, you get an additional $100 to play with. Type !REVIVAL into chat to learn more. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Cup is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for Face It ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. And of course, from this match, Snav, Frankie, Peeping, and JBA are all playing in Mythic League. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in the Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there's $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we are going to take a break, but when we come back, the grand final between Wildcard and NRG.
Terrorists win.
You're either the most or one of the most traveled esports teams in the world.
I think we travel the most, and it's not even close.
Yeah, I'd agree 100% that we're the most traveled team in the world. In fact, I don't even think it's close for CS at least.
We're definitely like up there with the most amount of travel out of any team.
Confidently say that we are probably the team that travels the most, yeah.
We're always on like 8-10 hour plane rides, like to and from. We have so many long flights, so.
Being a North American team definitely involves a lot more travel than the European teams. And then obviously there's the extended travel when you need to get home. It's a nice long 10-hour travel day just for you to get back home.
Last 6 months, if I can remember, we've been to Denmark, Poland, Malta, Germany, I think. Such a hard question because I don't remember.
I wouldn't say it's ridiculous. I mean, it kind of is, but it's a lot. It's definitely the hardest part about playing the game for sure.
We definitely face some challenges that other teams don't have. So we attend a significantly large amount of events around the world. Combination with the fact that we're a North American team and we want to practice in Europe, we travel a lot to just simply go and practice as well.
Longest amount of time like home, I honestly have no idea, but it would probably be less than like 3 weeks. We're usually never home longer than 3 weeks.
I think most of the time we're just trying to get through the travel day, so people will often find ways to just keep themselves entertained, whether it's like watching shows, watching YouTube videos.
Actually, before I flew here, I was playing Last Epoch on my laptop. That's something I like to do, just try and play some games, you know, pass the time a little bit.
Just watching TV shows, and I'm trying to sleep as much as I can, like on those long flights. Just try to survive that long trip.
Most of the time I end up sleeping anyway, and I end up only watching like 2 episodes.
A lot of times I actually am watching just like demos like on the plane, especially on like the really short European flights where I'm only doing like 2-3 hours.
I'm a bit of a weirdo, so when I'm traveling, a lot of the time I just kind of just sit there and just wait. The screen's off, but I'm just staring at the screen, like no headset on or anything, just like waiting for the flight to end. I pretty much do nothing when I'm traveling, honestly. I'm just like AFK.
With the Legion Go, with the amount that we travel, we're going to be using it all the time.
You know, Legion Go can help me out as an in-game leader on the plane. I could watch demos on it. Gonna try doing that when we're traveling, and then maybe playing games like on the travel and stuff like that.
I could definitely implement the Legion Go to my travels because I actually like playing like single player, like console type games. I think on the flight that will help me pass time for sure.
Something that I've also wanted to do, like playing like single player games when I'm on the plane doing super long hours.
Having the Lenovo Legion Go is going to up my Steam hours by a lot.
I can finally play like Rocket League and stuff, games like that.
What do you think makes it worth it for them?
I think for them, it's about being able to achieve your dreams. You know, they all want to be a world champion in Counter-Strike. They want to compete. They want to be the best.
I've been doing this for 9 years now, and if this wasn't the life that I expected, then I don't know when I was going to finally get it through my skull, so.
I love traveling the world. Like, I know like it's crazy to be away for this long, but if I didn't love CS, I don't think I'd be able to do the travel because it is very mentally taxing at times. But yeah, it's just the love of the game and seeing new places and exploring the world, and it's all what makes it good.
It's not the best part about the job, but I mean, I'm able to do what I love, playing CS.
You know, just being able to play the game with your friends and have fun with it is definitely like one of the best parts, is just having fun together playing the game.
All right, we're back here, guys. Let's go. Grand finals coming up. Prize Picks NA Revival Series number 1. It has been very exciting up to this point, but it all comes down to this. NRG and Wildcard facing off in the grand final. Honestly, we were already talking about this previously, Cole, but Wildcard impressed us since their first match, and it doesn't surprise me at all that they are the ones in this grand final.
Yeah, I mean, and in the fashion that they got there, maybe that's the surprising part right there. The wildest comeback effort coming through from these guys who have stood incredibly resilient. And, you know, you can see how hungry they are to play, right? If you're down in that position, you know those two Swedes are going to be going up into the early morning in Europe, but excited to play some North American Counter-Strike. And Fozy was one of those leaders to get them there. So, you know, I think the story of this grand final, as we mentioned, was the two teams coming into this looking the most exciting in the off season, making the most exciting roster moves.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was going to say exactly the same thing, Cole, honestly. And looking over at the NRG side, Nitro is that addition that you're talking about, that player that we didn't necessarily expect to see coming back to CS2, but he did, and he's looked pretty solid so far, contributing in the frag department, and also, of course, in terms of some great calling as the IGL. The rest of the squad, Breeze continues to impress me. Hext is coming into form in a very big way, and OC's OC. You don't have to worry about him, honestly. You always know that he's going to be on point. Not to mention Automatic. There isn't a player that isn't worth highlighting on this squad, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, right? I feel like even Automatic, who has taken a lot more like sacrificial roles on this roster, has still performed in big moments, and it felt like this event has had a lot of like big clutches, big round saving plays, and that was how he closed out that last year is one of those maps. So I'm with you, right? And even still, like Nitro on this side of things is still playing incredibly well. He's individually looking strong. So very excited to see this matchup and see if they can keep it up. But I mean, obviously, one of these two teams is going to lose their hot streak, which I think is a bummer for both of them.
Indeed. But I mean, well, in on all honesty, I think it's exciting whoever wins. I think that it's going to be a very good matchup. And with all that being said, why don't we check out the Prize Picks analyst segment here and see what's going on in terms of the expected frags for both of these teams? Starting with your pick, Cole. Who do we start with?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they're looking forward to seeing some of these rosters here and some of these players really perform up to expectations. So far, it has been, for me at least, in terms of consistency, Hex playing incredibly well. Guy just keeps it up. I mean, just throughout the entire event, quarterfinals and semis,
Yeah.
he has been super solid. I think outpacing himself even in this event in particular. Breeze alongside him, though. I mean, both of these players have really leveled up their game in this event. So this duo right here, obviously doing really well in this tournament, alongside OCU, can keep up that consistency.
Yeah, I'm with you absolutely in that regard. Once more, I think Breeze remains my player to keep an eye on. I know you mentioned Hext, I agree, but Breeze, he is going to surprise a lot of people moving forward. And I think whoever hasn't been watching NRG, once they do watch them, they'll say, oh crap, Breeze has come back in such a significant way. And this guy's fragging out again, which I mean is great for him. I personally thought he was in the twilight of his career back in the AG days. I think a lot of people did. And then he just explodes onto this NRG roster. So Breeze, he's my guy to keep an eye on. Moving on to the other side, let's talk about Wildcard. And I think we've already talked about in the previous series, but JBA is that guy to watch.
I mean, there's just no question about it. He continues to play, these big impact moments here. We saw, especially on Inferno here, when you talk about like getting Stan through some of his tough times in terms of calling on that T side, you have a solution at hand here, and that's JBA take over the game. And again, it felt like at certain times Stan wasn't even calling in towards the right sides, the right directions. But when they have players like JBA that can find the entries, those problems can be nullified very quickly. Alongside that here, I want to kind of highlight Susp, who, for me is kind of has a low number, the 26.5, but has been just performing very well. And I think for me at least, I expect these kills to consistently be shown from him. He feels like he's a player that can bring multis, can get them out of tough situations. And so, I mean, another one of these players, Sonic, obviously in that last map though, took over the game. So it just feels like everyone is hitting a stride right now on Wildcard. And again, one more test at hand.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of head-to-heads between Sonic and Breeze in particular, and that's going to be some important engagements to keep an eye out for. Sonic, though, tends to be one of their more consistent players on the wildcard roster, so we'll see how it all plays out into this grand final. What's at stake, of course? Well, it's $5,000 divided up in $1,000 for second place and $4,000 for first place. That's what is at stake here for both of these squads. Obviously, they want that lion's share and getting that first place prize. That said, let's check out the vetoes here. Mirage Ban, of course, coming through from Wildcard. Let's see if we're going to see anything different here in terms of the ban from NRG. We'll get it. There it is. Nuke. Okay, so Nuke is out. What do you think is going to be the first pick here, Cole?
Well, I mean, for Wildcard here, again, it would make sense to try and lean into your strengths so far. Seen a lot of good signs here on Ancient that they've looked very confident on, which wouldn't be the biggest surprise for me. And yeah, it makes a lot of sense that they start things off in that direction. Now, for NRG side of things here, there could be a good opportunity to lean into what they've seen in the past here. And that's pretty clear weaknesses on Inferno. If they can try to capitalize on that, that might be their goal here.
Yeah, I think if Wildcard were playing up against NRG on Inferno last time, they would have had success on NRG, that is, but Anubis ends up being the pick. Okay, not what I expected, because Anubis is actually pretty good for Wildcard too. Wonder what NRG is cooking on that one.
Yeah, I'm very interested alongside you there. That's at least for me, a tad bit surprising there. And I think them playing into their strengths as opposed to trying to target the weaknesses. But, Inferno's a strong point for them as well. And I think it's going to be a luxury that Wildcard get this second phase Inferno ban, right? I think there's no question about that. And then Dust 2 to finish things off there once more. So, it should make for a very exciting map pool at the very least. We're going to be seeing a lot of aggression, a lot of attention on some of these like mid control areas. But for me, again, NRG, it just seems like a missed opportunity to target wildcard.
Yeah, this is yeah, very strange. I think Wildcard got a pretty good veto, a very good veto, given their map pool and the way it goes. Strange, yeah. I think NRG should have punished. Definitely should have gone into Inferno. That just because Wildcard won their previous engagement doesn't necessarily mean that NRG still wouldn't have been able to absolutely dominate with a 10-2 record on that map. I guess they want to try and explore something else and see what Anubis can bring them.
Yeah, I mean, definitely identifying some confidence here, and I will say again for NRG, this has been a team that has looked to do some preparation. I kind of noted it, but NRG, what they've looked so good in is understanding the setups of their opposition and breaking those down, especially on those T sides. I think it's a specialty of Nitro, who it feels like he's been really liking to get the reads on his oppositions. Get some tendencies kind of identified and. If that's the case here, if NRG have been really targeting, Anubis and say they might have seen some sort of weak point that they can try and capitalize on, then I hope to see that in the server. I hope to see the reason why NRG didn't kind of lean in towards this punish pick.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with you. Maybe they're trying to expand their map pool even further and show Anubis as a point of strength. And in a grand final like this is a time to showcase it, perhaps, for them. I don't know. But Wildcard, if they play as well in Ancient as they have in times past, I think could very well set themselves up for a potential 2-0. And going on to Anubis, which is a map that they have been good on, it should be interesting to see how it plays out. All right, so looking at the server here, I think we're still waiting on a few players to join up. So, no? Okay. Yeah, we are. Okay. Jumping into that, you saw that we only have those 6 players in there. So, I actually have a question for you, Cole.
Yeah.
What do you think about the current state of CS2? It's a loaded question, I know, but what do you think about it?
I really enjoy playing CS2. I feel like I've seen some complaints and some like nostalgia for Go, but at this point, I'm kind of over it. I'm enjoying CS2. I feel like I've got everything I could ask for out of the game, and even like at the pro level right now, like this year's been crazy cool to watch like these storylines formulate. So many cool players coming up into the scene, and it still feels like we have some of the stories of old, like obviously like Nico playing very well, but like the Monacy and Don conversation, it's really cool to see. So I love CS2, to be honest with you.
All right. Well, cool.
What about you?
I'm glad we can disagree.
Are you on the same page?
No,
Oh, wow.
no.
Okay.
I mean, I'm on a different spectrum here. No, look, I love CS2. I think that in general, there's a lot of upgrades that it brought, both visually and the smokes and mechanically, but there's also downgrades that are still there in terms of netcode and the way things go. Right now, the one thing I'm encountering the most is just desyncs that are happening when you're fighting. There have been instances, even when I'm winning, even when I'm doing well, I'm like, I don't know if that should have happened. Like, for example, I'm just going into upper B tunnels with the Galil, and I see a player coming from lower. I spam away 3 bullets. I see the 3 bullets being fired, and then half a second later, the headshot is shown on my screen. I'm just like, wait, what?
I think the reason I like it so much personally is because I'm always playing on Virginia servers for some reason in matchmaking, and I immediately get 5 ping, and then whenever I play, Face It Pugs, it's Chicago. I mean, I even get like 30 ping to Denver, so like I'm never on a situation where I feel out of sync.
It's weird,
And
though.
so that's just why I like it personally. I've never felt like I've had those
It's
moments.
so weird because I've had them constantly. The only time I didn't was like I think in a brief middle period, like around the halfway point between the release of CS:GO and
Yeah.
right now.
Do you
So
have
like
bad latency? Like what's your
no,
like average ping?
like 20. Like
Yeah, I don't know what to
no,
tell you.
no, exactly. Like, and it's so
Wow.
weird because I've heard like everyone's having different experiences when they play. Like
Yeah.
some people have the desync, some people don't.
Some people
encounter
have
it at
like
all.
tab out bugs.
Yeah.
I've never encountered that. I did at one point for like a couple days and then it went away. So I was like, all right, nice.
Yeah.
But I know like people have had weird like crashes and stuff like that. All of that has avoided me so far and hopefully continues to avoid me.
I hope so
But
too.
it's made CS2 very fun. I love it.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, we'll get there eventually with CS2. I just think there are some problems. The one thing that still comes up, even in pro play, is geometry and getting the jump
Yeah,
up
we've
onto
seen
certain
that a
objects,
lot.
right? Yeah, like we should be able to consistently jump up on an object, and even when you're doing everything right, you're not able to get where you need to be, whether it be jumping onto a box or jumping onto your teammate's head. I've seen players struggle when they shouldn't be, right? When they're having issues when everything is being done as it should be.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's one of those bigger complaints I have. Some of the movement, it feels a little bit awkward. I know that some of the updates have also tried to identify that. Like Vertigo sandbags have been a huge problem for me in the past, and like ancient, or rather Anubis, the small like little jump ups that have been failed there have led to some pretty like iconic moments. But yeah, I would definitely echo that one. That's one of my bigger complaints. But you know, it's for me, it feels like some of those issues are so like marginal for me.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to say that they matter a little bit more to me, but
It
at the
feels
same
frustrating when you're the one that's like kind of losing to it, though. I know what you mean.
exactly. At the same time, I still love CS2. I want it to be better. I think there's
Yeah.
room for improvement. It's not necessarily at the level of Go in terms of like netcode and everything, because there are still these issues that are coming up. But I love the game, and I love the way it makes my skins look in game. So that's kind of important to me. The blue phosphor M4A1S is
Oh,
amazing. Absolutely
Yeah.
fantastic. I was so happy I bought that before the price jump. I was like, this might look really good in CS2, and it absolutely does. All right, well, we're still waiting for players to join up here, guys. So we got, okay, looks like everyone is in and ready. You guys don't have to listen to us yapping for much longer, I promise. Everyone's going to jump into the pistol round. And we'll get going on map number 1 of Ancient. We can talk a little bit more about the stats for both these squads going on that map. 15 and 9, and we just saw a win, of course, for Wildcard in that previous series on the map. And over on the NRG side, haven't played this much, 7 and 6. Still pretty solid. I mean, the only problem is against the top competition, they've struggled. And against M80 in particular, 3 to 13 loss.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some worrying history in that sense here, I think. But again, both of these teams kind of hopping into, this fresh faced this event in particular, and what I've seen from both of these rosters, like the NRG victory yesterday versus Nouns, showed a lot of resiliency, a lot of fight. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, they were down in that matchup and had to pull off a pretty good comeback versus Nouns to sweep the series. And so, I mean, for me, it feels like both of these teams have come through, as we had mentioned, making big moves and really capitalizing off the off season, and more than anything, committing to Counter-Strike, which is cool.
Yeah, and I think there's no coincidence either that these two teams are here in this grand final. They are also going to be two that it would not surprise me at all if they finish in the top 4, top 5 of ECL, because that's how well they're playing, and that's the projection I kind of have them on here. As we finally get going here with the pistol round on Ancient NRG Wildcard, it is the first grand final of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series, and we're going to have 11 more after this.
So excited.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, especially if it ends up like this, the competition that we've seen already is so exciting. And obviously, some of those rosters still competing in international competitions. The Esports World Cup that just finished up, where, we obviously had M80 and Complexity playing in. So I imagine that we'll see some of those North American teams come back and potentially compete even further. So that competition just, for me, gonna get even more advanced.
As we got another pause. Sorry, guys, false alarm. Okay, there we go.
There we go.
We're
Nice.
into it. I promise I pressed the start button. I pressed it multiple times, guys. It's not our
I'm
fault.
glad you pressed it.
Don't blame
My
casters.
button's broken over here. Someone came prepared, fortunately. We'll see who's more prepared in the final.
Yeah, I don't know. I think mine was broken too, though. I pressed it like 7 times and, finally worked. But,
You know what they say, 7 times the charm.
I'm not sure if that's how they say it. Here we go, though. We are getting started here. First round underway. Sonic going down towards mid. The rest of his team going to join him here. I guess didn't really talk about it, but what do you think is going to happen here? Are we going to get another really close series? That's my prediction, but perhaps some one-sided maps will come through. Automatic.
Thinking with the veto right now, it could be that case here, but again, anything could happen in the server with how good some of these players have been playing throughout this event. Is Breeze one of them, and Breeze starts it off with a quick 2-piece. Counter flash is coming through, keeping their distance, and it won't be looking to go in the favor of Wildcard. No, it'll be shut down. Breeze with a quick 3K, fighting for both angles, shutting off Donut and A main, and giving an NRG a comfortable pistol.
NRG off to a good start, even though, you know, this is Wildcard's map pick, by the way, guys, just reminding you again. And this is a map that they performed on quite well. Let's look at their last 4 times on it. They did lose to Elevate, actually, 14-16 in overtime. One against the Party Astronauts, 13-5, and before that defeated Take Flight and Limitless. And over on the NRG side, the last time they played it was against Nouns. Actually today. We just saw that one too. Also going to overtime. So 2 ancient overtimes already play with identical scorelines. Now these teams obviously want to avoid that situation. Hex, Breeze, and then both of them again combining for 4 here on the anti-eco, Cole.
Yeah, pretty straightforward right there. No trouble getting past the Glock. Sonic gonna get a little flashbang hit his way. OC challenging, hunting those sweet ecos. And he'll get on the board because of it. So 2-0 for Energy to start before the rifles and the resistance from Wildcard appears. And as I mentioned at the start of this one, what I've noticed so far is Susp using some of that experience and some of that, you know, just knowledge that he has to work this B side so effectively on the T side for Wildcard. It feels like they can trust him to be alone and still fight for map control, which isn't always the case, isn't always a luxury that teams have.
Susp and Wildcard trying to pinch in towards mid, but Hex somehow through the smoke manages to find the headshot onto Susp. Oh, 5v4. Sonic spamming in towards Donut, but another frag goes the way of NRG. This is the buy-up, by the way, guys, for Wildcard. So far, not so good. Stanislaus slipped out. He pops out of the corner and manages to get one back. It's still a man advantage in favor of NRG. Wildcard are trying to claw their way back into this round. There is a bit of a problem. The bomb is still dropped outside of T spawn, so they're going to have to full-on rotate back in order to get it. And it feels like because of that situation that leaning towards the B site may be the better decision, just because it's going to take some time in order to recover it.
I gotta transfer on over. The good news is on this defense, some utility and some presence here. OC doesn't have a smoke. That was actually a flashbang. It is the smoke that comes through from Hex, and that's just such a good deterrent right now. We talked about the woes here of Wildcard in the past and the clock being one of their bigger problems on this T side. Whew. Sometimes they can use that to their advantage, and Sonic will send automatic packing in middle. They're going to try and transfer over towards this A side, but Breeze going to use a little bit of trigger discipline.
This is so
He's going to watch the ball
Oh
transfer
no!
to JBA.
What?
He clears the corner, and it's just pure frustration on Breeze's face. Is Sonic then able to take space on that site? How diligent is JBA as OC looking to save the state of this round?
9 players out of 10 keep going and don't clear that. Don't realize that their teammate didn't look towards the right, but JBA heads up play, clears the corner, and wins the round effectively by doing so. Wow, that could have gone wrong in so many ways for Wildcard, but thanks to JBA, they get that first round. It was a 5v3 too.
Yeah, it's a lot of adversity to overcome right there. Sonic to start it off. Sonic overlooks the angle, but JBA has his back. That is truly incredible. And a get out of a young player right there. That's the sort of diligence that you can't often get from these young guns, but and so wise right there, so smart in that round. It's automatic looking to maintain space towards middle. He is stuck in a really hot position. I don't know if there's any HEs there to blow open the smoke. I don't know if they're interested in making that move here, but they are looking to crunch in towards middle, given the position up short side. Thozy ready to collapse alongside these 2 players looking outside the smoke.
There it is, Fozy. Spotting out Breeze. Automatic. Pops drops it at the right time, could do damage, but he has to be careful of his flank. And yeah, automatic's done. Sonic and Stan doing work. Susp collects one as well, and this buy-up for NRG has been completely muted. Wild card, last one found. That'll do it. Tied up 2-2. And they are starting to roll along once more.
Just systematic control right there taken by Wildcard. The way that they handled that mid pressure. Having Fozy get up towards that short side of that catwalk and getting ready to collapse in towards Shelf, and then having your assets towards middle alongside that. That's going to be a fun fight to watch for the remainder of the half here, or at least the remainder of this game is, again, the battle of these two tenured IGLs here coming through. Stan and Nitro. It was strange to playing up against each other over the last, what has it been, like 8 or 9 years?
It's been
not always
while.
IGLs, I guess, but definitely playing against each other for forever.
Mm-hmm. It has been quite some time. Looks like we had a brief disconnect come through. OC having some connection problems, but he's back. Not too bad of a delay, guys. And we go on. 5th round of play. NRG and Wildcard all knotted up, but Wildcard, I mean, they've had 2 very convincing round victories in a row. NRG not going to be able to afford much of anything. Nitro buys up 5-7, but everyone else on default pistols for NRG. Nade sails out. Pops open the smoke, but not really any information to be gained since NRG are just hanging back on each bomb site. 2 for A, 3 for B, and I say hanging back, but Nitro's pushed up all the way to the top of A main.
They got some advanced positioning with the 5-7 as well. He's the one player with the best firepower to hold the entirety of that A side. The rest of the USPs elsewhere. Sometimes there can be strength in numbers, but sometimes the USP is just not enough to fight up against it, even despite the stacks. We'll see what the case is here. Stan looking to take some charge, farm up some cash flow with that MAC-10. A nice $600 if it wasn't for Susp just sniping him through the wall to find the entries, taking all the kills. Eventually let Stan have one, but nicely handled on the anti-eco. Just a pretty sharp USB shot from Hex to do some extra damage.
Nitro with his 5-7 berries and cherries. Just gonna stick around for some exits.
I feel like this is a high value skin, you know what I mean? It's an efficient skin. Unless it's expensive, but I feel like it's not that expensive.
It's I think it's 120.
Wow, okay, that was more than
Yeah.
I thought it was. Jeez. So when I was, oh wait, no, no kit. Shouldn't be creating any chaos. Could find an exit, but as I was saying, I looked through my camera roll on a plane one time, flight, and I went so far down it was 2016, where I was deleting pictures, and in 2016 my M9 bayonet Boreal Forest. Do you want to guess how much it costs?
The M9 bayonet Boreal Forest. When it cost in 2016? I don't know, like $70.
That was exactly right. How much do you think it costs nowadays?
250.
It's like $700 now.
What? I've never. What? Why?
I think it's 10x'd.
I have not
since,
checked its price recently. I That is crazy, dude.
Yeah,
It's
it's actually
Forest.
616 for the field tested Boreal Forest on the Steam marketplace. It's absolutely insane. The stonks on the skins.
It's pretty impressive. I think Wildcard are looking for stonks in the game. They want to get those rounds racked up. Fozy, along with JVA, get a couple of frags, but Nitro will strike back for 2 in a row. So that makes it a 3v3. Nitro tucking himself up into the shortened cubby. It was shortened quite a while ago, of course. Sus overlooks it. Why? I feel like he should have had the information to peek that, but doesn't. OC finds one onto Sonic, and Wildcard kind of getting shut down at this point. Stanislaw, the last one standing, waiting for a push to come on his flank. 47 seconds left, and we know that Stanislaw has a ton of patience when it comes to these types of situations. NRG, wisely, not going to aggress. They're going to wait for him to go in their direction. 30 seconds left now. Stanislaw eventually going to make a move. You have to imagine saving doesn't really afford him much. Maybe it prevents an AK from being dropped over to the other side, but let's see if he can give it the old college try. And out sees the rifle of Nitro, but it doesn't matter because Ozzy's on the other side peeking around, finishing him off, and NRG tie things up again.
That's a lovely setup right there. Honestly, with the amount of space that was taken here by Wildcard, I thought that was going to be enough. As you said, some small clears, some solid timings there working out in NRG's favor. A scary round to throw out into the mix there. Wildcard just kind of contacting up the ramp side. It's going to make sure that NRG, for the remainder of the half, are respecting that potential. Putting some more resources in that direction. But again, Breeze looking for the task of middle control here. And up to the fights. The confidence shown from him right now as he looks to take these duels, but swinging out wide. Sonic's been just as sharp in this side of the map and starts to win out on these fights. As Hex goes swinging wide and Fozy instantly trades. So the great positioning of Wildcard, keeping them a man up.
Jeez. That is some aggression being punished by Wildcard onto NRG, who continued to try and take the fights both towards mid and at a Jaguar, but each player disposed of handily. Sonic watching Donut, spots the player jiggling around, managed to get past that angle, so he's probably just going to push forward, and that forces OC to go back towards the site because he doesn't have really anyone to help him out at this point. He's calling for automatic to rotate over, and that is indeed a good decision. OC has to hold the fort for now. JBA boosted up towards Tree, and JBA won't get anything. OC drops 2. Finally traded out by Fozy, who also got automatic before that. Nitro, last one standing. 1v2 clutch required of him to get NRG a 4th round. But Fozy's watching the angle, waiting for the peak to come through, and hits the shot, even though it looks like it was past him. Fozy has 120 ping, so it works.
Yeah, I love watching him off right there.
Yeah.
Those sort of wild connections. It'll do the trick. This Fozy, I give him the T side here. Able to elevate. I think a lot of high impact. He was a big influence in that comeback versus Elevate, and his op definitely felt into the server with some good trades there. And again, I feel like trading is pretty difficult to do when you're on high ping. You wouldn't blame him for missing some of these shots, but he just isn't.
Well, at least what Fozy is seeing is what he's getting here in CS2. I don't know about
not so much
everyone else.
Nitro.
Yeah, exactly.
Poor guy.
Yeah, indeed. OC and Breeze stacked up here towards the A site. Breeze just playing anti-flash right next to A main. Or no, excuse me, he's right up into it. And he manages to get one, not the second though. The jumping Mac 10 headshot onto Breeze. A 4v3 in favor of Wildcard should be an easy round for them to take, given that there's very little bought up in this one for NRG. You never know what might materialize. Fozy continues to rock and roll with the AWP, and it's up to Hex and Automatic. I think this one is a non-starter. It is.
I'm not going to get much of anything. Nicely done right there. I was thinking there might have been a gap for Automatic to deny a bomb plan for a second and just kind of frustrate Wildcard in the late round, but that's not the case. You got all their bases covered. Not too many casualties taken. And heading into this next gun round, you actually have a Mac 10 still in play for Stanislaw, and I'm noticing on the other side of things here for NRG, there is 0 head Kevlar. So keep an eye on Stan. If he can get in their face, up close and personal, yeah, that could be a bit of a promise. Oh, those HEs,
Wait,
two
what?
of them dunking down on Automatic and Breeze as they take early map control. But Fozy's still aware of the aggression right there. Automatic trying to play around the smoke, but Fozy just continues to fire away with this AWP.
Breeze continuing to fight and will eventually back off. I agree with you though. Fozy's doing so much. He's got 11 frags now. Leaps and bounds above absolutely everyone else in the server. Wildcard biding their time now. 3 players for NRG on B. That's where the bomb is for now. But it feels like there's a lean towards A, and that would be the correct call. 2 push down towards ramp. Fozy is gone. Deleted there, and a man advantage gain for NRG. But because 2 players are seen, they're going to full-on send it to A. They overlook back of Donut, though. Breeze connects for only 1, but it is enough because it delays the wildcard squad enough for NRG to restore some manpower on this A side, Cole.
Yeah, but JBA positioned back in towards Donut, and again, we've seen how powerful this position can be. Now, the good news is there's a Molotov and a smoke, and Stanislaw was not allowed to evacuate either. So JBA inches his way forward, looking for an active duel before the post gets too far, and Nitro won't allow it. Gonna complete the kill right there, and NRG successful on the retake.
Alrighty, so back and forth we continue to go as NRG come within striking distance of Wildcard's lead once more. That's just, you know, a good opener from Nitro. I thought Fozy had pulled it back, but that aggression, double stack, or double peek down ramp, and afterwards overlooking the back of Donut where Wildcard were the difference makers in that round. As we go again here, I think it's going to be a buy from both sides. It is. 4 AKs, the op for Wildcards, same thing on the other side for NRG in terms of M4s, and they actually, no, they don't have the op, excuse me, they have a couple of AKs and 3 A1Ss. Susp gets the opening frag onto Nitro, Hex trying to find the trade, Susp sneaks into the smoke, Hex expecting it, watching the edge of it, there we go, trade does eventually come through, and B site is kept safe for now.
Yeah, but in a bit of a panic rotation here, it does leave some vulnerabilities. They have this Donut control, but Sonic clotheslines Breeze, doesn't allow him to get too much space here. Automatic kind of revealing himself inside of Donut as well. And quick on the retake here. Fozy this time not connecting with the op shot, but it won't matter because Stanislaw stands right behind him, and he does connect. OC and Automatic kind of huddled around this A side, on the outside looking in, trying to crack through, but having some difficulties in the shots, and Fozy going to ensure that this round is secured. Wildcard going to gather themselves a 6th round here. This T side looking strong.
Yeah, well done. I mean, it's a bit of a seesaw right now in this first half, but Wildcard, I do agree. You know, their T side is looking as good as it has been over the last few matches here on Ancient. Automatic saves the M4. And we go on checking things out again. I mean, that's just a great entry from Susp, and afterwards the bodies just keep falling in favor of Wildcard, as they've now ensured at least that a tie is the most that NRG could bring this back to in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to operate right there if you're NRG, feeling the pressure towards that B side. And as I said, you don't really have to give Susp a lot on that B side for him to find impact. Has a little lurk smoke to get up, but outside of that, he's tasked with selling the distraction. He did a great job. Has been in the past here, a bit of a win condition for Wildcard's T side here on Ancient, but Fozy's still clear win condition right now. An entry this time. Rolling on through instead of just trading his teammates. Finds the rifle as well. The regression is nice. It might net them another rifle to pick up, but having to kind of sacrifice control. Now, that is bomb. So this one actually gets a whole lot more interesting. Wait a second. There has to be some serious heroics. And it won't come through from OC just yet, but maybe Hex can save the day. The bomb still not picked up, but it also is smoked off right now, hoping for some spam, but he's somehow just splitting the goalpost. I almost think it was harder to miss those 2 players right there, but unfortunately for Hex, not able to do much more in denial. Yeah. And they've got him boxed in.
And once he got bodied by the Molotov, it just hit him right in the shoulder. I mean, that's tough. Kind of jostled him around a little bit and made life even more difficult. Hext, yeah, he's just staying here. I think he's dead to rights. There's just no chance that they're not going to chase him down.
Yeah.
Yeah, here they come. Hext gets nice. Sus expecting it. There we have it. 7-4 in favor of Wildcard. One last buy round available for NRG in this first half. One last round at that. for them to try and keep things close with a 7-5 half. But Wildcard, they want to pull away. They want that 4-round lead going on to the defensive side.
I'm sure they want it. Eager to get there. He had looking consistent on this T side as well. Getting dealt a tough hand with that pistol round loss, but a lot of gun round success. Another great HE putting Breeze down low. It's been a theme here. You know what else has been a theme? Fozy op openings, but not quite able to find it. Goes down to 1 HP, and it was just a little shrapnel that needed to land right there for that kill to be converted. And it does connect onto Fozy eventually.
Oh, OC. Speaking of connecting, he finds one onto Susp. 5v3 in favor of NRG. JBA, Sonic, and Stan still up. JBA having one of his slower maps throughout this NA Revival series, sponsored by PrizePicks. And JBA actually, as I'm talking about him, connects for a headshot, but is immediately traded out by Breeze. Sonic throws the flashbang, 57 seconds left, wants the space and gets it. Donut belongs to him, but only for a moment as Hex closes the gap on the other side. Stanislaw, last one standing, 47 seconds left on the clock, and the bomb is so far away from him. He's going to have to fight his way through either B or A. There's one frag. They're giving it to him. I don't know why. 37 seconds. In the end, it doesn't matter. Hex finds his third of the round, and indeed, NRG cut the lead to only 2 as we head to the second half.
A little bit scared. I was with you. Looked like Stan might have got more than he could operate with, and especially without that bomb and the knowledge of NRG, the map kind of opens up to him. Able to avoid that. Hex will just seal it with the headshot. And NRG make it 5 here. Close that distance a little bit more. That's a relief there for them. Gathering that 5th round, making sure that things don't get too far out of control here. A little pre-half ritual there for Hex. He warms himself up for the second half. Going to be needed some strong performance from him. And the rest of this NRG squad is Wildcard looking to hold down that A-bomb site with dual brightest and blocking the utility, but they don't have the smoke for CT. They mulling it off. It's disrespected by Sus, but they just push right past it. Now they're getting in towards the site through the smokes and keeping the site contained. Now the pressure on NRG as they move in quickly here on this retake. Don't even let them get in towards comfortable positions before Hex and Nitro have to fight their way out of the situation. The back of default just so tricky to land those shots, and it shows why. It's Hex now in the 1v3. Has found the first piece of the puzzle as Sonic gets knocked out. He's got to isolate these last 2 duels, and they're not giving him anything right now. Bomb's still dropped on the floor as well. So just waiting things out here. Has recovered the bomb at least. That's mission number 1.
Maybe he can make his way into Catacombs, go to B. No, he's been spotted out. Still a chance to do that. Watching
JPA
Donut.
maybe cutting it off, but he's hit the timing, yeah.
I don't know if they saw
didn't know.
him.
No. Stan turns away.
They're thinking it's possible. Like, oh, no, is it? Maybe? Possibly? 33 seconds. Man, even a bomb plant's great. He's got it. He's just got to hightail it over to that B site, and the plant is secured. There he goes. Off to the races. Wow. He has just snuck away from what felt like an impossible situation at times to get this bomb plant. Now JBA and Stan have to go right on towards B. They absolutely know it's there. That's the one luxury. The bad news is they have to hunt him down without a defuse kit. They need this quick frag, probably have someone stick it, and then another take the fight. We'll see. At the current moment, they want to send 2 players out, and it works out. Stanislaw gets the headshot onto Hex. Scary for a moment, but Wildcard do indeed pull it off. Good news for NRG as Hex has earned them an extra $600 to work with in the follow-up round.
Yeah, I mean, nice attempt right there in the clutch. A magical timing from Hex. That could have led to an even more impressive round, but Stan puts a quick shutdown to it, making sure he doesn't get away with too much. Like you said, though, I think valuable bomb plant that if you're on the side of NRG, you're going to be really happy with. Because now you can get a much better investment into this round. Again, that $600 kind of change has been made it a little bit rougher there. But, I mean, AK in the hands of Breeze. given over to him by Nitro. So some firepower here, and a man that we know can activate big time. Automatic gonna get a chance here around the smoke. Sonic just caught in no man's land, and Breeze will capitalize with the gun that was entrusted to him.
Stanislaw waiting in Jaguar. Seeing if anyone's going to try and contact him here. Hext will do so, but Stan backs away. The time's actually perfect for him to slip away and not be forced into a fight with Hext. Fozy is in a bad spot, but he makes it work for 1 and a second. What? JBA in the meantime drops Hex to dirt. Breeze only gets 1 reply, and you have a 3v2 for Wildcard when it looked like NRG should have been in full control.
Yeah, what a quick turnaround right there. A re-aggression coming towards mid, and doesn't need the AWP to have impact. He can wield the MP9 as well. A long-range duel that goes his way. Stanislaw just pressing the issue as well, suffocating the round here for NRG. Cleared out the A side. He's about to go and clear middle as well. You can see an extra rotate joining forces on this B side. JBA now involved, and soon Stan's going to be involved as well if he gets on top of the boxes. He might even be able to beat him to the punch. There's the information at least confirmed, with a double up on the site proper as well. JBA in a position to strike and catch him off guard, and that he will do. Back turn and then back turn again for Sus. Wildcard play that one to perfection in the 3v2.
Beautifully done. Fozy took a huge risk. We're probably going to see it on the replay. Just floating around mid right here. Gets the first. The second felt like it couldn't happen, but it does. Good spray control. Maybe a little bit sloppy, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. His movement was great, so he wasn't able to be connected on. And Wildcard get themselves a 9th. On for potentially double digits here. NRG are not fully investing. Only some pistol upgrades coming through. 3 P250s, 2 Deagles, and a little bit of util. You see already it's all used except for 1 smoke, just so they can potentially get mid control. But they are leaning right now away from mid and in towards that B site. Still a lot of time left for them to maneuver, of course. They are just going to boost on top of that box, and of course, the Deagle of Breeze is going to be the one to take an engagement, if it appears for him.
I want to let him get some opportunities to connect here. But unfortunately for him, there is no picks on offer. Wildcard remain passive in the defense. We need to overextend. Nitro's got a chance with this timing on the smoke. But as it blooms, he just walks right into the edge job there. A1S now on the site there for Fozy and Sus with 2 Swedes. We'll lock it down with ease. Wildcard hit double digits and are building up momentum on this defense.
And economy, right? Their economy is looking quite nice. Foundation is there. That's so important on CT side. We expected Wildcard to be strong here. I think NRG still got a bit left in the tank to come back into this one and make it a little closer, because if it ends up this one-sided to finish things off, I'll be a little worried for NRG going on a surprise pick of Anubis against the Wildcard squad that actually enjoys being on that map as well. And we're not there yet. Still a ways to go. Hext and Nitro going to get naded down to 68 and 77 HP respectively.
Oh,
and another nade in. Hext, not that bad. It could have been worse, I think. But Fozy's going to get the opener. Automatic the trade. Stanislaw, who's going a bit too far, needs to be careful here. Tagged down to 66 and eventually says, okay, I'm going to back off here. Took a few steps forward too far.
Yeah, I'm not going to press my luck here.
Yeah.
Too much. I just really like these off angles in Cave. I mean, you can remember all these ancient games. Stan being tucked into these cubbies here. Trying to get that element of surprise. Always playing these bait and switch setups. Look at this read from Wildcard saying, hey, let's get the rest of the roster involved on this B-side defense. It is a 4v4, and they have got a 3-man lean on this B-side with 1 watching middle and JBA. But that smoke, even if it doesn't necessarily mean A-side play, is at least keeping JBA away from this side of the map. Forced to show the A-side a little respect. But there's 35 seconds left. A smoke tossed in towards the top of ramp.
Stan, so effective here in Cave. Multiple times that we've seen him do this, and there it is, almost a 2K again. OC barely surviving. Sonic around the corner. He's going to be ahead of the smoke. He can pop around and do even more damage. He goes towards ramp and actually eliminated immediately. Susp hiding in the cubby. He's got JBA supporting in the crossfire. JBA gets naded down to half health. NRG doing a lot of things right here. It's down to Suspense. Suspense will do it. He gets both. Automatic and Nitro are gone. Didn't even see the first one come through. But it's 11-5 for Wildcard.
Oh, he just tucked into that corner for so long. Was overlooked. As the story of this round here, these CTs playing in positions where they just get pushed past, and Susp the one to seal it. The last player standing was the one most entrenched on that B bomb site. That's incredible. And Stan, his impact on this map, it just feels like he's so confident, so strong, and again, puts himself in a position where he needs to thrive, and he just does.
His best performances have been on H right now since you watch him. You're right, he really does love this map. So, Stanislaw leads the charge here with, or almost, I would say, 14. Fozy is the one who's at the top of the scoreboard.
Oh.
Stan, oh, he had the lineup, but he didn't know it. It was just the tail end of his magazine. Man, imagine he spams it again at that moment. But it doesn't happen. 3 players leaning to B once more. NRG. In the meantime, have 3 going into mid. Maybe they can catch Wildcard in transition should they go to the A site and catch them trying to come from B to reinforce A if they decide to execute there, but NRG in the meantime says, no, you know what? B site feels really comfortable. I don't know if that's a good thing for them, though, because Susp and Stanislaw have a pretty wicked setup here on the ramp.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it could be volatile, but they're committed. Sus holding the line here, needs to be quick on the shots, and Hex just swings around the corner with the Galil finds too. It forces Fozy to fight forward, gets a kill, but also has to get out of dodge. Now, why is he position? Sure. We'll see how much he can contain as the H blows the smoke, open up some smart CS2 mechanic being put on display, the no-scope as well if there wasn't a pesky pillar in the way. But 3v3 still, and an opportunity for NRG to strike back.
NRG lost 2 bodies when they thought that they could get onto that site a little cleaner. Great work from Fozy, both with the opening shot and the smoke pop in order to get a second. JBA moving in, spots the player, can't do anything, but Sonic immediately gets automatic. Cave has been cleared out. They know both players are at ramp, but now it's all up to Sonic. Can he spot the bodies? There's one. Needs to get the last on the bottom of ramp. It doesn't matter anyway. The bomb would have exploded, and OC wins it with the last kill. OC, does he go down with bomb? He does. So no one survives out of that round, which is, I think, a little more problematic for NRG than it is for Wildcard.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
Wildcard though, but
right. Wildcard don't have like the most money in reserve, but I think they have enough to make an effort to reinvest here. If they want to continue to apply that pressure. Yeah, I mean, that certainly feels like the right move, especially if you win this round. It feels like it's kind of a layup to close. See if they can win this round, make their job a lot easier. Automatic damage through middle here. JBA looking to crunch on in. Hex put on some serious pressure right now, playing around this smoke. Oh, but he's smart. He's very smart about it here, playing around it. He has managed to sneak his way up, Cat, and avoid the resistance, but also could have the element of surprise.
oh, Susp deleted by Breeze. That's just a wide swing that pans out in Breeze's favor. JBA, he is a snake in the grass. He gets 2. Oh, I don't know if he had any business getting the one onto OC. Now they know where he is, and bodies are dropping on both sides. Looks like we're going to sit at a 2v2 as JBA is found out and finally dropped. Nitro recovers the bomb. Wildcard absolutely know it's going towards the B site. Fozy's making way too much noise. Hex hears him, and Hex will easily find that one. Stanislaw, last one standing as the bomb has been planted. Stanislaw, there's a gun on the ground for him. Grabs that, spots the head of Hex, or excuse me, Nitro. Smoke goes out, nice nade from Nitro, fading away. He is smoked out of this engagement. The bomb is planted in the open. A great flashbang, beautiful stuff coming through from NRG, and that will give them a 7th.
Just incredible stuff right there. and the recovery effort. X playing some smart Counter-Strike, knowing he needed to push the issue here. And sending this one into a 1v2. Not a lot that Stanislaw could say. NRG staying afloat with that round right there means a lot. Said it at the start of it. That was one of those swing rounds that could just put this game in Wildcard's favor. But now NRG have an opportunity to fight back into this map.
Next, Molotov thrown into Jaguar. You're absolutely right. I mean, this has now become a lot closer. Assuming NRG convert this. There is Stanislaw being cheeky with a Zeus. What angle is he holding? Oh, cave. Okay, yeah, not bad. If someone walks there, that could be a pretty easy frag. He loves to play this position. It's where he finds the majority of his frags on the CT side of Ancient.
He puts himself in what I think are like some of the most uncomfortable fights in all of Counter-Strike. These very close range, like very fast swinging angles that you have to prepare yourself for, and it's almost like he thrives in that. Like that's his comfort zone, which again I think is like, for me, I think for a lot of players would be one of the least comfortable positions to play.
Headshot for Cozy. I agree. It's not the easiest spot to play from, but he just looks comfortable in a lot of cases. As Stanislaw comes around, Nitro spots him. He's dead. Okay. There's just not enough. Yep. Sonic is the last one, and this round is done and dusted. 8th picked up for NRG after this bomb explodes, or Sonic dies. Whichever comes first, then it'll be Sonic dying. That comes first. 3-round lead for Wildcard. Still in a pretty good spot, I would say. They need to start converting the rounds quickly before, well, they have a taste of what they delivered to Elevate in that previous series.
Yeah, I might get a taste of medicine here. A little less severe when it's only 11, not quite 12, but still the statement of NRG's resiliency here on this T side definitely felt. Sonic just got the jump, not quite. It's alright, we'll just keep his attention tucked in towards middle. Meanwhile, Nitro swinging for the fences towards middle. They want this control. They're fighting for this ground, and they will win it here. Automatic. Really unleashing on this T side. Had a very slow start, but stepping up in this comeback effort here. He's going to make that move. Is he going to push the smoke? No, he's not.
No, he backs off. Susp is going to also connect onto Breest, even at the numbers. Automatic walking into Fozy's a crosshair, and Fozy wins the duel. Stanislaw in the meantime on to B, gets completely flashed after finding one. OC is trying to get this bomb planted. Doesn't really have to rush it.
Another molly.
Great incendiary thrown. Nitro does manage to finish off Fozy. OC wants to know it's safe, but great smoke pop from Nitro, who gets himself another one. He's up to 15, and Nitro's fragging ability appears to be on display more than I expected. I already talked about this before, but he's looking quite strong, having not really played CS2 for the past few months, coming back and looking like he hasn't missed a moment.
No, not missing a beat right now. I mean, again, I highlighted his stats. He was farming ECL. Obviously, it was the lesser competition that he was farming, but he's coming to this event and still been able to keep up the calling and individual performance in some of these maps. He's doing it right now. And again, in this comeback, JBA has to make the long rotation on end. He doesn't have a kit to play with. He doesn't have a smoke, and he knows he doesn't have a chance in that retake. He's going to call it a day. NRG get another one here. This time it was, a man down situation as well. They were losing some of these trades. They were losing some control on that B side as well in the execute, and they're able to keep it contained with OC and Nitro.
Yeah, and I think Nitro did a great job in terms of using those mechanics of CS2 to his advantage, blowing the smoke away and spotting out his second frag. He's the reason why they even had that man advantage going to the post plant. Then they readjust and go to the opposite site afterwards. Free plant, JBA has nothing to do but save. So NRG's round win streak continues here. They are on to 9, lead cut to 2. The Wildcard, yeah, they're going to be on an eco. They can't justify forcing up into this one. Calling a timeout to talk things over, but I feel like it'll just be upgraded pistols and the A1S in JBA's hands, which means that unless they go towards JBA and he's able to pop off, which I'm not saying is out of the realm of possibility, if anyone can do it, it's him, NRG should have a 10th.
Yeah, also, I mean, in rounds like these, JBA is going to be one to take initiative. And maybe not the like highest performance from him individually. He would be super eager to try and do some heavy lifting in this round. He's got his teammates buying into some Deagles and a 5-7 in armor for Sus, but another timeout. But taking some time to figure out how they want to close things out. This has been a really cool story again between, you know, Nitro and his leadership and being able to dig deep. High pressure situations. I mean, you just know he's capable. He's got that respect of his team, and that's a real asset to NRG. And everyone being on the same page.
NRG looking to make it 5 in a row here. We'll see how Wildcard decides to set up. Is it a full-on stack in one direction? Is it 4 players on B site, leave 1 on A? What do they decide to do? It looks like it's going to be 4 B site and 1 pushing towards mid who will readjust to A, so that is exactly what they decide to do. JBA holding in Jaguar with Stan. Stan's the bait here, right? If he gets something, great. If he doesn't, then Hex might come around the corner and it's easy trade for JBA. Stan holding the angle. There's Stan gone, and they activate, but JBA can't get anything. Oh, goodness. Hex with the read, the 2K, and now all that's left is pistols, but they are both on this B site. Should NRG choose to go there? Great flashbang thrown. Fozy looks away from it. Nate comes out, and then it's just bullets going through the domes of Fozy and Susp. Sonic, last one standing. NRG looks like they have the 10th. Sonic at least making it a little painful with a nice Wandy coming through.
Yeah, beautiful shot right there. Fortunately, dead to rights. Backed in there by Automatic and Hex. Just cracking things open piece by piece. I mean, again, you know that JBA wants to do some lifting with that A1S that he has the hero rifle, but Hex just fires through the wall. He doesn't get a target to even look at for the most part. You saw his opposition for milliseconds before getting shut out. And that's how you handle a hero rifle, I tell you what.
Oh, no question. NRG have crawled all the way back from being down by 5 rounds. I should say 6 rounds. Only a 1-round lead for Wildcard. Stanislaw gets a trade, but Hex comes right on back and drops Stan. So a 2v3 in favor of NRG once more. Susp waiting in Jaguar. And the bomb is still behind those B double doors. OC with the AWP is hoping that someone's going to push into his crosshair and make this round a little bit easier. I am not sure that Hex realizes he's right next to Susp here. He's clearing it though. Looking in the right direction. Hex hits the headshot as he is apt to do. 20-second frag for him. He has been a huge reason why NRG have been able to get back into this series. I should say map, but also series. Fozy gonna get smoked off, and I think it's mission save at this point, but there's a player coming right towards him. Has to be quick, and he will not be quick enough, at least not accurate enough. Breeze, the headshot. NRG tie things up at 11. 6 in a row required to get to this point, but here we are going the full 24 again.
Hex just abusing the side of the map here on the B side. Finally being able to put into what Stanislaws love to get away with. And that trade game, it's shut down. You know, the back and forth between Wildcard and NRG. You know, finally it's Hex to put an end to it. And that's such a statement right there. Like you said, a big reason as to why this one is even competitive for NRG is his ability to just pop off. And he has been doing that. And now, again, it could be NRG actually figuring out their way to map point first, believe it or not.
That's unbelievable. And, you know, not to mention, just if you guys have been watching all day, this is the 5th map of 6 that have been played. that have gone 24 rounds, and 2 of them going to overtime, maybe even 3 actually. It was what we expected, seeing these 4 teams come into this. Elevate, of course, being gone, and the other one being, oh, it's slipping my mind right now, Nouns, getting eliminated by NRG. But man, oh man, to think that it would deliver as promised, which doesn't always happen, it's quite a treat.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday we got our easy day, some pretty quick series, but we knew today was going to be so much more back and forth. That's what we got. Even the 2-0 had an overtime in the mix, like you said, so we're getting all the rounds here.
Yeah, we've had 3 overtimes so far, actually.
Wow. And I mean, again, if you're wild card, these Swedish players, it's going to be an endurance test of how much energy you got. It's getting late. Or, well, it's getting early, actually, I should say.
Yeah.
But they're still holding on, and they seem like they're just fighting so hard, especially when they closed out that comeback versus Elevate.
It's 4:27 in the morning, by the way, guys, in Sweden. Just in case you're wondering how late it is, like you said, for them. Stanislaw gets an opener here with the 5-7.
Oh, that AG.
Really? Oh my goodness, I was thinking for a moment they might be able to do something. They still can. Automatic, down to 23, Hex popping through, and there's Nitro, the IGL saying, I got you guys. I'll take this on my shoulders and ensure that nothing more happens. Or maybe it will. Sonic with 2. Only 5 seconds left. They can't plant the bomb, but they get a frag and they get the last one. No! Wildcard wins the round on time. You gotta be kidding me. What a play from Sonic.
Oh my god, waits the smoke out, 2 kills, and the bomb denial. That's what cuts it for Wildcard at the buzzer beater. They used that time against NRG. I cannot believe it. They'll be the ones to claim it in the most unlikely of fashions. Around that guaranteed for NRG, around that felt save, gets swiped away by Sonic.
And another thing, though, Energy took a little too long to get onto that site in a situation where they weren't facing off against rifles. Oh my goodness, it's okay. Fantastic play from Sonic. Absolutely ridiculous that he comes through and gets those shots. You got to give him a ton of credit. Hext going through here, Molotov out. NRG absolutely need this one to keep hope alive on Ancient. This is Wildcard's map pick. So if they take it, of course, that would make sense. But NRG have just fought tooth and nail to bring this one back. Feels like it deserves OT.
It does. Give us another one. Why not?
Yeah.
I suppose he's out. He's so overexposed, but Automatic's actually the one to kill him. No trade necessary. An op shot goes awry. So, this round here for Wildcard, they've got some complications. But at least, again, resources stacked in towards the right position. A lot of defense on this A side and covering off that mid base. I mean, this is a fierce setup, but an initial kill from Nitro. Anticipating the off angle. It's up to JBA to shut things down. Low HP on Nitro as well. He'll fall. OC's up, struggling to make it out of main, hoping that he can connect onto JBA, but he's too quick in the escape. And Hex now going to be the one that has to recover it, and he just might, down to 2 HP, but still kicking up, dusting the server, and dusting Stanislaw as well.
2
JBA
HP.
now has to try and save this round, and he has no luck. Hex, it's once again him that takes us into overtime. They're not ready to quit just yet.
2 HP, I think, for Hex that entire time. What a crazy peak for him to make, given the circumstances. I thought JBA had this locked down, and Wildcard as well. But Hex, right there, that's where he loses all of his health. And then afterwards, I believe he got another one. But anyway, it doesn't matter. NRG are into overtime. As I mentioned, kind of deserved the way this one played out. NRG going to call a timeout because things were quite crazy in that last round. But we are here again, our 4th OT of today. Yeah.
Keep him rolling, man. This is absolutely insane. Truly incredible. Hex was not ready to give up on that at all. Just a hero moment. It has been throughout the entire comeback, man. Deserves a little lean back, but it's only going to be a short rest for him. And it's right back into the hot water. This time with the relief, at least, of knowing Wildcard no longer have that opportunity to close, man. That's the most pressure right there. Felt, and he passes the test. Stan just dance away from the flames. This time Nitro actually trying to take charge towards Cave. And he does. He sure will. Knocking out his counterpart.
Oh, Breeze gets caught though. Throwing util Sonic a nice peek. Good time for it. Looking around again. He's quite the strong mid player here on Ancient. NRG readjusting. They're going back to that B site that has afforded them a decent amount of success, or at least they're going back to grab the bomb. I don't know if the B site will be their final destination, and there's plenty of time on the clock for them to rotate around at a very slow pace, even at this one, to get back and join up with OC. The A site is the softer one. Fozy, the only one there. I say softer, but Fozy has been ridiculous on the op. 22 frags, leads his team in that stat category.
Yeah, I mean, he has been playing absolutely incredible. On the CT side, looking to continue that here, but a big sacrifice on this A side that I don't know if it's going to be reclaimed in time. You can actually see some motion from Sonic over towards this side of the map, but it's going to be a close call between if OC can assemble on that line or not. It's going to be that last player on in. Automatic will find the entry instead and cut off the rotation in from Sonic, so that'll do the trick, and in towards the site they go. It's going to be 10 seconds. It's going to cut it close as a Molotov from Fozy could do it. They're struggling to find a comfortable spot to plant. They're dancing inside of it. It's
They stopped it!
Fozy
stopped it!
Another bomb to now. Fozy has to run away, and he gets out of dodge again to the clock. Wildcard win with his USP to save the Tay.
You gotta be joking me. What, Fozy? You're ridiculous. With the USP, denies the bomb plant. Still 3 players standing for NRG. And that's why when you execute with only 20 seconds left, everything has to be perfect. If one thing goes wrong, even at the tail end, you're getting all the frags. That does it and ends it. And oh my goodness, Fozy. Wow. I'm almost speechless at that. 13-12 for Wildcard. This has been an insane map so far. Susk getting ready to spam through the smoke. Hex does the same. NRG are kicking themselves right now.
I mean, it's just 2 painful rounds here. That's all the Wildcard have been able to find in recent history, but like you said, it's just so painful. So frustrating. USP to save it, and it's right back to success stories here in the early stages of rounds. Sure, a rare victory here. Stanislaw able to get one up on Hex. This doesn't linger at all, though. A trade back from Nitro, and he doubles down. And this time there's 58 seconds to comfortably plant the bomb on this B bomb site. I don't think it should be a challenge for them this time around. They've given themselves a window here, but as I say that, window looking to be closed. Sonic with a trade back here, and it's worth a go here. They've got money for the next round, so why wouldn't you give it a try?
Of course. Yeah. Nothing to worry about. You can full on buy everything you got in this round again in the follow-up. JBA. Nade sailing in. Breeze waiting behind Pillar. Everyone kind of tucked in for NRG. Not really exposing themselves at all. OC's got a fight in his hands, wins it. That should be enough. JBA, yeah. OC swings around and gets the last as well. 3K for OC in that round. And we're tied up again at 13-13. But to think, I mean, this should actually be 14-12 in favor of NRG. Because that previous round, it's just ridiculous that in a 1v3, the player with the on the CT side gets a USP frag on the bomb planter and denies the bomb plant and wins it. It's just the fact that it happened twice in one game too. Oof.
I mean, maybe we shouldn't even be here if you consider the
yeah
way that Wildcard got themselves to 12, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely nuts. It's automatic. Too much targets right there towards middle, and OC doesn't quite catch the initial peek from Stan, but he's already reassembled on the angle. Fozy tests this. I'd say absolutely not. He's wise against it here, but Sus, in the meantime, shrouded around the smoke here. Awkward dueling towards the middle. JBA, careful not to shoot his teammate. OC continues to fire up with the op, but challenge a hand here. OC looking for another chance. And I'm only not going to catch here, so... They're quick about this thing. They could catch Susp alone on a bomb site.
Feels like Energy don't want to end up in a similar situation where they're down below 30 seconds again. They're going pretty fast now. Oh, I said that. They're backing off now. I thought they were just going to go into the B site and try to fight it out. Instead, they back off. 55 seconds left for them to make a move. OC and Nitro, 111 HP combined up against 3 wildcard players. And look who's here, Sonic. Oh, seems to want to go by. Says, I'll try for the second and doesn't get that. 2v2. Wildcards send both JBA and Susp hightailing it back towards the A site. OC sticks the plant comfortably. Now you have JBA looking to work through Catacombs and Susp from CT. Susp going to be smoked off, but he still gets it through the smoke onto OC. Oh, goodness me. Nitro now alone in a 1v2. A clutch required here. Bomb ticking away. Peek around, and Susp wins that too. 3K for him. Wildcard go into the second half of the first overtime with a slim 14-13 lead.
Slim as can be right there, but they get the job done. A nice attempt on the recovery from NRG, but shut down. It's the Swedes playing around smokes right now that has cost NRG a whole lot. Brutal affair for NRG, who fought so hard for the comeback.
Just a spam through and is on the edge of the smoke, so we got a decent amount of visibility, but it was just maybe at the last second he might have seen him. Jeez.
Using that mechanic's been really cool to see. It's becoming a little bit more popular. I've seen like it happen a lot on Mirage Window. I'll hold that thought though. Posey flying out towards middle looking for an opening tool. I mean, I guess if you get that far out and you don't get any heat your way, that's fine here. Stanislav looking to chase down these kills, but again, Hex has been so incredibly strong in this position.
Susp, along with Fozy, leaning towards that B site. Fozy peeks around, drops Nitro, and then goes right back to supporting Susp as he works his way in towards Jaguar. Wants to make sure no one tries to come in from mid, and it doesn't really happen. OC dipping his toes in that Molotov a little too long. He is the only defender at the B site, so he holds his ground as long as he can until he's kind of forced out of position here. NRG, 3 players clearing mid. 2 gonna jump into lane, so that means the retake will be swift, if it even is a retake. Yeah, automatic. Goes down to 17. Fozy, along with Susp, trying to do work, and it will be both of them connecting for frags. Automatic and OC, the last 2 standing. Wildcard realizing their position. They just go straight on towards A.
They might just get themselves a chance here. 1-15, they've got a good opportunity. Automatic so low. OC gonna be quick, at least towards CT spawn, but smoked off. He's got to take the route towards Temple. And the post plant's established already. Fozy is gonna connect with the op. Automatic knows you can't push his luck. Even though not a lot to lose here. Spotted out, now kind of contained. It is gonna be... Oh, wait a second. What's going on here? He's going to give it a go. Taps the bomb, but yeah, I mean, handled quickly. Temple too far of an off angle. Wildcard have locked themselves in 2 opportunities. One wasn't enough in regulation, but now they have 2.
Wildcard. As you mentioned, that one that they got in regulation was crazy, right? Because it was that pistol round where they were just able to deny the bomb plant. That was the first time they did it, and they won off time. Did it again here in overtime. Now, 2 opportunities, like you mentioned, to end this map. NRG getting aggressive. OC misses the shot. Now he has to try and fade away quickly to avoid the counter from coming through, and he does. Readjusting, but still not comfortable. Now will be, as he heads back into Donut. Has a player supporting from CT as well. That's Automatic, who re-smokes A main, and then will retreat a little bit. I think he wanted to maybe go push down mid and join Breeze, and that feels like it'll be the end result. Sonic doesn't realize there's so much manpower, so much pressure here being applied towards mid. Wildcard in the meantime, we're just waiting out the smoke in A main. 3 players right there. No one on the A site. As NRG are going for mid control. There's 1 player lost on NRG. It's OC. Hex holding a good angle, but he looks away at the wrong time. A little flick to the left, and Susp capitalizes on it. Tons of frags coming through here, and after all is said and done, 2v2. Wildcard gained the edge. JBA with a very precise shot to the head of automatic. Nitro, last one standing, coming in from CT. Nitro.
See.
Yeah, he's going to come around. I think JBA knows he's there, and there it is. Headshot found. Wildcard have won it here on map number 1, 16-13, Cole.
They do it, man. They just, again, show so much grit with this roster here. In the situation that they've been playing with, you wouldn't blame them for falling short to that comeback effort. That NRG did such a good job of mounting there. But a couple of wild rounds that I imagine so much frustration for NRG. Felt in overtime again after the regulation wildness. And obviously that's going to be a big pick up there. That was Wildcard's map pick, so it's a good sign that they're closing that out, and for the series it could mean more. But that's NRG's first loss off the back of this player break, and I feel like at this point they forgot what it feels like to lose in terms of maps, and Wildcard just gave them a reminder.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. That is their first map lost since the player break. Let's take a look at the stats here. As a wild card, you see Fozy. He almost hit his estimated frag total for the first 2 maps on map 1. He is 1 away. That's essentially a guarantee there. And then looking over at Sonic and Susp, kind of the same story. They're so very close to hitting the estimated frags from PrizePicks. Unbelievable performance from pretty much everyone on Wildcard. JBA a little bit slower out of the gate, but he was critical in securing some of those rounds in overtime, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, no question about it there. And it has the luxury of maybe having some of these slower efforts because the full roster just showing up to play here. Stan controlled a lot of the map early on, and while maybe he had some struggles a little bit later down the line, that's more so a credit to what Hex was able to do to punish that. And it just feels like Wildcard continuing to thrive throughout this situation. And, if they can complete this mission here with the situation that they face themselves in, with the deficit that they found themselves versus Elevate, avoiding the comeback right here, that'd be so incredibly impressive. On the other side of things, though, again, it's in between Hex and Nitro that are doing so incredibly well. And that's a consistent performance from Hex, but Nitro stepping up there, it would have been so nice to see NRG capitalize on that. And again, fighting hard for that point, but couldn't quite get it across the line.
I also have to point out, Nitro, in the 13 maps he's played so far with NRG, he's got a 1.26 rating, which I think is ridiculous to see him popping off to that extent. And it's also a great sign because I was questioning and thinking, oh, maybe it's just, against the lower tier teams. That's what's happening. No, he is doing it against top tier competition at the ECL level, which is even more promising to see from him. This is fantastic news for both Wildcard and NRG because this went overtime. They both played amazing CS. There were some mistakes here and there, but overall, it was a joy to watch. We're going to get some more in map number 2 to see if perhaps we're going to get a 2-0 or we'll be sent to 3 after this break.
dagger.
You do not sell a bronze. It's mostly grocery.
All right, we're back here with map number 2 soon, TM. Coming up here between Wildcard and NRG are having a few connection issues, I believe. We're trying to sort out the server here, but it gives us a chance to talk about this next map that's coming up, which was a surprise for both of us, I think, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, both you and I talked about it felt like an Inferno was the pretty clear punish pick, at least for NRG, and they avoided that with this map pick of Anubis, which again is a bit of a surprise considering Wildcard, their massive struggles on the T side of that map. They surely did overcome it versus Elevate, who played it as their permaban just to try and risk if Wildcard would actually pick into it or not, and they got punished for that. But again, that's a team that permabans it here versus a roster that has actually a lot of success in the past, who seems to at least look in officials very comfortable on that map.
Yeah, so I mean, Wildcard definitely a chance to get a 2-0 here. Much better odds, I feel, than if we were on Inferno, which, yes, they got the win up against Elevate. Was it earlier? Am I going crazy here? Yeah, it was Elevate where they got the win 13-5, but Elevate, I think you already mentioned it, didn't play the map at all, and it was their first time on the map. It looked like things were a little bit shaky on their side. So anyway, we'll see how things go. Why am I talking about Inferno? I don't know. I'm a little tired, guys. I just was mentioning it as something that NRG should have picked. There we go. Instead of picking Anubis. I got there eventually. My brain was just slowly but surely processing to this point. But anyway, I think Anubis is a Wildcard's opportunity to get this clean victory in the grand final. But the way that first one played out, I kind of feel like we should see a 3-mapper here just to get like the full effect that these two teams are bringing to the table.
Yeah, both these teams have just so much to prove, as we saw from the first map, right? If you're NRG, you obviously have this big change here. We thought that Wildco had a lot of consistency, a lot of early round success, and then you bring in Nitro, who I think is just unfortunately for Wildcard, just a very clear upgrade, right? And I think NRG gonna love to have them, but for Wildcard, bringing in these two new Swedish players here and trying to upgrade the firepower here shows that they aren't just happy with the second place finishes. They aren't happy making deep runs. They want to change that into a roster that can compete for first place prizes. And so far, a map up in a grand final, it's already looking like that risk is paying off.
Definitely. I couldn't agree more. Honestly, these two pickups, I already mentioned it multiple times, but I wasn't sure how it was going to pan out. It looked like upgrades on paper, and it absolutely is. And they haven't even gotten to North America yet. That's the most impressive part.
Yeah.
They've been kind of fighting tooth and nail against their ping, but it's working out really, really well, putting themselves in great positions to still have impact, and a lot of it. I mean, we were talking, I think was it Susp who has 27 already? Or Fozy, I can't remember which one. Fozy, there we go. Thank you, Cole. Fozy with 27 already on the AWP was so crazy on Ancient. And I mean, that is really difficult. I mean, it's already hard enough to do with the rifle, but with the AWP at 100 plus ping and still dropping numbers like that, hoo-wee. Crazy stuff. Guys, just got word that we should be going into the server in just a little bit for this second map. Again, it is on Anubis, and it's a chance for Wildcard to inflict ultimate pain on NRG and get that 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the opportunity, and they're going to want to capitalize on it. Again, as we mentioned here, it's getting late in Sweden, so if they can finish this grand final off in a 2-0 fashion, that'd be the dream. Otherwise, you do hop into Dust 2, which I would be excited to see, right? I think both of us would be looking forward to seeing if that third map comes through, and if Wildcard can replicate some of the momentum here and start things off well. But yeah, I mean, Anubis, again, it feels like NRG we're really leaning on playing to their strengths as opposed to falling for that Inferno, which I wouldn't have blamed them in going for. So we'll see if they have a lot to prove here, and we'll see if that comfort is displayed in the server.
And we'll see if the decision for NRG is the right one to be on this map, because I agree with you, Inferno was the obvious choice. Okay, let's go. Cozy. We'll go in here. Ooh, that's... okay. Decoys. I thought they were smokes for some reason. I was like, wait, what? Why are you throwing two smokes? But it's decoys. Automatic waiting here towards CT. Gets overloaded by the Glocks. Sonic delivering the killing blow. And now all 5 players are funneling their way towards this B site. They don't realize that there's still a player potentially going to be coming up here from Khan. Now they do, and Breeze and Hex get 3 combined. How does that even happen? Stanislaw trying to strike back at him, and JBA combined for the rest. What a crazy swing in both instances.
Yeah, absolutely. Just back and forth swinging here. And the opening pistol, but wildcard, they set the advantage, and then they get to close it off with Stan and JBA having the cutoff. Everyone flying through E-Box right there. You could have thought NRG using that to their benefit, but walking into a pretty deadly crossfire between the duo that has been working together for quite some time. Right, Stan and JBA becoming kind of a tenured duo in the North American scene, and Stan a big part of that JBA growth, I feel like. Got a force buy here for NRG, looking to apply some pressure early.
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad at all. 2 frags already, but the trades come through and it's looking pretty strong. Yeah, Fousey had the edge there coming around that corner up against Breeze and OC. Nitro and Automatic spotted out, at least Automatic is. Nitro trying to swing around from CT. But the bomb is going to be planted here. And I mean, yes, an opportunity for them. A smoke and a flash is available. And you're going to see here, Fousey, we already talked about it. This was a foregone conclusion, but there is that green check mark. That will come through, courtesy of PrizePicks. Nitro, popping around this corner, tapping away. Does manage to get one, not the second. If he gets that second, maybe we're looking at a possibility here. But Automatic says, yeah, I got full armor and a flashbang and a 5.7. That is more than enough to justify going for the eco here, or should say for the save, and well, he peeks around the corner and doesn't save it.
Yeah, understandable attempt to get out, but then denied. Going for the exit. Would have been nice to have that Galil upgrade as well. Fousey swinging with that MAC-10, like you said, reaching the 27.5 and surpassing it even. So, fantastic work from him throughout this this series. He took control, man. He just was one of those players that won one of those rounds. I think Sonic was the other that got those late, crazy ancient defense rounds, or the clock won it for him.
Yep, it was Sonic on the other side. That's right.
Playing incredibly well, and the MAC-10's just tearing through the pistols. I don't know if Fousey bought anything besides armor, trying to set himself up for that op. Oh, and Stan tossed him his MAC-10 to go hunt and try and farm even more cash.
That makes sense. Give it to your opper. Let him try and get some more money in his pocket. Automatic spotted. Oh, what a shot from Audi. But Fousey is going to get the immediate trade here. OC thinking about creeping around. An upgrade would be great for him if he can catch Fousey off guard. Fousey, as he mentioned, was trying to farm that cash, and he just got an additional 600. So he's at 5,400. If he stays alive, oh no, he goes down. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he's still going to get the AWP in the next round. OC will likely grab the MAC-10. And Hext still hunting for something, but unfortunately for him, won't get anything. OC actually did not go for the MAC-10. There's a frag for Hext. He's dropped. That's good for him because he wasn't going to have anything into the next round anyway. But Wildcard get the third.
Up easy pickings right there. OC with an extra 300. He had plenty of money for that op, though, either way. And he'll get it out for the first gun round, but as is true for the other side of things on Wildcard. Both teams with all the tools at their disposal. See who gets the benefit here. Fousey eager to get an opening op duel here. Set up with a couple of bits of utility of smoke to kind of lurk on in. Not a bad idea. Letting him try and activate, but in the meanwhile, Susp handling some aggression there. I believe that was over towards E-Box, and a nice pickoff onto, again, the player that kept NRG alive in that comeback.
Yeah, Hex was incredible on Ancient. Could have gone either way, honestly, but NRG, those 2 mistakes, right, where they lost the round due to time on the plans, really were the difference maker for them. JBA, headshot onto OC. 5v3 in favor of Wildcard. And JBA continues to spam on through. This full-on buy for NRG has not yielded much of anything. Now Wildcard, with still a good chunk of time left on the clock, are going to readjust themselves into what should be a favorable spot. Automatic over at bridge. He's not in position to really counter those 5 players that are charging on forward. And Breeze, well, he is the one that could have an impact. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's smoked out. Automatic tries to drop down, and JBA delivers a bullet right to his dome immediately. Breeze gets one and only one. And Nitro, well, he is on a mission to save. 4-0 for Wildcard, and they're making it look quite easy.
Yeah, I mean, T-side expectations are that they feel a lot of this early success. I mean, that's another luxury that you kind of give this wildcard roster when you pick into this map, is obviously the side selection being a huge factor as well, and even more challenges at hand here for NRG in terms of the veto. And right now, feeling the worst end of it, but with ample time to get back into things. Nitro just tucking underneath the crosshair. Sonic doesn't give him a chance to shoot again. No op saved, and a first gun run that looks super comfortable for wildcard. I mean, a nice start here from Susp. Flashes are good. The setup for JBA, that duo that I was talking about, that has worked well together throughout, you know, wildcard's iteration so far, and even before, when they were underneath that Forsaken banner.
Engaging, hits the shot onto Hex after Hex wide swung around that corner hoping for a Deagle headshot, but doesn't get anything. Incendiary flies at OC's feet, clears out that back angle, but no, he comes in again, gets the headshot onto Sonic with the Deagle. 4v4, something for NRG to potentially build off of, and I think they want to see if they can recover that gun. They're going to try and close the gap towards B main, and you see fading away is Stan. So indeed, that gun is ripe for the picking. I don't know if NRG will feel safe enough to charge up, but there they go. Oh man, Susp was waiting for it. Oh, and Breeze strikes again. There's one for him, 3v3. Wildcard need to be really careful now. They're waiting for more pushes to come through, and I mean, right now Stanislav's job is to make sure that no one picks up any guns, but eventually he has to go and join the rest of his team because it is still even numbers. And they got to get this plant down. Look at the adjustment from NRG. 2 players going towards A main at a perfect moment. JBA actually backs off here.
They've got their util out, man.
Yeah.
Stan's got his gun out at least, but the 5-7 from Nitro's tearing through them. It's automatic to close it. And NRG finally able to break the goose egg right there. They get around on the board with the pistols. Shots right there. OC and Breeze, man, setting the tone, but then Nitro being able to capitalize on this. Such effective work right there, yeah.
Ridiculous. Like, it is basically a
It's so
rifle at
good.
close range. Insane stuff. Nitro! There it is. The PrizePicks green check mark for more than 27.5 kills. So we got another one joining the party. Well, one. It's Fozy. Side Fozy, speaking of which, hits that shot into Hex. They already got right up close and personal. I don't think Hex was expecting him to be that up front in terms of his peak. Sonic sprays down Breeze. Beautiful shot. And another one to follow it up. 2K for him. B site completely under the control of Wildcard. And they've recovered quite nicely after losing that one.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of an oopsie up against the 5-7s. Those guns, as we said, are pretty good. And then right back into winning ways as they unleash the fury on that B side. Sonic and Fozy doing the entry work in this round. Sonic has been super solid on some of the aggressive rifling. We saw him taking space in middle a lot in winning rounds because of it for Wildcard, and right there just moving past that utility and taking space towards that B side. So quick from this T side. They weren't prepared for it on the side of NRG.
Alrighty, Wildcard starting on T side, choosing to do so, as every team typically does here on this map, because it is a T-sided map. The reason I bring that up is because even if this ends up being a dominant scoreline for Wildcard on their T side, NRG could easily do exactly the same thing once they switch. Still, we're only 6 rounds in, still got another half to go in this half. Well, does NRG call a timeout to discuss things? Because, I mean, yes, they saved a couple of guns. They will have enough money to buy up here because of how well that eco round went, where I think they still had 3 or 4 players left standing, so they got some free upgrades in the previous one, which means this is the actual buy-up that would have been required had they not won that previous one so cleanly.
Yeah, it still forged some firepower here, which is nice. Saved rifles alongside it, so they can run another gun round back, but I think what needs to be discussed there is how they avoid that result right there. It was cruising for Wildcard into that B-bomb site. Making sure they are more careful on how they operate around Fosse's AWP, or at least against it. JBA interested in taking some space towards A, getting some flashes set up for it. And the utility down and out as well. So OC's deep line of sight kind of shut off. Gave his teammate an HE though, might be used to blow open the smoke. It certainly is, but he gets caught by a flash as soon as he tries it. So no luck in that department in opening duels.
Yeah, it's interesting to see NRG kind of put the brakes on the aggression. I think it makes sense because Wildcard have been punishing them repeatedly. They're just going to wait on the sites instead. 2 players here. Hex throwing the incendiary on back as soon as the Molotov lands at his feet. Incendiary fades away. 3 players for NRG, leaning towards the B site. Only 2 at A, but they're both stacked up at A main. So mid is wide open and free for the taking if Wildcard choose to go in that direction. But right now they got 2 towards B, 2 towards A, and the bomb leaning towards B. Interesting. OC opener onto JBA, who gets caught out. No trade in sight because way far away was Susp. Not in a position to help out JBA. Here comes Stanislaw. It's going to be a brawl. Hex getting 2 and Breeze 1. All 3 of them disposed of in less than 3 seconds.
Clinical right there. That's what NRG needed on that B site defense after a bit of a bump in the road there. Just around prior, coordinate so well in this one. You could see, I mean, they off the back of that flashbang that was thrown out, all peak in unison. And it just crumbles very fast for Wildcard from that point. That's how you like to see it right there from NRG, and especially after the timeout that was called. Fielding that level of success. It's adaptation in the server on the fly. And well, no surprise there. Hex, more than 30 kills. Getting that PrizePicks check mark right there. He held that B bump so well in the last round. And was incredible on Ancient.
Automatic throws a smoke out. Ooh, Stan's closing the gap very quickly. Yeah, there's no chance. Automatic probably going to get sprayed down here. Actually survives with 31 HP.
Wow.
I was surprised that Stan didn't continue spamming the wall, given the fact that Automatic was definitely connected on, and he saw that with the blood splatter. But, okay, now they've got a lot of presence towards mid. Maybe that's what Wildcard wanted as they readjust themselves and send 3 players, make that 4 of them into canals.
Oh, and that big A-lane here from NRG as well. Trusting in their B anchors here, but this time you have 1 less player to coordinate your efforts off of. You're both taking these off angles. This Wildcard, their utility starts to be tossed on in. Smokes to separate Breeze and Hex. They're going to be on the outside looking in here. And Breeze trying to play off the back of that. A quick pick through the smoke, and again, continuing to find these kills. Playing around the utility. Finally, it's going to be Sus blowing open the smoke.
Oh.
It's invulnerable as well. Hex turns his attention in time, and Fozy boxed in here, back turn, chased down, and it should be a trade. It is, certainly, as NRG good to respond, and that B site holds strong once more.
That's still a pretty wicked flick from Fozy onto the player in con, but it was too tall of an ask for him to go around and get another one on the player that was flanking. So, yeah, NRG, great work on the defense. That smoke pop could have been better, honestly, for Sus, but it's just that once you pop it, it's not only you that gets visibility, so does the other team. So you have to be a little bit quicker, or even better, have a teammate set up to take advantage of the smoke pop. So that gives you that little bit of an edge. Wildcard going to call a timeout after NRG have won 3 of the last 4 to talk things over and say, okay, well, we got the AK. What else did we do? Do we fully invest? Do we try to force the issue, or just stay with the lone AK?
Looks like they do want to dip into the little money that they have left, or at least keep Sus trying to apply that economic pressure. Getting a couple of kills. Trusting him with the rifle. And giving him a lot of trust here. As we mentioned many times here, high ping for Sus, but it hasn't weighed him down at all, it feels like. We'll see what he can bring to the table. OC with the op has let one of those pistols sneak up there, so a little bit scary for Fozy. Could have been an op as his reward. Oh my god! Automatic.
What?
Falls in middle. Sus was elevated on the angle, so AK now recovered into the hands of Stanislaw.
That is way better for Wildcard now. Losing the fight against Nitro isn't going to be great, but now Fozy's going to walk in. Direction, yeah, there's just too much presence. Did Hex get 2 there on that spray? He did.
Oh, yeah.
What? Sonic and JBA, last 2 standing for Wildcard, and what started out to be very promising quickly evaporated in terms of the hopes for Wildcard.
Oh, man. And Hex gets to build a lot of confidence off of that round there. 8K. Tossed on in. Breeze will claim it. Nicely done. NRG climbing the way back into the CT side. Again, as we mentioned before, sometimes even just 4 rounds can be enough on a defense. But there's opportunities for more. NRG don't have to stop here. They call that timeout and they start winning because of it. Off the back of it.
From 5-1 to 5-4. 3 unanswered round victories in a row for NRG. Wildcard will still have a buy-up coming into this round. 3 AKs, the Galil and the MAC-10. They've just been lacking conviction over these last few in terms of just choosing a site and hitting it. Feels like we're getting all the frags before, you know, anything of impact can happen towards the bomb sites. Nitro. Playing towards mid. Speaking of mid, this is where most of the fights have been happening for Wildcard.
And eager to claim that. And then NRG have also been eager to fill the void whenever they have to concede it. But a smoking towards camera gives me the impression that it's going to be towards B, but no. Not quite guaranteed. Although they do start to inch their way forward through that CT spawn. Hex is prepared and automatic. Gets some contact off the back of that as well. Incredibly successful on the initial defense. Plan A hasn't quite gone their way, so now falling on Plan B, which is trying to get through these defenders on it. That A site.
Oh, jumping around that corner. Susp gets the headshot, and then Stan and Susp get 2 more immediately afterwards. That site on A is completely open and free for the taking. Hex and Breeze, last 2 standing. They've got the AKs. They got the money as well to try and at least see what's going on towards that site. They get a frag, it's important, and there it is. Breeze will trigger the attempted retake with Stanislaw's head being put on a platter. JBA as well, and Breeze is in a 1v1 up against Sus. Breeze loses it. Sus clutches it out. 10th frag for him, leads the charge on his team and almost both teams in terms of frags. The only one ahead of them is Hexed at 12, but that is just such an important clutch for him to find.
Yeah, I mean, again, Breeze doing his best work right there to make that one uncomfortable.
4 frags.
It was so perfectly played from Breeze right there to jiggle out those angles, but Sus one-ups him. Just closes it out. And, well, a fitting round to get more than 26.5 kills, as you can see, and now rocking 180 ER has gotten that PrizePicks check mark as well. A lot of these players getting the check mark, as you can see from that long affair on that first map. Sus wants to play off the confidence here that he wields. Look at the buy though on this T side. It's actually so incredibly weak after a win. But trusting in two Swedish players here, Susp, Fozy, and for good reason.
Gonna be 6 a.m. soon for both those guys. See if the match is over before then. If you go to map 3, definitely not. Automatic gets one, immediately traded out by Sonic. Susp, will lose that engagement with Breeze. So now, with Sonic at 1 HP, and the rest of the squad still trying to gain some control. We'll see if this works out. OC's watching Connector. Fozy could walk right into his crosshair. OC needs to be very wary, and he is. And it's actually Sonic who just gets blindsided on that angle. Only 2 left now with 35 seconds left. Oh, nice peek from Hex. Another one collected. Fozy trying to escape here. Gonna be hurt. And oh, the Glocken at the worst possible moment. Nitro will finish the job as NRG inch ever closer to a tie scoreline.
Again, it's gonna be very workable at 6s if they can get to that point here. So NRG maybe starting off slow on the defense, but finding a winning formula off the back of that timeout. Losing that clutch to Susp, sure. But they had that 5v3 even, so they had the early advantage. For the most part, they've had success off the back of that timeout. Just denied by some star power here on wildcard. They'll keep it flawless since then. And Dunk It Down Automatic really wants to end this half quickly. Taking no time to dive in and get into the action here. Covering all of Canals, allowing for his A player to push up as well. He's not leaving, man. His back is also turned, but Nitro starting to cover that base. OC alongside him here. He's certainly not alone.
Wildcard. 2 players going down that bridge, checking out what's happening in Canals to make sure that they can call out the all clear for the other 2 players that want to move their way in. Hex, yeah, catching off Sus at a perfect moment as Wildcard were getting ready to go for an execute. OC throws the incendiary forward. A Molotov will keep both players out of that position, but Breeze headshot onto Fozy. Both of the players with the rifles are now gone, so it's just the pistol players left. 2 Tech 9s and the Deagle available. Oh my goodness, and the setup feels like it's just too strong for NRG. Nitro waiting, firing. They're just dead. They're meat to be grinded up as Nitro gets the last 2, and it's tied up at 6 into the second half.
A lovely closer right there. Beautiful setup, but also some confidence from NRG right here. You know, you kind of expect a little respect from NRG as the smoke goes in, but Hex says, I'm going to push this smoke, get a quick pick. And then the same thing is true for Breeze. After Hex pushes through, Breeze like, I want to give that a go, and it's the same success story. We are tied up at the half here. And that is something NRG can be really happy about.
No question. I mean, felt like Wildcard were so in control. But NRG, well, they're hoping to take their first lead here on Anubis. A round victory here would give them that. Lots of util purchased up. So right now, just creeping their way down mid.
So this, I mean, kind of becomes a clock on how quickly they move with this round and this flank coming through from Sonic. Fortunately, they're moving fast enough here to avoid it. Through middle, they'll have an A bomb site to target here, but they're getting cut off in the meantime. Breeze so sharp with these pistol entries, clearing out the A site, tucking and turning here. They still need to figure out a way to pick up the bomb, and Breeze continues to find these entries. A 3K for him on the pistol, And finally, the flank going to arrive onto the scene, but the bomb planted safely, and coverage offered up from Breeze. Hex does peek out off the contact taken. Double up in the back of Cake, but
wow.
these sus headshots continue to rain out, and Breeze now needs to complete it all. He needs an ace to close out this round, and he's denied. Sus to lock it in with another multi here, and the defuse. Plenty of time to take off here.
And I would say credit to Sonic as well, who finds that first one to open up the space for Sus to come in support and get an immediate second, because if you don't get that player up in heaven, you're in trouble because they can keep raining bullets on down. Well done for them. Shame for Breeze, right? 3K, cleared out all the space, and then at the end of it, he's left alone and cannot do anything in that situation. Still gets the bomb plant, so that gives NRG the ability to buy up into this next round. A wild card. Well, they're doing strong. Sonic is too, and with that important frag, he also gets the PrizePicks green check mark for more than 28 kills along these first 2 maps. Susp, his teammate, they're going to go out aggressive out of B main. He actually gets the frag. In the meantime, there are frags happening all over the map, and we're sitting at a 3v3. This is a labored engagement outside of B main. Fozy hangs around, and it works out for him. Breeze deleted. Sonic looking through that window towards Bridge. Hext walks into his crosshair, and Hext is gone too. Nitro, the last one standing.
So nerve-wracking to take those duels here, but we'll see if Nitro can save this round again. Has come into this NRG team and leveled up his individual performance. And on this force buy, he's going to need something massive. Wildcard just continuing to fight here is just a sign of what could come through from their CT side. And Breeze, there we have it. More than 30.5 kills, getting that green check mark from PrizePicks as well. As they just keep on flooding through. As the second half rolls on. Give over this mid control here, but it's still kind of covered. Sonic has good position. Spotted out now. Nitro's element of surprise no longer with them, and no longer with NRG here in the round. It's an 8th for wildcard, punishing the force buy.
Well done. That affords them a very good opportunity to get up to 9 here, because NRG, there's no chance that they're going to force up again here. No bomb plant. Money is very low. Maybe some upgrades, but they'll have to be careful about that as well, because you want to hover around that 2K mark. And they will do that for pretty much everyone. I say that, and I just realized there were some late investments that came through, so actually only Breeze is above the 2K mark. Everyone else decided to upgrade their pistols, which I don't necessarily mind, because we've seen how lethal these deagles can be. But should they fall without doing any damage at all, well, won't be that great for the NRG side. All 5 players leaning towards the A site, Cole.
A pretty early call to make. This is a very forward setup, though. And now it's finally going to get a peek out from Stan. Low HP around the corner here. Breeze. No luck either. That result that you mentioned here of 0 kills not going to be the case. Is OC finally able to strike with it, but bomb is in front of that smoke, and NRG are behind it. There we have it. Stanislaw with a couple of sweet ecos. Going to gather more than 25.5 kills there in the first 2 maps, and get that PrizePicks green check mark as well. They're all coming through there. Everyone's getting a check mark.
Yeah, 2 for each side. Stanislaw waiting here to finish things off. He's with Fozy. Oh my goodness, OC. What? And he's still got a chance to get another one. Fozy settles things down. Oh my goodness. That was ridiculous.
Wow.
So close to making something realistic happen there in that round, but falls short. But still, I have to see that shot. Wow, what a flick.
Whoa. That's pretty right there. And again, it's not one of those rounds where wildcard completely stamp their dominance on it. A couple of kills is kind of what you want. That's why you invested a little bit into that deagle. And that's mission accomplished. Almost make your money back, in fact. OC flashed off the line for Fozy to reassemble on the angle. That is such a good setup right there. For a split second, OC has to back up, and that allows Fozy to get on it.
Energy going to need to convert a gun round soon, otherwise things are going to quickly slip away for them on Anubis. Breeze. Oh no. Tip of the spear here. Automatic engage with, but Breeze does manage to get the trade, so it's not too bad. Still their man down. Great Molotov thrown towards Pillar. That forces a player off, but Fozy's right there to immediately find his second frag. Hex and Nitro, last two standing, still 4 up for wildcard, although it is a mini 2v2 going on to this B site. Oh my goodness, excuse me, A site. JBA immediately finds Hex and Nitro. The spacing's not great, so he can't come in to try and find a trade, and he gets flanked out. Sonic the headshot, 10-6 for wildcard, and really, I think the most problematic thing for NRG is that a lot of these rounds haven't even really felt close, and it brings us to question why they brought it to Anubis in the first place instead of going for that obvious punish pick of Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. And if it comes into, a big problem here, if NRG are not able to manufacture that success on the T side that they might have wished they made that move that we had mentioned in the veto process here, I would kind of love to figure out why exactly that was the case. Like maybe NRG identifying something they could capitalize here on this map, but it seems like so far that just isn't the case at the moment.
Well,
Pressure applied.
Yeah. NRG need to talk things over and find a solution here. Had that chance. Let's see what they can do. I mean, 4 Tech 9s and a P250. Lots of util here on the half buy. It'd be nice for them to win a round with a lower investment. Look how far out they've gone into canals. JBA is ready to apply a ton of pressure from this off angle. And he's even got
Aggression
support.
as well.
Look at this. 3 players are out here.
Yeah, they've set themselves up and trenched themselves into canals, and if you want to take that space back, you're going to have to really work for it here. This is a great reaction from Automatic, and we've seen this once before where it creates a gap in towards the middle, and he's been able to identify that here, and he's taken charge.
They realize
Temple, but yeah, just in time sus, but can he win the duel? That's a big question. No. Automatic sends a headshot his way, and the round is up in the air now on the pistols. It is serious problems on that B side. Breeze taking a risk around the smoke, thinking about it at least. I mean, they're crunching in, ready to hit this bomb site from 2 prongs. One unlikely though from Temple. Can they hold the line? It's another big swing from Automatic, but this time by JBA and Sonic keeping contained on this side of the map, but it's OC to strike back and trade, and a 2v2 enables NRG in the post plant.
That's a good incendiary thrown down. OC has to wait to plant the bomb. As a result, gives him time to charge through on Fozy's side, but no, Nitro's waiting. There it is. Does he expect that Stanislaw is going to come from the same angle? It looks like it, but Stanislaw's managed to slip through, and not anymore. There it is on the eco. OC caps it off, and NRG find themselves a 7th. It's Automatic. It was actually him earlier on as well. On the same map, on Anubis, he slips through mid and creates chaos for his opponents. That's an important frag he gets. I think he had more in the previous time that he actually pulled that off, but it's a gap that wildcard left there, and Automatic's going to take that space every day of the week. Great for NRG to finally get something going here on their T side.
Yeah, he did it versus Nouns. It's what facilitated that closer, and it didn't allow for them to come back. I mean, it was the last round of regulation. He made that same exact move, and when NRG need him the most, when it is required here, they really couldn't afford much more to go wrong. They're already mapped down. They don't want to find themselves with another steep comeback to overcome, because we saw how it went on Ancient. They fought hard. They got their heads back into it, but couldn't quite complete the mission. It's a huge relief. Breaking the win streak here from Wildcard.
Taking the space in towards A main. joined by Hex. Hex just pops in there. Does a bit of a spray and goes right back up. Breeze 2K towards B main. Sonic and Susp tried to charge out and take the initiative, but Breeze denying both of them. I mean, if I'm NRG, I'm rotating immediately towards that B site after getting those 2 frags. But they want to play the patient game, trying to see if they can catch rotations. And Wildcard in the meantime are saying, okay, no, we're not moving from A just yet. Nitro, there's one, and the second. Makes it look easy as well. Fozy, last one standing, 1v5. Nitro just going to charge onto the site. He's behind pillar. Fozy doesn't know, and Fozy just gets flanked out by automatic. 8-10. Wildcard looking completely out of sorts in that round.
This is clinical right there. Breeze and Nitro. They're parallel on the opposite sides of the map with the same impact. We know how Anubis can lean their CTs. They love to get aggressive, but this time it's punished, and well, this time Wildcard have run out of cash. It is brutal on their economy. They're going to call in a timeout here to try and slow down the NRG momentum, but it shouldn't be in a round like this in which they do so. And that just a little bit of impact from automatic could be taken a long way.
Well, nothing coming into this round for Wildcard. They took the time out to talk things over, probably talking about what's going to happen in the follow-up and maybe a little bit about this one, but we're just either going to see a full-on push down mid or perhaps a stack on one of the sites. I feel like that's one or the other at this point. And it looks like Wildcard are going to stack up towards the A site. They decide to force the issue a little bit. That's a really great smoke thrown by NRG. And Wildcard will, in fact, be pushing out of A, looking for fights. They get all that information. It's just USPs, so they need to collect some very quick frags and overload Hex, who's isolated here. But it's just not going to happen. I don't see it.
No. Playing it well, using his utility here. And I mean, it was a big play there from decide to try and get him down here, and eventually they find it. Actually, it's Stan to do it, and I think it was the most important that he gets this kill and maybe saves the AK, but no. Not a luxury they can afford. Stan invested $500 into the Molotov and then a $200 flashbang to get that little play going. And it still costs him everything. Hex still punishes all 4 of those USPs so effectively.
All right. Well, so NRG pulling it back 3 in a row, but here come the rifles again from Wildcard. Stan settling for the MP9 because he wants all of that util on his belt. That's way more important to him than what gun he has in his hands. So he can set up everyone else for success. Hex, speaking of success, has been unbelievable throughout the entire PrizePicks Enemy Final Series. 20 frags here. I think he's got 40 at this point. Unbelievable. He's a huge reason why NRG were in that first map on Ancient. And again here on Anubis. Nitro. Molotov. Gonna get thrown there for pillar. NRG just making noise here, not necessarily committing themselves because the bomb is all the way on the other side of the map. Breeze waiting for the push. Susp sprays away but misses his spray completely. Susp going to get highway robbery there as he backs off in towards the B site once more. Automatic? Oh man, that's more information for him gained as well.
Yeah, Susp gets one extra chance. Sticking around here. Hex is going to respect that smoke. It looks like he is. There's a small window where maybe you could have made a move past it. There isn't a lot of time left on this round here, and yet still NRG are operating a man down. OC seems to be lining up a smoke here for this B side and trying to line up a flashbang, but Susp is going to play in front of it. He just ignores the flashes and Wild Blind takes 2 down. He takes that entire prong, that entire B side execute by himself. He's looking to find it even further. Fozy actually the one to claim it. And 11 with ease for Wildcard.
How on earth? I mean, those last 3 rounds, NRG were collecting everything, and Wildcard come right on back. I don't know what they talked about in that timeout about this round, but whatever it was, they closed all the gaps in their defense, and all 5 players come out of it with their guns. So they reinvest into the util. A little bit of an economic foundation this late in the game, exceptionally important. NRG on the other side still have plenty of money available to them. They've even got a buy-up available in the following round should they lose here. They certainly have other plans. Automatic already taken down to 60 HP. Oh, and he steps into that molly. Was he trying to bait out a peek? If he was, well, he's dead. So it didn't work. Stanislaw. I mean, it did, but I mean, ugh, whatever.
Didn't work in his favor.
Exactly.
Got the peak he might have been looking for, but still knocked out of the server. Watching from the sidelines now, and it's a great contact play there. Sonic draws the attention from Breeze for Susp to land the kill and the element of surprise, and it could be back-to-back. Very crispy, clean rounds. They're losing these duels on the extremity. Finally, OC, the one to pull it back here, and has an idea of where Sonic is playing. Mid control from Nitro also plucks down a pick, so not the end of the world just yet. Not completely out of things is NRG. Still hanging in there.
Wildcard do not have to go for peaks. I mean, this was a 5v2. It's turned into a 3v2. NRG are the ones who need to gain that map control and get the bomb planted. And Wildcard, they're still pushing. They're still pushing. Will they see OC? They won't. But they realize it's clear. Maybe. Oh, they catch OC rotating back. What a call from Stan. Oh my goodness, that is a ballsy play. Nitro, last one standing, 26 seconds left. Stan's kind of stuck here. He tries to jump around and does escape. That's so important because now only 20 seconds left. Nitro has to hightail it over to the bomb site, and JBA knows that, so he just waits and gets the easy one. 12-9 in favor of Wildcard, even though Nitro and OC made that one interesting. It will be 3 opportunities for Wildcard to close out the series and the grand final here to try and win that $4,000.
Yeah, and again, do it with 2 players playing in Sweden right now. And do it through the open qualifier. They've been playing non-stop Counter-Strike. Finally putting an end to the NRG spree of map victories in the first map, and they could do it with series as well. That goes even further than the player break. Automatic trying to play the same position. This time he gets past the smoke. This time he gets the entry he was hoping for in the last. In the previous.
So expensive though, right? In terms of the amount of health it costs him.
I'm walking wounded, but still
yeah,
still working here. And you know, OC not gonna bog down it up just yet. We're not making that move. Even though it is possible. Automatic, no stranger.
Yeah.
But OC also.
I think in that situation, I still keep OC on the op. I think keep the op, OC. Make it work. He's your clutch guy. Flashbang gonna get thrown. Automatic Hex and Nitro working their way into the right bomb site. Only one player here. It's JBA, who's had kind of a slow game. But oftentimes on the tail end, he delivers some impressive plays. Let's see if this is one of those times. JBA doesn't realize they got through. Now he doesn't. No, it is not one of those times at all. Automatic the insta-headshot. 5v3 in favor of NRG. Plenty of time on the clock for them to comfortably plant this bomb. And looking at the money, Wildcard say, nope, we're not going for this one. We're just going to save the M4s.
Ready to close things off just yet. And there we have it. Automatic. More than 25 kills with that double up that he's just found. Getting that PrizePicks green check mark of approval. And definitely showing up there. It felt like running that playback was such a risky move, but having faith in himself is important in this stage in the game when your tournament life is on the line. Breeze going for a quick pick up there, not afforded that opportunity, and not too much hunting behind this. We'll see. I mean, Sonic playing a bit of a dangerous position, but nah, it's all good. Yeah, as you said, very expensive, very costly, but even extending that further with a quick shot onto JBA.
Alrighty. NRG managed to get to double digits as well. Maybe we'll go the full 24. It all depends on what goes down here. Wildcard investing down to pretty much their last dollar amongst 3 players. Susp and Fozy have a bit of a cushion. But should Wildcard lose this round, it's going to be a scrappy buy-up in round number 24, which will set up NRG for overtime for a second consecutive map. OC, watching with the op, seeing if anyone's going to try and cross that bridge. Sonic, there was the smoke there for Khan, and will give himself a decent amount of cover. The B site is pretty much entrenched in utility right now. NRG will have to wait it out if they want to go there or flash themselves out, but they're not even close. They're in fact just playing defaults, and you even have one player, that's OC, rotating all the way around through T-spawn, and the same can be said of their bomb carrier in Nitro. Okay, what's the idea here? 3 players leaning towards B main, Cole, for now.
Yeah, some FT presence in terms of that defaulting here on automatic. In these crucial moments, he has been a menace towards mid. Once again, looking to exploit a gap. JBA aggressing forward in A main here. Fozy ready to go, but not quite ready for automatic. Gets clotheslined on the inbound, but there is a player secondary behind him. It does sacrifice this B side control here. Susp on the outside looking in the smoke. To bloom forward makes the job difficult here. Multiple of them now tossed in, time to plant as well. And OC playing with the AWP in a post plant is so incredibly deadly. NRG need this round. And I don't know if we're going to see Wildcard go for it. They're a little hesitant on the inbound, trying to wait for this flank to activate here. Nitro spots it out. It's going to be a big win from Stan. It's a chance to get their heads back into this one. Stan's got to be so quick on the flank, though. Flash is so well placed, but OC regains vision, and Breeze has his back. NRG do claim it. And at the perfect time, 11 found with the money shot on the defense.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. I get it, you know, trying in a 2v2 to close this one out, maybe hoping the element of surprise will be in your favor with a late attempted retake, but that means that 2 potent rifles are out of play heading into the 24th round. And I mean, the buy-up would have been far better with those 2 guns saved. Instead, you have 2 MP9s, a timeout call by Wildcard to talk over what they want to do here. The A1S Fozy, yeah, you have to go for an SMG as well. This is going to be a very scrappy buy-up for Wildcard. Yeah, that risk. Not sure how I feel about it. They would have looked like geniuses if they pulled it off, but instead, they're stuck with this.
Yeah, for MP9s, man. Fighting for their chance in regulation to close. Otherwise, we go to another OT on the day. We get all the Counter-Strike and more here. So incredibly exciting for NRG. Trying to take it the distance. What's the game plan? Fozy moves past the crosshair. He gets away with it with just a tag, but the mid-aggression also crunching in on them. And Nitro caught a little bit surprised. So a man advantage here. Sonic retrieves an AK as well. A little firepower upgrade, but can he escape? Trying to play around the smoke. Sonic with another headshot. And it's not traded out. OC feeling the panic right now as they crunch on in. And the MP9 said just might suffice. Sonic might just do enough.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, for Wildcard, they have to temper the aggression right now. You have a 4v2. There's absolutely no reason for you to push up here. Let time burn off the clock. Put everything on NRG to make the plays. Hext and OC still have the AK and the op, but I mean, the AK recovered from Wildcard and Sonic's hand is so important, and JBA and Fozy just have to play some close angles here to make the MP9s work. Even mid-range is fine. 3 players stacked up here. So much util, but NRG are playing contact, it seems. OC going out Hext is not lining up in a util at all. They're trying to get the element of surprise in their favor. Everyone's moved away from B. It's only JBA left. Oh no. NRG could pull off another surprise round victory and send us to overtime if the adjustment isn't made. And Wildcard have come back now with all the smokes being thrown. They stopped playing for contact. 19 seconds left now. 18. NRG have to get a move on. Time is ticking away. Can they even plant the bomb? Mosi, an important frag. It's going to be scrappy. Stanislaw finds the last two. And your champions here of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 1 is Wildcard.
They do the tough job right there. They close it out in regulation, mission passed, and plus respect. It's showering cash flow on Wildcard, and I hope they can take that money over in Sweden already. Get a little wire transfer on in that direction. As they do it overseas for Fozy and Susp, an incredible victory for those two players. It's late at night for these two guys, but they get the job done. I'm so incredibly impressed with the resiliency of this wildcard roster, and they finally prove what we were saying throughout this entire event, that these two changes that they've made here are big ones, even despite the tough situation that they faced.
Absolutely. And I think once they get to North America, we said this like, oh, I feel like a broken record, but it's so true. Once they get to North America, it's going to be even better here for this wildcard roster. And I do believe the plan is to get them here within the next month, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be great to see them playing alongside their teammates with the appropriate ping and being even more impactful, because oftentimes you see how the ping kind of gets in their way, but it won't anymore soon, Cole. Let's check out those stats. We're going to bring them up for you for map number 3. And, well, wildcard, for the first 2 maps. It was not map number 3. I don't know why I thought that. Maybe because we went to so many overtimes and so many full 24 maps. But, yeah, those 2 maps there for Fozy were impeccable. 42 frags, and Sonic, along with Sus, everyone was great. Wildcard played so well. JVA's numbers are actually pretty low, which is the only surprise, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, sure, though, if you can manage to figure out ways, if you have other tools at your disposal here on Wildcard and you're able to use them, JBA, again, not even a massive off series, he's still dropping some decent numbers. Just wasn't a massive win condition. Instead, like you said, Fozy stepping up to the plate there. Susp on the defense was an absolute pillar on that B side. Stan controlling, Cave on Ancient as well. And then Sonic in the last round, right? I mean, what a turn-up moment from him, who's been playing incredibly well alongside that. There's consistency out of Sonic throughout this event. On the other side of things, though, you gotta feel for the duo here between Hex and Nitro, who leveled up their game there. Definitely some impact from Breeze alongside him. That trio feels like we're doing a lot of heavy lifting, especially Hex in these comeback efforts, but couldn't quite seal the deal in 2 incredibly close games.
Yeah, so absolutely unbelievable stuff. Every single series we casted today was so tightly contested, but the winner is Wildcard. Congratulations again to them. This was a great series, number 1, and we've got series number 2 coming up actually sooner than you think, guys. Rescheduled. It was supposed to be from August 23rd to 25th, but now it's happening in 2 weeks, so get ready. If you want to sign up, it's going to be on August 2nd that the open qualifier takes place, and then on the 3rd and 4th are the main event. Again, NACS Revival Series number 2, or PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2, will be coming up on August 2nd to 4th. All right, guys, remember that one, especially if you have a team that wants to compete. That is going to wrap everything up for us here, guys. But before we go, one last thank you to everyone that made this possible. The NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select at least 2 stat projections and pick more or less to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, if you click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account, they will match your first deposit up to $100. That means if you deposit $100, you get an additional $100 to play with. Type !REVIVAL into chat to learn more. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Cup is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. And, of course, one of the champions here, JBA, has a Mythic sub, so if you maybe want to be a future champion here at one of the PrizePicks NA Revival Series, then Mythic League is the way to go. All players are required to have and use their microphones. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, that is going to do it for us. Thank you so much again to PrizePicks, Mythic League, Flom, Slove, Ches, Rob, everyone who made this possible here. It was amazing, Cole. Any last words from you?
I mean, this is just the start here. Of course, we've got so much more PrizePicks North American Revival Series. As you had mentioned, there's going to be plenty of them, so make sure you tune in to everyone. But yeah, it kicked off with an absolute bang.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Thank you guys so much for showing up. And for myself and Cole, we are signing off. Have an amazing night.